of reason itself that it's like, if you just pursue reason that's disconnected from reality, you're just masturbating, because you're just engaging in these like weird mathematics games. And math can be kind of, I don't know, most all of math is not applicable to the world. Math kind of has its, things like imaginary numbers and things like there are a lot of kind of tricks that you use in math that demonstrate that it's its own kind of thing. It's its own language. And you can kind of get lost in it. And it's a symbolic language, and you can just kind of dive into it and disconnect yourself from the world. I think a lot of conservative, I mean, the abortion debate comes to mind because it's just based on this really quick and easy, the sperm hits the egg, life, therefore human rights. Like, that's all it is on some level, at least for most people. And so it just becomes this like logic game, but you're really not engaging with the world and so on. You're just winning internet debates. And I think a lot of that is, you see a lot of that. Like, I think it's, the internet's great in the sense that you can have all these discussions that you can't have on, CNN, where it's just talking heads and whatever, giving platitudes and talking points. But then I think there's almost like a whole like new genre of internet debating with people like Destiny or Vouch, or where it's just this like hyper logical reasoning that's even disconnected from like politics, and it's disconnected from everything. It's just this like, it's like you might as well be just engaging in mathematics. And I think people want to win. They want to dunk. And I know it feels good to dunk on someone, but it's kind of a cheap thrill, Like, I would actually rather, like, when I watch an interesting debate, on YouTube or something between scholars or intellectuals or whatever, like, they actually get somewhere at some point, and they acknowledge common ground, and they try to like demarcate, like, this is actually where there's a really strong disagreement. Did Jesus Christ exist? Bart Ehrman says yes. This other guy says no. Like, this is where they agree. This is where the actual dispute is. This is why it's actually impactful to your life, whether he existed or not. That's a real thing. But just engaging in like human rights logic, I'm just tired of it.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Do you regret voting for Biden?
No, not at all.
Really interesting.
Why would I?
I don't know. I'm just sort of curious because it came as a shock to me that you did vote for him.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Afghanistan wasn't perfect, but I think I think people are kind of making the perfect the enemy of the good, and they're not recognizing that he actually did it.
Hey, Richard.
I can go to a whole host of other social issues, that like social policy that he's done, in terms of all the wacky woke nonsense and stuff. I mean, that's all happening anyway. That's like a big cultural force.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. He's kind of I kind of like him personally now. I didn't used to. He's kind of base, don't you think? He's the most casually racist politician.
Well, I mean, I like him, but for entirely different reasons. I'm not alt-right. I'm actually like a liberal.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, okay. Don't you kind of, you probably agree with me, though, that Afghanistan needed to be done, and you kind of have to bite the bullet a bit.
No.
Right? Oh, you don't agree with that? Okay.
No. I don't.
You think that we should have stayed in Afghanistan indefinitely?
Yes.
All right, man.
How much is Raytheon paying you?
Nothing. I wish they did, though.
Well, let's
BAE, Boeing.
Okay, guys. I get called a Fed all the time. Let's just kind of dispense with like, oh, you're a shill. You're literally getting paid to have an opinion on Twitter. I mean, I know you were joking, but it's just a bit, it's a bit much.
Originally, I was going to come up here to troll you, but now I'm seriously engaging with you. This is a very surreal experience.
Yeah. I'm willing to talk to people. That's maybe makes me a little
So
bit
what's your
different.
opinion on the? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, what's your opinion on the JPCOA
Are you talking about the infrastructure
or
bill?
the Iran deal?
Oh, the Iran deal.
Yeah.
I would have stayed in the Iran deal. I mean, I think that Trump's. I mean, he was obsessed with it, and it's the worst deal of all time, and all that kind of stuff. I think that a lot of us who are foreign policy realists, if you want to call us that, just kind of overlooked those aspects of Trump. But I think it actually said something really bad about him. And I think there's a kind of contradictory logic amongst Bibi Netanyahu types who are so opposed to the deal, where they clearly want a confrontation with Iran. And they almost, it's kind of like, there's the town criminal or whatever, and if he's only like shoplifting on occasion, you can't really get rid of him, but you kind of want him to almost commit the big crime so it justifies killing him or something. And I think the Bibi Netanyahu people are similar to that about Iran on some kind of contradictory weird level. They want Iran to just pursue an outright nuclear project, and scuttling the deal means that Iran will pursue that project because there's no incentive to not have nuclear weapons. If you're engaging with someone rationally, then you can kind of play along in good faith. If someone is no longer engaging with you, that's when you just get on war footing. And so
Sorry.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say, wouldn't you think that some deterrent would be necessary against Iran, especially since it's proven that they've been funding proxies like Hezbollah, which have committed terrorist attacks in not just the Middle East, but in Latin America and Eastern Europe.
You said there's no such thing as shills?
No, I didn't say that. Let me answer this person's question. Yeah, well, the United States has engaged in a lot of extracurricular activities too. And I'm not just kind of me tooing or, whataboutism there, but it's like Iran has interest. It's a big power. And the deterrent that we have is that the United States is a nuclear power, and has a massive war machine. And that's a deterrent in itself. I understand why Iran, has this long, great history, and it wants to play with the big boys. And to play with the big boys, you need nuclear weapons, and you just enter a new level of diplomacy and so on when you have nukes. And so I understand why they might want to do that. If you can offer them incentives not to because you don't want them to have that for whatever reason, then they might very well play along with you if the incentives are good. But I don't know, really what to say. I mean, they have interest in the Middle East. That might involve funding Hezbollah. It might not, but that's their prerogative.
Richard?
I guess.
Yeah.
One question. It's about so let's say, for example, when we think about Europe and the mass immigration, okay, I kind of understand why they do it. It's about destroying Europe and stuff like that. But I think I don't understand it when it comes to America, because I think if you dominate America and you use America for the benefit of Israel and stuff like that, why do you destroy it like this with mass immigration and domestic destructive domestic policy? Wouldn't be better I mean, I'm not advocating for that, but as I said, I can understand it when it comes to other Western countries, but why do they destroy, the country they, let's say, control or dominate?
When you say they, are you referring to like
you
Zionist or okay.
yeah, you call them, I think, Middle Easterners with German names.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think it gets to some really, fascinating contradictions, and I could go on this at length. I agree with you. I think there's this interesting paradox with the Jewish question, and
Yeah,
the Jewish question.
can I interrupt
Yeah,
for one? For let's
okay,
say they just bring Asians, for example. It would
right.
make sense, it's a little bit multicultural, but they still have stability. But I don't understand why is this, you know what I mean.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, the paradox is this: is that if America remained a white Christian or really fundamentally Anglo-Protestant country, then it is much more likely that it would remain hyper-Zionist for eternity. And if this were a country in which there's a large evangelical movement, there's in fact within the evangelicals there's a large Christian Zionist movement, wouldn't that benefit Bibi Netanyahu and company? And thus, why would say Jewry writ large want to also promote immigration? Because the fact is, like the opinions on Israel worldwide are clearly changing. And demographics or diversity or whatever has a lot to do with that. And
Yeah, okay,
even
but
this recent, so what are they playing a kind of contradictory game or self-defeating macro strategy? I mean, I would say yes. But I
yeah,
also think that diversity of this kind is kind of written into Judaism as a whole. And
yeah,
I'm
but the,
not saying
but
that
I've never
in the way that you might
experienced
think I am.
I have never experienced them to be, to think just short term. They always, act long term. So,
Right.
so when I say, I could understand, a little bit diversifying with Asians and, let's call them stable people, but
I don't
it's,
even agree with that. I think Asians are certainly less Zionist than white Protestants.
yeah, okay,
I
but
mean, even bringing in 1 million Asians a year, it might, boost the
but
IQ or whatever, but it's
yeah,
actually going to
but they
make it less
wouldn't.
Zionist.
Yeah, but
You need that
yeah,
Christian and even beyond Christian Protestant core
yeah, but
to
they
be
wouldn't
a
oppose.
hyper
They wouldn't
right.
oppose,
Well,
pro-Israel.
I think there are contradictions, and I don't think it's going to work. I mean, what I was about to say is that even with someone like AOC, she voted for Iron Dome funding, but she kind of, I don't know, she seemingly did it under duress, or, who knows? She
Mhm.
cried while doing it, and she kind of says she regrets it, and then gives these blabbermouth nonsensical explanations. The rubber is really hitting the road, and even the fact that she is crying publicly and giving this vague explanation is significant, because 20 years ago there would never have been a debate, and there certainly would not have been a
Mhm.
Hispanic woman crying when she voted for this. I mean, it would just be like that. We wouldn't even be talking about it. We wouldn't even know about it. It would just be
Mhm.
done.
You,
And
you
so
know,
clearly it's changing, but I would suggest this. I don't agree. The more I think about it, and also the more I've been, um, connected with Mark Brahman's way of thinking, the less I agree with this kind of, white nationalist notion that Jews are obsessed with racial purity for themselves and want diversity for others. I do
mm,
think that is fundamentally wrong. I
I
think
think
Jews,
it's also wrong.
maybe to their credit, you could say, are kind of consistent on this. They are an extremely diverse population,
Mm,
genetically speaking, and like Yahweh is going to choose people to submit to Him. It's not like
uh,
a racial triumphalist religion of like, you know, we're Aryans and we rule the world or something. Judaism itself is fundamentally different than that. And obviously Christianity, as a fulfillment of Judaism, just takes that to the next level.
Yeah,
And
okay,
it is
but
in
it's
fact
also
an entire planet, subservient to Yahweh, and all other idols are going to be, crushed.
I
Judaism
think
believes that as well.
I think this racial mixing, it's also because there's different background. If you, for example, with Jews, it's not no problem when you mix one time. This Jewish identity dominates still. When
Right.
if Indo-Europeans intermarry, it's mostly let's say with African, it's totally lost. So it's they have different starting points.
Yeah, but I think that Judaism is not really a blood religion. I mean, I know this might sound kind of crazy or like I'm sounding like a liberal, but keep in mind, like, Ruth is the ancestor of David. Ruth is
Mm.
not a Jew. She's not from the tribe of Judah. She's a Gentile.
Okay.
Abraham is not a Jew. These are all, I mean, again, it's even weird to use that designation, but Judaism is a multiracial, multicultural
But they
conception. It is very hard, and that's
And
why it leads
they
like
believe
inevitably leads into Christianity.
yeah,
they
and
believe
Jews
in the
are
blessing
also
of Abraham, though.
diaspora.
Yeah.
What I was thinking about is always, Jews are never Jews when they are with each other. Let's say they are in Israel. Okay, you can call Netanyahu Jewish, but I think Jews really become Jews when they live as a minority in other countries. That's when their weird attitudes and their their behavior really is comes
Hey,
to
guys,
light.
wouldn't the racism have started at the blessing of Abraham?
What?
What?
The blessing of Abraham.
When racism started?
Well, if you're talking about if Jews are racist, I mean, do they not believe in
I'm
the?
actually, I specifically said they're
No,
not.
no,
Maybe
I
we
know.
can skip that.
I'm saying you're talking about that subject. Do they not believe in the blessing of Abraham?
I don't.
I think a Hebrew Bible believing Jew would believe that Abraham was blessed. Yeah, sure.
You mentioned Mark
In,
Brahman there.
in who?
One question I have, okay, for example, when I watched the first movie of X-Men, it's very easy for me to
Yeah,
see, the symbolism and, this mutants and Jews. But when it
yeah.
comes to other stuff, when I listen to Mark Brahman and talking with you, other people, it's always like, okay, Jews are this cult, and red means this, and green means this, and it's like, okay, wait, how did you arrive at these conclusions? Uh, how did
Well,
you?
in this book that needs to be published, we take it really far. I mean, we look at a symbolic. I mean, he does. He is. I'm the midwife of Brahman's work. He is Brahman's work, but we look at how this developed since the Hebrew Bible.
Mhm.
So from I would
But
date. I mean, again,
will it
I
be
have
understandable?
idiosyncratic
Will it be
views.
understandable
So
for a
it's
beginner?
2,250
Will
years.
it be understandable
What?
for a beginner? Because I told you, it's very difficult for me to arrive at his conclusions, because it's always like he starts somewhere, and then suddenly he skips. It seems to me he skips a lot of other, you know. It's
Yeah.
like for
Well,
Judaism is this.
like Nietzsche, you have to jump from peak to peak.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I look, and obviously, color in
no,
like visual media has symbolic value within context. Like, I mean, for instance, Stanley Kubrick's
to the,
Eyes Wide Shut has clear primary color
mm,
symbolism going on, where blue has a kind of, as it would imply, a kind of body connotation. Yellow has a sun solar
mm,
connotation, and red has a more kind of dangerous, hot-blooded, but also kind of demonic connotation. And it's very consistent throughout the film. I actually recognized that when I saw it in
mm.
theaters in 1999 in New York City. I remember it pretty vividly, seeing that film, and I knew that I was watching a masterpiece. But so a lot of symbolism might have, you know, symbolic. It might have a language within context, like the red lightsaber of Darth Vader and the blue and then green lightsaber of Luke Skywalker. Those have certain connotations, but they actually do remarkably kind of, maybe this all happens on an unconscious level, but they do remarkably relate back to a international symbolic language that I would date back to the creation of the Hebrew Bible, which, sorry to offend anyone here, I think is a much later document than I think the Hebrew Bible was effectively created in Egypt in 250 with the creation of what's the so-called Septuagint. So in this ironic way, the Hebrew Bible was first written in Greek. And not that there aren't precedents, not that there aren't traditions. I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can find things that are likely earlier than that, written in Hebrew or Aramaic.
Greek come from Proto-Hebrew?
I've never heard that.
Yeah, blue is a special color in Judaism. I saw a documentary on YouTube some time ago. They talked about blue, but here, for example, you talked about Stanley Kubrick. I watched last week.
But it has an unconscious relevance. I mean, remember the concept of a blue blood is basically you can see the blue vein in their white skin, and that is the notion of a blue blood.
Because they don't have to work and they stay inside.
No, it was done by Spanish conquistadors, I believe. Blue-blooded, you can see the blue vein.
No, it was German aristocrats who ruled Spain.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was.
Oh,
yes, I think it was the Habsburg.
I stand corrected.
I think it was the Habsburg who was sent to rule the Spanish crown.
Interesting. I stand corrected on that one. But blue-blooded now has all these other connotations, but blue also is the sky, and thus kind of is a representation of Kalius and a sky god, a kind of sky father or god.
What about 2000? Okay. What about 2001?
Yeah, so blue is nobility, green is obviously nature, and it's dying and rising god, it's Christianity. Red can stand for blood, but in Marx's connotation, in Marx's system, it stands for kind of blood mixture as well.
You mentioned here Stanley Kubrick. I watched last week 2001 again, and okay, I get this more or less with this monolith and Blackstone and stuff like that. But why is this David Bowman? Why is he Jewish? Why does Mark consider him Jewish?
Oh, I don't know that. Oh, David Bowman. Excuse me. I thought you said, I heard David Bowie there for a moment. I was like, oh, this is some eccentric theory of Marx that I didn't know about.
Okay, his name.
Bowman is obviously an Odysseus. He's like Ulysses or Odysseus by his name. David is a very strong
okay, but his character in that movie, I don't know. I don't get it,
I'll have to revisit.
Okay, no problem.
In 2022, Mark and I are actually going to teach a course
on Kubrick,
an online course. Yeah. So if you follow me, I presume not on Kubrick on film, but if you follow me on Twitter, hopefully you do. I'll definitely announce this. But we're going to produce a short book that is REM and cinema basically, and so we've already done a lot of writing, but we're going to kind of use the course as professors use courses. It's like you're writing a book, you get feedback from your students, maybe steal some ideas, and just kind of formalize it. And, but yeah, I would have to really seriously revisit 2001. I mean, there's a BFI book I need to read. I've read a few books in Kubrick because I'm a big Kubrick fan. I would say that Odysseus does, I mean, I think that's a kind of equivocal figure from our standpoint.
Okay. One last question, if it's okay.
But the David name, sure, go ahead.
What I found always interesting with Trump is, when you compare, other people and how they look at the JQ, for example, when you look to Arab countries, they talk mostly about these Zionists, they control America, and because their focus is Israel Palestine, so they are, let's say, aware of the JQ, but they always then focus more on that. Or when you talk, other stuff. But when it comes, for example, to Trump, I think he's also aware of the JQ, but more like, okay, they are powerful, and I want to join them. For example,
Exactly.
because I
Literally.
every time I listened, for example, I found this always interesting, and I never heard anybody talk about this. Every time he made something wrong, he was like, but I love Israel, and Ilhan Omar, she doesn't. And I was like, okay, why are you telling this now? He's like, oh, we have to no more immigration. And then people are angry, liberals, you know what I talk about. And he's like, oh, but I love Israel and she doesn't. He's like, it's like a secret message, like, hey, guys, I know you, the media, who control the media, you are angry on me, but, I love Israel and she doesn't. And, and he did it so many times, for, or he lost something, or, media backlash, or every time he was always getting back to Israel. Even, some people could talk about pizza, and he was like, oh, I love Israel. And,
yes. Well, I think it's fascinating. I mean, the Israeli question. We live in this extreme polarized society, which means that everything gets politicized, and there are two sides to it. So it even gets to the point of like whether the COVID virus, whether you like masks or not, that becomes a political partisan issue. Whether you like McDonald's or Burger King or whatever, that all of these things become politicized. And I think Israel as well, like it wasn't like that 20 years ago. If you read the New York Times or you watched Fox News 20 years ago, you both loved Israel. And if you watched MSNBC or Fox, or if you were a rural white Protestant, or you were a elite, liberal in the cities or suburbs, you loved Israel. Now it's getting politicized. And so when you say, like, we love Israel, don't we, folks? Yeah, blah, that Ilhan Omar, I sense some anti-Semitism there. Not good. When you say that, you're signaling to your base that she's not one of us. But it's a polarized. It's not necessarily even a white base. It's a polarized base. And so I think that's happening. But I think the other aspect of Trump, on some just really basic level, I think you got it right. I mean, Trump is, when I read The Art of the Deal a few years ago, like he'll sometimes identify people as Jewish, like this is, he was a very tough real estate agent, a proud Jew, and he dressed well or whatever, or like I was at court and the plaintiffs were Jews. He would just say these things almost like kind of in a way that I think many people wouldn't. It just seems like it's bad taste or something. But I think from Trump's standpoint, he recognizes it, but he recognizes power centers.
Yeah, I think he grew up in New York.
Like, they're powerful people.
Yeah, I mean, he grew up in New York, and you cannot be not aware of that, when you grow up there, and especially when you are a billionaire. And I found this so funny, even when he lost, the election, he focused on, oh, why didn't Jews vote for me? Only 25%. And I was like, okay, but these 25%, these 75 who didn't vote for you, they couldn't, except when you think, oh, they have money and they have influence and they can, this and this. But he always, in everything he did, when he did something wrong or when he failed, he always came back to,
Yeah.
Can I give my 2 cents on why I think some of that, sort of that feelings towards the Jewish state has changed over the last 20 years? I did want to get back originally to the question about the abstract versus the more concrete thinking of today, because I think it kind of undergirds all of this. And I do want to thank you, Richard, for doing this. I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So I do think it's kind of a dying by their own sword situation where, their whole thing is always, kind of the Israeli mantra has always been this kind of diversity, multiculti, world, but we've never really been able to get there because the world was never global, right? You don't normally find Nordic people in Africa and not the other way around. Sorry. So now that we're finally global, you finally have this like true class of, running Christian cinema down in the bathroom minority who, Nancy Pelosi is having to deal with on an official level, and it just never got this low because we've never had this kind of hodgepodge of third worlders, second worlders in the first world. So, it's like you raised an army of people who, kind of love the fact that they're victims. They play the persecution card better than you ever could, and now none of them think you're a minority. Nobody thinks Jews is a minority. They're like the last people anybody cares about dealing with kind of discrimination.
I think that's obvious. I mean, there was I don't mean that to demean it. I think that's very true. There's an interesting article, like an op-ed in a major paper from a few years ago, I remember, where a Jew was arguing like, well, I understand why we wanted to identify as white, and there was maybe good reason to do that, just like strategically speaking, but also just the reality of the situation. On some basic level, the guy down the street in your local suburb who's Jewish, like he's not that different or different at all from the other guy who's a Presbyterian or whatever. They both like the same things. They have similar jobs. That blah blah blah. But he's like, we need to start identifying as non-white. Now, this, of course, raises the question about Jews, which is there an ethnic identity, or is there a kind of genetic reality to Jews as a separate race, as it were? And I know this might surprise people, but I would not say that Jews are a separate race. You could kind of go there with ethnicity in the sense that ethnicity is a little more touchy-feely. It's about language and religion, etc. But again, what's remarkable about Jews, if you look at them biologically, is that they are very mixed, and Ashkenazi are very
So what
European.
do you think
Often more than 50%. I think religion is paramount. I mean, and I know this might kind of surprise people because it's like, oh, Richard Spencer, Mr. Racism or whatever. That's not I mean, that's a media, slander. That's not really what I think. I think that the Jewish identity really is a fundamentally religious identity. It's about being subservient to a God. And it is not a racial identity. And I think a lot of people on the far right for a long time have been under this misconception about what Judaism is.
But you must think then there is an actual fact behind, like some truism behind the religion that's unifying them. Because sort of all religions are based on this kind of ascetic, surrender everything in your life to some higher power that may or may not exist. But if you believe what you believe what I do, which is that the religion may have a lot of truisms, it obviously has a lot of wisdom. It doesn't, though, have this kind of principle that can unify people who don't know one another from all over the world. Because, as you know, people practice religion in many different ways, and I'd say Jews of all religions are the most secular religion. You wonder, is it Rosh Hashanah? Is it Shabbat? What is it that unifies these people?
It's the Pentateuch. They are still reading the Pentateuch and still learning from that technology that was created. Again, in my very idiosyncratic view, it's actually created a lot later than we think. I think it was created in 250 before Christ. But obviously there are precedents. But yeah, they read the Pentateuch and they have that story, and those stories have lessons, and they are unified together via this text.
That's a very specific date.
It is different than a mythical religion where you can tell kind of like the birth of a god or a certain people's triumph in something. I think Jews are unified through a text. It's a text that we misunderstand.
Yeah, so you think that anybody can pick up that book and sort of you identify in the same way that traditionally more ethnic Jews would identify with it? Okay.
Yes, I do. I believe that in many ways, if you if you truly read the Pentateuch and understand it and identify yourself with it and make yourself a slave to Yahweh, that you are in effect a Jew. Yeah.
That's a very specific date, 25 BC. How do you?
250. That was the creation of the Septuagint.
Okay.
So it was the so-called translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek. My view is very similar to the minimalist school view, but I think my view would be that the Hebrew Bible is, in a weird way, a more of a Hellenistic document than we recognize. That it's kind of spinning a lot of Hellenistic myths. It was created and effectively written by these 70 scholars. 7 is 70, and 70 is obviously a highly symbolic number.
Do you know?
It's the day of the Sabbath.
Do you know Benito? He was an Egyptian, or Greco-Egyptian priest who lived in Alexandria, and he wrote a book about Egypt, the story of Egypt. I think he lived 300 BC, and it's a book he wrote called Egypticus, or something like that. He wrote about the people. He wrote about the people who once lived in Egypt, who lived there as parasites, and who were expelled, from Egypt. And Jews think that he was talking about them, and that he lied about them, that they were expelled, and that they were never slaves, and that they lived there as parasites, and that they brought in bad stuff about the Egyptian people. And I think it sounds so similar to other stuff that happened during the Middle Ages. And when I read this, he wrote this 300 BC, and a lot of people say that.
Well, it's the same opinion of the Pharaoh, of both pharaohs, actually. I mean, the Pharaoh of Exodus it's such a weird. You kind of have to read between the lines in the Pentateuch, but the Pharaoh of Exodus is like, what do I do with these people? I don't trust them. They're going to rebel against me, and so on. And it probably what is related to deeper stories that might have even been from the Bronze Age collapse. But the Pharaoh is just like, I don't even know what to do. Go into the desert.
Yeah, and a lot.
Then the Pharaoh that Abraham confronts, again, it's like you have these weird things where a plague come to his house, and Abraham is selling his wife, putting her off as a sister, and then effectively selling her into sex slavery.
Yeah, but you have to translate this.
It's kind of like, what's going?
You have to translate this. Like for example, there's a story. I think the prophet Joseph or someone he comes there to Egypt, and he acts like a financial advisor. I translate this in something like, okay, how would this happen today, or let's say
he's a dream interpreter.
But he's for me, I see him as a financial advisor to this powerful monarch, and I found this interesting. You see these parallels. Of course, you have to this ancient stuff. You have to dream. He can read dreams, whatever. But when you look at these stories in the Bible, it's always like, okay, I see the similarities, the same during the Middle Ages when Jews were accused of poisoning the dwells and other stuff, and they were expelled, but always, it's never their fault. But it's like back then, in the Bible, they just wrote their own story for them. But, a lot of the stuff, what happened is true, but, you have to translate it with the knowledge you have now about the true behavior, maybe.
Right. Well, I think it's telling you stories. I don't think any of this existed. I don't think there was an actual David. I mean, there might have been some guy who was powerful. I don't think there was ever a united monarchy. I think all of it is fable. But the question is what can you learn from these stories? And it's giving you lessons for success, basically. And maybe
it's the same like when they were in Persia. What's the story was when they were in Persia, and the Queen Esther and Haman's ears. Haman. It's the same story. It's you can translate this to now. Jews plotting and making alliances, and I don't know.
Yeah. Well, who was the left-handed warrior?
Okay, I'm not an expert. Sorry.
Okay, it was the left-handed warrior, and he approaches. I think it's like the Moabian king, and he sneaks in. He hides a dagger in his thigh, which is I would say is a sexually evocative metaphor. But he hides a dagger in his thigh, and then he goes and he visits with the king of Moab in a bathroom, effectively. Again, am I reading too much into this? This just sounds like a homosexual hookup scenario, and then brutally murders him. And again, it's that left-handed kind of sinister. Again, you can read these stories and just say like, oh yeah, ancient story. Wow, how fascinating. Or you can read this symbolically and kind of like brutally literally. Basically, this is a story of a left-handed warrior who seduces a enemy king, an enemy of Israel, and then brutally murders him and gets away with it.
Mm-hmm.
You can read it on those senses, and it starts just to take on a very different character. I mean, I think the Bible is just an utterly sinister work. I mean, I don't sinister in the true sense of the word, left-handed. It's just absolutely appalling.
Mm-hmm. And
the idea that all of these goofy white Protestants just treat it as like the good book, and that this teaches us morality or whatever. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Richard.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Okay, I'm gonna get to Bartum and Horatio and then Paleo, but you interrupted. But just go real quick, if it's really quick.
Are you? Oh, can I?
Hold on. This guy can go. The guy with the corn emoji. You can go. Just make it quick. You kind of jumped in there.
Are you nuke pilled?
Nuke pilled? What does that mean?
It means you want to use nukes. It means you're pilled on the nukes. You want to nuke North Korea?
Yeah.
No, I do not, and I'm just going to ask you to leave.
I like nuclear power. That's nice.
I like nuclear power. Nuclear weapons, that's just simply a reality of this day and age. If I could wish them all away, maybe I would, but I would also wish away, male pattern baldness. Okay, Bartum, you go first, and then Horatio, and then Paleo. Do you want to jump in here, Bartum?
Hello?
Okay, Horatius? Oh, no, there you are.
Yes, I have a question. What are your opinion on ethnic quotas in parliament? Because in both Europe and America, there is sort of like an upper class white people who decide the ethnic makeup of a country without ever having to live with the consequences themselves. And I think, that when you look at like Congress or European Parliament, not the one in Brussels, but the national parliament, it looks almost like plantations in the south, plantation owners in the south before the Civil War. I mean, it's incredibly white, and these people are like promoting diversity. And I think that, for instance, if a city is 20% black or Arab, I mean, I think the political representation should be 20% black or Arab.
Yeah. Well, I understand that argument, but I don't know. I mean, what is it, the 80-20 rule? Like, we're always going to be led by the 20%, and we're probably going to be led by the 20% of the 20%. So there's always kind of a natural hierarchy that emerges. And
isn't the primacy of the legacy population, isn't that just an artifact of time? Like, because they were there before, and then the immigrants showed up later, and it's really just an accident.
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't it be shouldn't allotment be based on quota, just to make sure there's they can't avoid the reality of demographic shift?
Right. Yeah. I mean, Madison Grant's 1924 Immigration Act was kind of interesting in the way that it went backwards. So it was trying to like recreate Nordic America. I mean, this isn't immigration, so it's obviously different than representation in parliament, but it basically did have a quota system that was kind of going in reverse. It's like, let's go back to the historic American majority, so to speak, which again, for him was Nordics, not whites. So, yeah, I mean, you can make these arguments, but I don't know. It just seems kind of
but some people would
academic
say,
in a
for
way.
instance, I mean, there is an argument against affirmative action when it comes to like professions. I mean, because you don't want nuclear scientists to be, and people who run nuclear plants to be, you want them to be the most competent. But when it comes to like political representation, I mean, there is no good argument. I think that even like weak people, people who are objectively weaker, I mean, should have political representation, even if they are not the best. I mean, for instance, I think, for instance, most people think that women should have some sort of representation in politics. I mean, even if they objectively are not always. If you are going to do it purely meritocratic, I mean, there will be almost no women in parliament.
I don't know if it's a curious question of like whether America would end up like that. It's like, is that kind of the final stage of American democracy? It's just going to be like literally a demographic head count, and there'd be like the woman representative, and then the Muslim representative, and the gay representative, the person of color gay representative, etc. And I don't know. I don't know if they'll go to that. They might have to, but I always like to deal in like reality, like what will the regime do, and not deal in like, kind of fantasy ultimately of like, this is what we should have, But anyway, Horatius, do you want to jump in, and then I'll go to Paleo?
Yeah, I'll ask a question here in a second, but I'm going to do a quick comment on. I'll do a quick comment on the representation in Congress. I mean, most of the power in the United States is sort of outside of Congress, and that power flows through Congress and not necessarily from it. A lot of issues on governance are not debated in Congress. I mean, when's the last time you had an instance of hundreds of members sitting in the House, listening to a handful of representatives engaging in a dialectic and debating over a bill? And the same thing in the Senate, but instead of several hundred, several dozen. When's the last time that happened? And it's like, probably not in my lifetime, probably not in Richard's lifetime, and he's just over the age of 40.
Right.
And so the point...
I'm ancient, yeah.
Well, you get my point. I mean, Congress passes hundreds of bills a year, and who actually reads them all? The answer is no one. So,
Well, I remember back in the time of the Civil War when there was some real serious debates
they beat each other with canes?
Between Lincoln and Douglas, for instance. I remember attending that, and
that was in Illinois. But anyway, back to my my main question. It's no doubt that religious institutions are important for creating an ethos and whatnot. You had once previously commented on some sort of discussion or stream, maybe a few years ago. You're Episcopalian, right? You grew up that way? So you could go to Episcopalian church and you could feel, I don't want to say at home, but you kind of feel welcome and understand that community aspect. Robert Putnam in his work has noted that religious institutions account for half of all social capital in a society. And the social capital that they create is not just like from belief, because you can sit on a couch all day, watch TV, and believe in anything. It's going out and participating in events, church dinners. Maybe it's like some sort of festival that you host, that your church hosts, or you have some sort of, it's not a pilgrimage, some sort of event that you go and attend. With Apolloism, I'm going to read your book once it comes out with Mark Brahman, and what on all of that. But with Apolloism, how do you replace, because social capital through religion has declined immensely over the past 70 years, how do you replace that social capital that Christianity does objectively create regardless of its mythos?
Right. Well, I think the answer to that is that we create a cult. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I know that this is a big question, and I understand that these institutions take a very long time to develop, but I'm just asking broadly.
Oh yeah, they take a long time to develop. Although I think they can take shorter amounts of time in the age of the internet. But yeah, I mean, however that cult might form, it needs to form. I mean, it shouldn't just be like an idea out there in a book or on the internet. It needs to be an actual organization, or or in a kind of more Protestant form, like lots of connected organizations with a lot of common ground, and that involve networking and so on. I mean, if in like early America, if you went to a new town, you probably would like become a Baptist and be baptized and benefit from being connected to everyone. And they knew that you were one of them. And yeah, I mean, I think the Apolloism will surely have to do that.
Yeah, I think same as you were saying earlier, I see what you mean about Judaism kind of being this religion of like subservience and just supplicate yourself and be secondary essentially.
Yeah,
I think you're right, but it doesn't have to be as organized. I find that's what people tend to push away from every time they modernize. Anytime we create new cosmopolitans and so on, but more of a more decentralized Nietzschean kind of mentality, where it's not exactly the opposite of the Dionysian. It's not exactly rather than being servile, only be the opposite of humble, ambitious, and dominating, and so on, but sort of create modern day rituals, logic, sensibility, and so on around those principles, and that way it could be as decentralized as sort of Judaism is, where everybody just lives in things. Compassion are higher, currency assets than will and ambition and those things.
I agree. I mean, I don't know what form this will take. I think because Apolloism is so new and such a dramatic departure from the Judeo-Christian values, for lack of a better term, that we have. I mean, it's going to take a lot of work, but I would not, and I don't think we need to like just set out like a detailed plan for the next 100 years. I think we need to do good work and get these big ideas out there and allow people who have ears to hear it to come to it. But yeah, I mean, there's no question that spiritual institutions of some kind, I mean, there's something you could say for the Catholic model of just top-down hierarchy, a alternative Christ in charge and blah, blah, blah. But I think there's also maybe something you could say for a more Protestant model of we all agree on the basics, like sola scriptura, authority of the scripture, etc. And then, but we can have just different flavors of that. And we're kind of all united, but we kind of don't like each other. The Presbyterians don't like the Baptists or whatever. Maybe that's a better model, that kind of decentralized model, but there has to be a model. And I agree that like there's an opportunity in the sense that this Bowling Alone book is like a just total classic, and it does express just some really strong like just decline of social capital. I mean, like what social capital do a lot of average people have? I mean, you're fans of the same football team or whatever. I mean, what does that even do? Colleges still offer that, but not everyone goes to college. And that's also, that has some problems as well. And so like, could there be a really powerful, like social capital building, entity, or maybe just kind of constellation or set of organizations? Yeah, I mean, I just think that has to happen, and that in some ways it's ripe to happen because we're just in this just world that everything is just becoming diffuse. I don't know. There's a lot of social capital going to a Trump rally. I mean, I think that's why this movement persists. You go there, everyone kind of looks the same. They dress similarly. They talk similarly. They have the same background. Not all white by any well, I mean, mostly white, but not all white, but they have a lot in common. And they kind of, there's certainly like networking going on, or at the very least, like trust building. And so we would do something on a much, different level. But I mean, interesting comparison to the rise of Christianity. That was, it was attractive among certain, very few people at the very beginning. Early church attractive to certain types of people. But when Christianity was really growing for, 2.5 centuries, it was actually attracting somewhat marginal kind of middle class people. It wasn't attracting the dregs of the earth or anything like you might imagine if you read the Gospels, but it was attracting kind of middle class, but people a little bit on the outside. And they created this massive human capital, and it was growing year after year. And that, I can see something like that for Apolloism. If we're simply, if like what we are is just like, I don't know, Trump fans plus racism or whatever. I mean, that it's, good luck with the Trump movement.
There is that.
It's just,
Sorry, go ahead.
There is that Latin saying. I forget how it goes exactly, but in English it's translated as "whose realm their religion." I mean, you look at, for lack of a better term, "quote unquote" wokeism, which has been a phenomenon. For lack of a better term, wokeism. That phenomenon has been building up for like 50 years.
Yes. Oh,
yeah. I mean, this goes back actually about a century, but that's a different discussion for another time. But like, let's say hypothetically, for the past 50 years, you had the elites, decentralized institutionally, pushing what we think of Apolloism. I mean, the reason why Christianity really came to the forefront is because Constantine, sort of got baptized right before he died and made it the official religion. And what if Trump came out as an Apolloist? I mean, well, my point is that if you did polling, I think like from 2016, and people were asked, because Trump kind of gave lip service to national health care. In 2016, if you asked a Republican, do you support national health care, like 20% said that they did. But if you told them that Trump supported national health care, that number would jump up to like 60%.
Oh,
and so,
sure. Yeah.
Whether it be from Q, which is much more decentralized, that sort of phenomenon. But if a leading figure with real control over institutions decides to change what they're doing, could that really, quote unquote, trickle down to the rest of society? I mean, we mustn't forget that the Franks, are originally German, and the reason why they now speak a Latin language is because the Roman rulers, they got conquered, and the Catholic Church, pushed Latin down onto them. And so, I mean, do you think it would be more decentralized in this institutional?
Well, we would need this. I mean, there's an interesting book. I'm forgetting the name of it. Bart Ehrman who's a very well-known historian, has said very similar things. But I think Bart Ehrman actually said this. He said that even if Constantine did not convert himself and tolerate Christianity, he didn't make the Roman Empire Christians.
Well, I know he baptized himself.
But yeah, and he, what Constantine himself believed. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's a lot of mystery there. But even if he had not done that, the Roman Empire would have become Christian because Christianity was growing at such a rapid pace. And I think you can imagine something like that with Apolloism, where it creates communities, people benefit from the community that's being created, and it's a powerful, kind of shocking idea. It's like it's going to attract a certain type of person. It's not going to attract your Sally Jane down the street, but it might really attract someone who wants to be more provocative and feels that like something's gone wrong with the world and we need to change it. And then you have some Trump of like 2100 or whatever who's like, oh yeah, we love Apollo, don't we folks? And it just takes on a kind of legitimacy that you couldn't even imagine. Yeah, I mean that's all plausible. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying we'll achieve that, we very well might fail, and we should always keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean, you have to have something that is already benefiting people. It's like you have to have something that's real and serious and provocative that to begin with, and then once someone conveys legitimacy on it, I mean, it's tremendous.
Yeah, and the thing about early Christianity, I mean, it was sort of like quite collectivist. It's weird to say this, but it was almost like a collectivist ideology. It has many similarities to the Trump movement. It was sort of like an anti-racist movement. In other words, as a Christian, you could go from Anatolia and travel to southern Italy, and you would meet Christians there of another race until some sort of community. I mean, it is sort of like it has very much similarities with the current Trump movement. And sorry about the interruption.
I think there's a
earlier,
lot
by
of
the way.
similarities between the rise of Christianity in the ancient world and the rise of wokeism. Because remember, we shouldn't take Christianity at its word and assume that it was just all of these people were just these like downtrodden slaves who were oppressed and whatever. No, it was actually appealing to a lot of middle class type people. And, I think wokeism has a kind of similar thing in the sense that like Americanism is no longer believable. It's no longer legitimate. And we're all aware on some level. I mean, I think this is something that you would find even among like the occasional liberal who jumps into this space, like the guy we had 30 minutes ago or whatever. Everyone kind of acknowledges that the world is declining and that our best days are not before us. There's something just profoundly wrong. And so I think wokeism is this kind of interesting, I mean, it's a middle class and elite ideology, and to a degree, a kind of lower class ideology, but it's very popular among the middle class, and it's coming at the end of an age. Everyone at the end of the Roman Empire, it's not like the Roman Empire was sacked by the Germans or whatever, and they're like, oh, wow, where did that come from? Now it's over. No, everyone was well aware that this thing was in decline, and how they were going to arrest that decline or turn it around was something that they were discussing. And I think it's very similar to America. I mean, America's over, guys. I mean, it's just everyone like recognizes that the debt is unpayable, like on literally and metaphorically. We cannot actually go
the
on.
interest rate.
And it's only these kind of naive, goofy people who are like, we're going to bring back America or whatever. That's not ever happening. And so wokeism as a kind of post-Christian, answer to this, I think is very similar to the rise of Christianity, which again, Christianity did not come about and never would have come about at the height of the empire or even the height of the republic. I mean, it's a kind of late stage decline in ideology. It's about dying and rising again at its level. And I think wokeism as well is kind of like it addresses American decline. It's like, well, America was always racist and oppressive, and it never fulfilled its promise, but we're going to fulfill it now through kind of repentance. Like I declare that I am part of white privilege, and I just want out, and I want to make peace with everyone who I've oppressed, even unintentionally. I mean, it offers a kind of repentance. And so I think the connection I would make is wokeism and Christianity. I mean, I think wokeism is just kind of like this next stage of Christianity, because Christianity is really able to mutate and evolve. It's what's kind of remarkable about it. And I think its kind of latest stage is wokeism.
I'll push back on that slightly.
And it has saviors, after all. Yeah, it has saviors. It has devils.
I'll push back.
Dying and rising.
Jesus lives matter.
Go ahead.
Saint John lives matter.
So, Rick,
do we have a Christian in here who's going to push back?
I'll push back. I grew up Catholic, but I'll push back for the reason that I see.
Oh, okay.
I see wokeism.
You guys can speak up if you want.
Yeah, I see wokeism as being an elite, particularly one that's not very benevolent.
All right. Anyone else want to
Oh,
talk?
I'm sorry.
So,
We got some new guys here who requested Mike.
I'm brand new.
Darko 5%. Paleo. Oh, Paleo has been asking to talk for a while. Paleo, you can talk.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Do you guys hear me? Something going on.
Can you hear me?
I hear
Paleo. I hear Paleo.
All right. I got actually. I want to talk about a little bit about Apolloism as well. But I kind of want to like set this up before I ask you a question. Is that all right, Richard? Hello.
Hello? Hello?
It seems that Spencer might have cut out or something.
Okay.
We'll wait a few minutes, see if something happens. If we can't hear him, he'll probably just close the stream and start a new one.
I think he can hear us. I can see him featured in the listeners section.
Well, he's the host, so he probably can hear us.
Yeah, he has muted himself, I believe.
Yeah.
So the Jewish people, they're based around writing. They're not a blood religion, and the Septuagint.
Martin van Creveld, an Israeli military historian, wrote a very good essay titled War and Migration, and it talks about various things, but he does talk about Jewish migration. And what he notes is that Jews almost always, when they move to an area, they're going to intermix, at least partially, with that population that they've moved to, whether it be in mostly in Europe, after Hadrian, basically sacked Judea, they would always intermix partially with the local population.
Well, that's not.
Spiritual, but I can think it's some kind of psyop, or you call it gay op. Some people call it gay op, and I'm like, this is not coincidence for me. Also, this, I see, American, the American empire, being totally against Huawei and 5G. And then suddenly it comes up with 5G and, these networks and people protesting against it. And I'm like, wait, is this coincidence? Every time, I don't know.
I'm not sure you need an actual conspiracy to explain it. I mean, I think that a fundamentally left-right divide, whether that's a two-party system or at least a concept of left and right, is viewed as a stabilizing force.
Yeah, but not the traditional. But I mean, if you look at the traditional left and right, as I said, they are rational. They really oppose the system. But I mean, when you look at the left and right now, I mean, they don't oppose the system on race or gender
it's
when
totally
it comes to left.
Useless. I'll go on this. I mean, I noticed this, and I don't want to turn this into a bitch fest or anything, but so this past weekend, someone sent me some of these highlights from an America First Nick Fuentes rally, and they're doing mask and vaccine stuff, and you can I won't even. I'm going to try to stay as objective as possible here, but there's
you don't need to be.
Yeah, well, I guess I don't need to be, but what I found interesting is that there's really no difference between your average normie wingnut and America First as a kind of inheritor of the alt-right. I mean, again, isn't Nick Fuentes, isn't he like a racialist of some kind? Doesn't he get the JQ? Doesn't he?
But Richard, even worse.
He unironically.
Even worse. It's not, America First, okay, but have you seen Wet Ice TV recently, or and in the last 1 or 2 years?
Oh,
I mean,
I can't even watch
He
it. Yeah.
unironically had a stream where he denied the Holocaust, and like that'll get you nowhere. So yeah.
Right. It gets you nowhere, but what's interesting is that it's one thing if you have a like an actual like lunatic rally, or you do a rally about some cause that like the mainstream wingnuts aren't talking about. Because keep in mind, the left and the right are both just totally energized and crazy at this point. The left is going out and washing the feet of African Americans to prove how sanctimonious they are. The right is going out and saying how wearing masks in the grocery store is another Holocaust. I mean, both sides are just normie versions of the left and right, are both insane. And as opposed to differentiating yourself and saying like, oh, this is what we're about. We're like a different America first. We're really about like, I don't even know, like immigration, even if is as mild as a issue as that is. But no, they lean into the anti-vaccine stuff to the point where you're like, all right, what is the point of joining America first? Like, why not just join the Republican Party? You can get as much anti-vax nuttery there as you get from America First. It's a weird thing, but I think it is this tendency, like the irony of polarization, which is of course intense in America, but happening all over the Western world, is that it's kind of like stable politics. So we can't get an infrastructure bill passed. We can't. There's not going to be like real socialism. There's not even going to be Medicare for all or some, white bread Bernie Sanders proposal. Nothing's going to really fundamentally change. But what instead we're going to have is like increasingly just nonsensical, absurd, and embarrassing rhetoric from both the left and the right. And even the alt-right of old is now just about like, if you wear a mask that, who knows? What is Red Ice saying about mask wearing? Mask wearing gives you cancer or shrinks your dick.
Totalitarianism.
Totalitarianism is here. Yeah. I really felt
Red versus
scourge of totalitarianism when I went to the grocery store this day.
Richard, there's one thing, Kirsten Cinema? Is this from everything? It's you don't see it. When you look at her, you don't. Her PhD thesis is on the Rwandan genocide. And what's so interesting is she talks about that, and she talks about the biopolitical split between people and people, and she's quoting Carl Schmitt. And I think I talked about Trump and not revealing his true colors, and it's the same with you can see it with a lot of other people also, and also with her. She's acting so crazy in public, but then she's delivering this PhD thesis with quoting Carl Schmitt and stuff like this, and I'm always like, okay, wait, what are these people in public and how are they in private? What do they know? How much do they reveal?
They know what's happening. I mean, I'll use like the metaphor of Shakespeare, or not Shakespeare, of Plato's cave. I mean, what's so fascinating and evocative about that is that you have the people who are tied up and forced to watch shadows on the wall of the cave, but you have these puppet masters behind it, and they are the ones putting on this puppet show. And there's the famous image of the person who gets himself out of the cave and goes into the light and is enlightened and so on, and then tries to wake other people up. They don't believe him, but there's this unspoken metaphor, I guess, of the people who are the puppet masters. Like, who are they? And are those puppet masters, they aren't watching the shadows on the wall of the cave. They are making this shadow play. And are they not just as enlightened as the person who sets himself free? Perhaps are they more enlightened? And I think maybe with Kirsten Sinema, you could say that. I mean, there are other interesting videos of her. Of all these other, there are other videos of Kirsten Sinema where she's talking to like a left-wing audience, and she's saying, you know, they say that the Democrats control the Senate. This was like 10 or 12 years ago. But, you know, no, Lieberman controls the Senate, and he stops everything. And she's describing literally herself. Like, it's you just substitute Joe Lieberman for Kirsten Sinema, and you've got it. And it's almost like she learned a lesson from Joe Lieberman, and it's basically like you can hold up legislation but have immense power if you play this just horrible game. And so she's a kind of puppet master in that sense.
Yeah, but it's also, you know, with I mentioned Trump and, you know, not revealing, you know, what he knows or what he believes, but also how can you, for example, if you are Paul Ryan or Nancy Pelosi, and you have to, you know, these you know, organizations, Jewish organizations, they approach you. How can you not become aware, you know, once you are, you know, a politician, for example?
Exactly.
I remember now, for example, Nancy Pelosi talking about, oh, if the Capitol building would burn to the ground, and, you know, this and this, our support for Israel would still be there. And I'm like, okay, wait.
It's just insane.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, I see every time in the ADL tweet something, or other, the AJC, you know, they tweet, oh, we met with this politician there and that, and we had a nice conversation. And I'm like, okay, wait, these people have to be aware of it. You cannot, if you are a politician, you meet, you know, like once a week with some, you know, official from these organizations. How can you not, you know, how can you not reflect on that?
Yeah.
And,
oh yeah. I mean, there's it's the game of politics, and it's wearing a mask. But, you know, only the great almost require a mask, and but we need to be aware of this. I mean, I obviously am a very honest person. I just tell it like it is. But we actually need to be aware of, if we're going to be political actors, then, you know, there are very strong virtues to lying. And I don't think political action is possible without lying. And, you know, Plato, I think, was wrong about many important things, but he was right about certain things.
He was right most especially that people are governed by psychological means.
Yeah. And again, the myth of the cave, I just find fascinating. And I think it's something that's kind of misunderstood. And I do think that Plato is esoterically messaging something that is very different from what most people take away from that.
That may certainly be.
One last thing. I think, don't you, for example, Joe Biden, he has 3 kids and all of them are married to, you know, I think, wait, 3 out of 3, that's too much. That's, you know, that's
1 in 3 is just an anecdote. 3 out of 3 is much more than a coincidence. Yeah.
And it was and then also with Trump, his most important child for him, Ivanka, the same. Then with Hillary and Bill Clinton, Chelsea, their only child, also married to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wait, this is too much. This is,
Right. We're looking for a counterexample here. Yeah. I guess Obama's children are not yet of marrying age.
Well, this reminds me of an essay written by the Israeli military historian Martin Van Krevel titled War and Migration, where he talked about many things in it, but he noticed that, and this is kind of back to Richard's point about Judaism not necessarily being, you know, genetic, being fully genetic, in that whenever Jews would move to one particular area or another, a country or region, they would almost always end up intermarrying with the elite of that region.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it again, you can see all of these parallels in the Pentateuch, and that's why I think the Pentateuch, among other things, is a kind of, life strategy course.
Which I mentioned this Manetho guy from Egypt. What's your opinion on this Jew Flavius Josephus? You know,
Give me a little more context here. I might not know all of these people, but
no, you know him, but I cannot articulate his name. Flavius Josephus. Josephus.
let me
You
just
know,
Google. You might.
I don't know.
Josephus?
Yeah,
Oh,
Josephus.
Josephus. Oh,
Yes.
Josephus. Okay. Josephus is fascinating. He's a Jewish historian, and
And he reacted to Manetho because Manetho wrote, how Jews were expelled and they were
okay.
parasites, and people say his writing on Jewish history was a reaction, like a counter narrative to his writing.
That might very well be true. I would have to look into this. There's also one of the kind of historical documents that people point to prove the existence of Christ is Josephus, and yet that writings that he does on this, Messiah from, the Nazarene Messiah, or however he articulates him, might very well be spurious. That is, it might very well have been put in by a later editor, but it also gives you some indication of, Jews at the time who were facing form of anti-Semitism and so on, and what their opinions were of Christianity, this Christian movement. It was very positive.
Mm-hmm.
They did not see Christians as, inherently anti-Semitic or opposed to Jewish interests or anything approaching that.
Are you eating?
Yeah, I am. Sorry.
Wait.
These are casual spaces.
Is it
Swiss
a burger?
Yeah, a Swiss onion burger. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's not. I have to confess here, boys. I'm eating a little flatbread kind of pizza like thing. This is not very, paleo.
Are there buffaloes?
But sometimes I have to indulge.
I'm gonna assume you're in Montana. Are there buffaloes in that part of Montana?
Definitely, there are buffaloes here. Yeah. Well, you expect me to just walk out of my front door and kill one?
No, it's just that my preferred burger is a bison meat burger.
Oh, bison meat. Bison meat's good. I mean, it's very lean, so it doesn't quite have the taste of beef, but yeah, it can be good. Can be good just kind of, done where it's kind of mixed or something. But yeah, bison meat's great. Yeah. Maybe we could recreate some of these just amazing animals that lived thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I think
clone the aurochs.
Something like
I
that.
I want to eat a woolly mammoth.
Save.
It'll be like
That would be awesome.
It's like the movie Dances with Wolves, where he shoots and kills a bison and then literally pulls the heart out and takes a bite out of it. That is my ultimate bucket list. I'm going to eat raw bison heart or raw woolly mammoth heart when we grow them in labs.
Yeah, well, we need the ethnostate for that to happen. We would bring them back. I haven't seen Dances with Wolves. I saw that in the theaters when I was a kid.
That's like in the 90s, yeah.
But it's now kind of a hated film, isn't it? Like considered racist white saviorism.
I
have to go rewatch that.
I guess so. I just love the soundtrack and the cinematography.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there was a certain type of Hollywood movie from the 80s up to the 90s that I think we don't have a lot of them. I think we might have some that kind of resemble it, but yeah, I'm sure it's a great film.
It was the last gasp of Goyish leading man / directors, I think.
Yeah, Costner directed as well, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, I mean, he was an actor turned director. I'm sure he had all of the great cinematographers from Hollywood who were making him look, not that he's untalented or anything, but really making him look good. The best shots, amazing photography, and costumes, and something like that. But yeah, I agree. They don't quite make them like that anymore. I think the superhero movie, the CGI superhero movie, has kind of replaced the Western. And
I love the.
Richard, you said something which I found a little bit contradicting when it comes to reality. For example, you said, okay, if the demographic change, attitude towards Israel changes, and therefore policy has to change. But if you look at the Arab countries, for example, they, I don't think that they are really pro-Israel, the general population, but more and more Arab countries, because of the top elite, let it be monarchies or these militaries, they make, like, for example, Sudan. In Sudan, there was a coup, and then they said, okay, America, if you allow us access to the international payment system, and you give us credits, we will recognize Israel. And I was like, okay, 99% of the people in Sudan probably don't like Israel. Nevertheless, the government does, or the people, this elite few.
I understand that argument, and I think there's a lot of truth to it, but the only thing that I would say is that doesn't seem to be happening now. And just to go, if you go back 20 years, there was no Zionist critical thought in the mainstream media. And now there's actually a lot.
Yeah, but let's say even if there's 80%,
mainstream media apparatus, that is significant.
Yeah, okay, but let's say even if there are 80% of the people in America against Israel, would the people in power really change the policy towards Israel, just because of these people?
Well, I think there's genuine fear among Israelis that is going to happen.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I actually wanted to give AOC the benefit of the doubt in terms of the crying episode. I was wondering whether, keep in mind, AOC has called Israel an apartheid state. So she is, she's kind of laid her cards on the table. And I don't know how you can go back from that outside of like a full, renunciation. But I think there's a genuine fear that they're losing their grip on this thing because of people like Ilhan Omar. And yeah, maybe those types have their uses, but they might very well be totally opposed to Israeli action at some point, or who comes after AOC. Because the arrow is pointing in a direction, and it's not pointing towards Christian Zionism.
Oh yeah, okay, that's true.
Also, Helene Ritter. Yeah, you mentioned Sudan. Like the vast majority of Sudanese people are anti-Israel. They're traditional Muslims, but
yes.
You have to remember that America is bankrolling Israel, and this is the imperial core. It's not like they can just ignore the opinions of Americans. Like Americans are subject to this massive propaganda effort by the mainstream media,
right,
by media companies, by all that. And it's not like we can just launch a coup and then we send Black Hawk down in, or we send like a Bush invasion of Iraq in. Like it's different. This is America is technically it's a bourgeoisie democracy on paper. It's not Sudan that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard, can I ask you a question?
I tend to agree. I think that our German friend makes an important point. But
how do you know I'm from Germany?
The thing you have to. Well, I just guess.
Well, you're African, dude. We can tell.
Hey, Richard, can I ask you a question quickly?
My accent?
Yeah, let me finish this point.
Hey, Richard, are you embarrassed that you lost to Zen right now? Like a few hours ago, are you embarrassed a little?
I lost to him. No, I'm not
No,
embarrassed at all.
I think you lost pretty
found
hard,
interest
and
in it.
the mental gymnastics and the gobbledygook you tried to pull, it didn't really work. It was kind of sad.
Okay, man, that's your,
Yeah, just rage
whatever.
quit and go
There's
give
no
your wife a
gob.
right hook. That'll be cool.
Hey, there's no gobbledygook here, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think
Okay,
I
Dick
mentioned
Spencer.
this.
Okay.
I kicked this
All right,
guy.
I'm gonna take you. Goodbye.
Shitter.
Yeah, that was one of the most annoying things I have ever done. You have this just like hyper autistic Zen. What is his name? Zen Shapiro. I don't know if he is like trying to be. It's a Ben Shapiro joke, or he's actually Jewish. Who knows? And it's just this totally obnoxious. You believe that life begins at conception, right? Well, therefore, abortion's murder, right? All right, dunked, and it's just like, guy, this is so tedious. He just kept repeating this over and over and over again, and then just kept saying, like, you're coping, man, you're seething, like all this internet slang talk. Like, whenever someone disagrees with you, you're like, good cope, seethe more or whatever. Like someone like rationally discusses. I was just at the end of my rope. It was the most annoying experience I've had in quite some time.
If they dressed it in different language, would you have engaged in it a different way or conceded a few points?
I even conceded some points. I think there's a rhetorical technique to conceding points. Actually, it's a leverage strategy where you concede points and then flip them over your head. But as I said over and over, I'm just like, look, this kid is a fucking idiot, and I would be totally willing and eager, in fact, to talk with like a sincere Christian about the abortion issue. And I would actually be deferential. But talking to these like kids that are playing like little game, it's like parlor tricks is what I just want to, it's like, well, science tells us that life begins at conception. So therefore you want to engage in murder. Therefore, blah, I win. QED. It's just like, shut the fuck up. I was just really annoyed, but yeah, that I think that's the whole like culture. I don't know if he's an America First person or not. Who knows? But just like the whole culture of those people is just so tedious.
Unfortunately, you're a big enough personality that to these younger kids, getting a few blurbs in on you is boosting their EP significantly.
Oh yeah, and I'm like the bête noire for those people. Like they all hate me to begin with, and so it's like, oh, we BTFO'd him, whatever, and then they'll just like repeat this over and over in their little forums, like, oh, we won, and it's just like thing of substance, and someone brought a very different. There was a clashing perspectives, and we could hash it out and see where we agree and where the real point of contention is. But just this like, hyper, this like, it's like a math game or so. I don't know. Some of you guys might be new on this space, but I was talking about this when I first began the last one that got broken up. But I remember watching these theist debates like 10 or even 20 years ago. And the theist, who was usually a fundamentalist, would basically say, so do you believe that there's one absolute truth? And the atheist would say, no, I don't believe that. And then he'd say, how do you know that that's true? Boom! QED, I win, because I've caught you in a logical contradiction. It's like you have not caught anyone in a logical contradiction. You're playing a parlor trick, and you're just conflating like various meanings of these words, and it's just totally unserious. I just, people.
Was that the one with
It's
Bill
like
Nye?
it's like Zeno's paradox, or it's just a point about grammar.
Exactly. You're making like Zeno's paradox is about like logical contradictions in a way in language, like how we talk about something. It's not Zeno's paradox. You ultimately finish the race. No one thinks that you don't. If you run 100-yard dash, that you're going to reach the finish line. It's only when you start thinking about it and using language of mathematics or even just the Greek language or the English language is when you're using kind of pure logic, abstracted logic, that you get into these, thorn bushes. But it's just, I don't know, if you can't talk and relate something to the real world, then I don't even want to talk to you, And I don't know, there's also this like dick wagging among these people where it's like, we want to throw every woman who has an abortion in jail or whatever. And, it's like, well, you're going to be throwing a lot of people in jail. And this just seems to be a very kind of unserious attitude that you have. And throughout human history, like including very Christian societies, no one equated murder and abortion. And it just wasn't done. This is kind of a new development that is, it maybe is to a large degree kind of post-ultrasound and post-scientific knowledge and so on. But you're making these arguments that are just totally disconnected from human history.
One thing that I think is interesting with the sort of like killing a 6-week fetus is murder is that most of these people they have like no problem like eating very high animals with very high cognitive function. I mean, who feels much more pain. I mean, they are not vegan, so they have no problem with killing a 6-month-old pig who is much more cognitive aware than an infant. I mean, it's so inconsistent.
Yeah, there's no question. And the other thing is that, I mean, on the internet, you can engage in these hyperlogical disputes, but in real life, we actually are very inconsistent. I mean, for instance, I ate bacon today. I agree with you that pigs actually have intelligence levels that might be similar to dogs. Also, if I went and tortured a pig or something, I presume that there are laws against that, or at least there should, there are somewhere, there should be. You can't, there are, like, we're not entirely consistent on every basis. You're only consistent on the internet. And any type of society, like, you're going to make certain compromises. There are going to be certain paradoxes where, for instance, there are laws against animal abuse, but then at the same time, that doesn't mean that we're all vegans or something like this. I don't know, making these hyper rationalistic arguments, I just think are really just stupid.
Yeah,
it's a sign of a very small mind.
Yeah, isn't it fair to say that this apparent inconsistency between, say, slaughtering pigs, but cherishing canines, when people say that that's a contradiction, isn't it fair to say that it's not actually inconsistent? Like there's might be a good reason for it, and we just can't tell. It's that the apparent reason that we give that's only on the surface. And there might be something unintentional that we aren't telling that gives it away.
Well, I think there it might be, but I think a lot of this is that we're evolved to a morality. I mean, Nicholas Wade wrote this book. I read it. I actually listened to it on audiobook a while ago. It was while I was on a driving trip, but it was very good. And he made, and pardon me if I offend anyone with these examples, but these are actually the examples that he gave. And you've probably heard them before where you ask people these questions. There's the train operator question of like, should you, switch the tracks so that one person dies, but all the people in the train don't die? There's someone standing in the tracks. Should you switch the tracks and, so on? And I think a lot of people are kind of, they don't like making that choice because you are kind of actively killing someone. It's like two trains are going to collide. You've got to throw a switch just to make one go onto another track. But if you do that, you're necessarily going to kill someone. But of course, that's one person as opposed to 100. And I think people are kind of like, well, you can't really just actively kill someone. That people are very uncomfortable with that. There are other ones of, again, these are kind of gross, but I'm using them to make a point. There's one of them of a man has a turkey, and it's a dead animal, and it is a frozen turkey, and he has sex with this turkey in some form, and then he cooks it for everyone. But of course, when you cook it, you kill all germs. It's totally sanitized. Is that moral or immoral? And of course, everyone's outside of maybe a few people who are perverts, everyone says that's just shockingly immoral. You have sex with the turkey. And I think what Nicholas Wade was getting at is that you can't quite explain why it's immoral, but everyone knows it is. And I think there's some like deep-seated revulsion instinct that we have where it's not even so much like, is it sanitary or not? I think it's like you're demeaning yourself, and you're even demeaning the turkey by doing this. There's just something wrong about it. There's another question of a brother and sister use protection, but they engage in incestuous sex, but no one gets hurt. Almost everyone thinks that that's immoral, but it's difficult to rationally explain why. But we just know it in our bones. And I think in some ways, like, this is the kind of Jonathan Haidt kind of type stuff where it's like you rationalize things that you already feel. Like, the words come after the feeling comes first.
Yeah, and the intention of like a moral, the intention of it, that isn't the point. It's like what's unintentional that is really important.
Right. Now I know someone's going to clip what I just said and turn it into some, cringe fest, but I always walk into those traps.
Hey, I actually got that. I actually got that, Richard, from part 2 of Beyond Good and Evil, where Nietzsche is talking about how everything great, they have to wear a mask.
Yeah.
And where if you need to wear a mask, otherwise you'll be seen as like dangerous or evil.
Yeah.
And how like the important part of like a moral. That's the word I'm using. But the important part of like an action, what really matters is what's unintentional about it.
Right. Well, look, I say a great war will justify any cause. I mean, it's kind of like the casus belli is just something you come up with afterward. Maybe even a historian comes up with it. But the act itself is that driving force to conquer that is what is great about it.
Yeah, it is sort of like made up post hoc.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard, I just wanted to ask you if you've seen the most recent incel alliance between Keith Woods and Nick Fuentes, and if so, get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I did see. I'm in a DM group. A lot of gossip going on in there. I don't know what to say about Keith. I'm just kind of. It's just I'm not going to respond to any of that stuff. I mean, I don't. It's not even worth responding to. I just find it kind of disappointing. I mean, I felt like I felt that we had like a good rapport, and I do have a very strong sense that he's pandering to an audience, and I'm not particularly impressed with these like kind of phony philosophical justifications he has. I feel like he wants to be a Fuentes or something, and it's just very disappointing. But it is what it is.
Yeah, he's sort of passive aggressive. I mean, he took a screen cap of my tweets and sort of like and put it on his timeline, even though I have him blocked.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it is pretty passive aggressive. I don't know. I would say the best thing is to ignore it. When you either ignore it or you engage in his level of discourse. Like if you go to someone like that rationally, you're kind of missing the point. Like you have to. I don't know. I just don't have the time or energy to be passive aggressive back.
Yeah, I found it funny.
I'm done.
It only took them 3 minutes to start like bashing women and bashing men who get women. So,
well, also like I think before they bashed me, they were bashing Mark Brahman. So, and I think in a funny way, like Mark has become even like more hated than I am. But there's no actual criticism, and what they're criticizing is Mark has a girlfriend. Like basically, they're saying like, oh, he was simping for some woman, and we have determined that this woman is not pure, and and so what more do you need to know? It's like, dude, I mean, it's just a totally just irrational argument against this man. A, B, you're just attacking heterosexual behavior. Like, hate to break it to you guys, but real men get chicks, and we like go out with girls and hit on them and pick them up and take them to bed. That's what real men do.
I remember Nick Fuentes, he was like, he had like his whole stream talking shit about you, and he was like calling you like a philanderer. I just found it like very
whatever.
insult like.
It's just it's just really weird behavior, and I'm not making an argument for like just absolute degeneracy, but give me a break. I mean, the men, we've been doing this since the dawn of time. I mean, it's just natural heterosexual behavior. Why don't you go and attack people who are actually destroying the world?
I mean,
as opposed to this like internecine backbiting.
Yeah, and it is sort of interesting because it's not as if these people don't have sex out of some higher principle that they want to be monks or something. I mean, I think this is just people like Quotas and the other guy. I mean, they have some sort of resentment almost towards people who.
I don't think that's a fair assessment at all.
Well, I mean, Fuentes, he has his own like following. I'm guaranteed that Fuentes, there are plenty of women who follow him, and he could meet up with them and have sex.
Oh, there's no way. I mean, look, I don't want to speculate on anyone's sexuality, but he's either.
Cat boys.
I shouldn't even talk about this.
Cat boys.
Look, the cat boy thing. Yeah, I won't go any further. That's either real or he's getting girls. There's one. What was this recent controversy with like the Ohio State coach who was acting like a frat boy even though he's like in his 60s?
Urban Meyer.
Yeah, Urban Meyer. I mean, look, that kind of shit's totally embarrassing, and obviously you're a head football coach. You shouldn't be just like, fondling girls in bars. I mean, needless to say. But, look, he's the head football coach of an NFL football team. Like, he's a chick magnet. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities to act like that. Whenever people are looking at you and you're viewed as strong or dangerous or cool, badass, whatever, they just throw themselves on you. So I don't know. It's just this weird mentality. But I would tell Urban Meyer, and again, I don't think he's a great coach, in fact. I think he's a bit of a fraud. But whatever, I would tell him, like, look, man, you look like a fucking teenager. It's like you're like that's a joke. But I'm not gonna like just attack him on some like poisonous moral level. That's just that stuff is just bullshit. None of us are perfect. Give me a break.
Can I offer a bit of an angle here? Nonpartisan.
Sure. Nonpartisan angle, sure.
I've been in your circle, 5 years, something like that. I was IE before that. I've met you. Even in our circles, and I'm one of your advocates normally, you come off traditionally as a bit of a cad. I'm sure you would own that. I assume. Right. But you could see where these newer guys, I'm not a fan of Fuentes, but Keith Woods particularly, some of the guys here were implying that he's an incel. I don't see that at all. He's, objectively not bad look. He's a pretty handsome guy.
Yes.
there is a strong moral resurgence among the, if you want to call it far right, alt right, what have you. And I feel like part of this is going to reject what they see as the more hedonistic behavior that you have sometimes represented.
I don't think it's a moral bloom. I think that it is incel behavior, and incel behavior is far more widespread than you can imagine. I mean, among millennials and Zoomers, there is much less sex than there was among generation, like how whatever word you would use to call that, like not contemporaneous, but like when Gen X people were their age 25 years ago, they were having much more sex in their 20s and 30s.
Gen X
and
are pieces of shit for the most part. They're not good people, and they've, their actions have largely led to where we are today. So I believe their behavior is largely a rejection of that.
Well, no, it's today. There's more.
I was about to. I say this lovingly, but go fuck yourself with that one, man. Blaming. I mean, don't take that in the spirit that it's given. I'm not.
No offense. Yeah.
Blaming Gen Xers for our current crisis is absolutely absurd.
No, and that's not where I was going.
I agree that boomers are a really problematic generation. Like, I would be willing to engage in a lot of criticism, and I'll criticize Gen Xers as well. But even boomers, I would kind of lay off it. And just to say that, again, what you're assuming is that this is all some kind of moral, like they've read the Bible and they've decided to act like that.
I'm not a Christian, man. I'm not coming from that angle. I'm just saying that's from an objective.
I actually really do fundamentally disagree with you in the sense that there's a moral resurgence occurring. I think that we are, and yeah, a lot of degeneracy can be horrible and womanizing, etc. But what's happening is not a moral resurgence. What's happening is like a nihilistic loneliness cult.
You're seeing a rejection of
female they're not getting married. They're alone. They have no friends. They're masturbating to porn online. It's sad as hell. It's not something to be admired.
Yeah, hey Richard, thanks for holding this space. Sure. I talk to, I'm in a working class environment, so I talk to a lot of like proletarian people, and it's like they're extremely crass, and it's like they talk about like sex acts that our parents would have considered extremely depraved, and our grandparents, seriously, and our grandparents would have never even imagined. And it's like, I look at these numbers about like Gen Xers, well, no, not Gen Xers, you guys are Chads, but like millennials and Gen Z, they're not having as much sex, and it's like, why are you guys talking this way? It's extremely upsetting to anybody who has quote unquote morals, which we know that that's like not true. But it's like this stuff is like, why do you people talk this way? And it's like, you're right. It does sound nihilistic and just weird. And like, it's just me because
it's two things. Okay, so I am also on occasion in kind of proletarian environments. And I can remember some of these things actually here in Whitefish, where like even I blanched at the this rough talk that I was hearing among me. I just remember covering the ears of my children at the rodeo, or I've been at like the Blue Moon bar, just an occasion, just like stop it, when I'm down, stop in to grab a drink. I don't know, maybe once a year or something, who knows? But yeah, you kind of enter a realm of crassness that you're like, whoa, and so that is definitely true. I think there are two different phenomena. I think that there is a kind of crassness among the working class that I think people who romanticize them would be shocked by. But
yeah, it's what alienated George Orwell. They are crass, but it can't be on this level.
I think that's elitism. I mean, I'm a mechanic, and I'm not crass. I've never done anything immoral. I would consider myself a moral person. I have a fiance.
Dude,
that's excellent.
I'm an electrician, and the other electricians I work with, they're extremely crass, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
I'd say the boomers are crass,
we're not attacking
and a lot of the millennials are.
Mechanic. The fact that you're a mechanic probably implies that you've really got your act together, and you're probably earning a good living doing that, I would imagine. But you don't. Again, that's just my assumption. But you're also a rational person. Even if you're
just a counter.
wrong. But what I'm saying is the other phenomenon is an almost elite phenomenon. In the sense that there are people who have, hoity-toity degrees, who might be able to make money, who are successful on some level, who have no friends and spend all of their social life gawking at girls on Instagram, trying on new clothes and showing off their cleavage or whatever. Like, there is a level of hyper reality that is a kind of nihilism that I just do not think we can underestimate. Sex is declining among all these millennials who are obsessed with gender identity. I mean, this is another big change. The boomers and Gen Xers, to maybe a lesser degree, were really interested in sexuality, like the sexual revolution, sowing your wild oats, etc. Millennials and Zoomers are not interested in actual sexuality. What they're interested in is gender, which is sexual on some level, but not sexual in the way that every human being would think of that word, before now. It's about, your gender identity, what kind of sexuality you have, how
Mr.
you're
Spencer?
fragmented, you don't know who you are, you're discovering yourself, you're coming out. There's all this fascination with gender identity and not actual sexuality. It's a big change.
One thing
No disrespect intended, sir. I think you lost the plot a little bit on the sexuality thing.
Right. Richard, can I ask my question? I've been waiting for a long time.
No disrespect, but yeah, I'm right on this one, man. Okay. Anyone else want to change the subject? Or
I have one last thing to say about
Richard, I haven't had my question. I was going to ask my question, and I've been.
Okay, you can ask it real quick. Go ahead.
Okay. First off, I kind of wanted to go back to Apolloism, because that's what I was, kind of going to segue into when you guys were talking about earlier. I've been waiting, I think, about an hour to answer this question.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay, but I gotta get to bed, and my phone's about to die. But I wanted to answer my question before I had to leave.
Okay.
But anyway, it's kind of just a bit of a setup before I ask a question. When I was looking into Apolloism and ring theory, I was watching videos and I got intrigued. But I found it very bizarre that these guys are taking pretty much a well-known bisexual deity and trying to turn them straight, which made no sense to me. And when I tried to address that, hey, you do know that people within this movement, not everybody's straight, right? But it's
you're talking about, what are you talking about? Apollo is a bisexual.
I'm just trying to get this, and then I'm going to ask him my question. So basically,
I don't agree with your assumptions.
What do you mean?
I don't agree with your assumption that Apollo is a bisexual identity.
I'm saying it's a deity. I'm not saying that. But
well, a deity, sure. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about I addressed that issue, and they told me to kind of.
Well, but just because you say something doesn't mean it's true. Do you see, what are you referring to?
Well, I just was.
Could you give me an example in myth or I don't know, Hesiod or something? What are you talking about? I'm sure there's some example in popular culture of the gay movement, liking Apollo.
Okay, can I get to my point and ask
totally
my question
irrelevant.
without?
Well, but I don't agree with your most basic assumption. But go ahead, ask your question.
So basically, they told me to kind of run out to Greg Johnson's side of this movement. So I'm just gonna. My question is like, regardless, I don't care about the ideology on each end when you want to argue about Apollo. My question is, do you see that the movement splitting between more queer friendly and non-queer friendly movement, and is there any way to kind of bridge that to in order just for the sake of saving the white race? Because it really seems like we're kind of like attacking each other over pointless issues rather than
I generally don't focus myself on gay issues. I mean, there's for a very long time there's been a very strong like homosexual clique within white nationalism. I mean, look, I don't even have any that much connection to a lot of the white nationalists of yore. I don't talk to them. I don't read them. I have a new circle, so to speak. But there's always been a kind of homosexual clique. I mean, Greg Johnson being the most, notable example, but you can see it in a lot of other people. A clique, an inner group, an inner clique like that is very different than, like I would oppose our movement, like focusing on homosexuality. I think, what do you want to be, the religious right from 15 years ago or something? I mean, we should always differentiate. We should have a cause that's bigger than that. That being said, I mean, you can make these arguments about tolerance, which I would most likely agree with, that it's just something we, don't ask, don't tell. That's fine. But again, with people, once you kind of let that type of person in the movement, it's not just about tolerating them or like not talking about it, which I think are probably actually good ideas. It's just it's a kind of poison that it just gets in the movement and in any movement. And I think it should just be avoided, to be honest. It just never ends up well.
Gays are gaff machines.
Are what machines?
Gaff machines, like
Gaff
constant
machines?
Publicity issues. Yeah, public image.
Yeah, you have that, but they're gab machines. I think it's always a kind of inner group within the inner group, and it's something. It's just. It's funny. I think I said this at one point. I became more homophobic after entering the white nationalist scene than I had been before. Just by being around some of these very just poisonous liars.
Yeah, and one thing I don't really like with these homosexuals who are white nationalists or adjacent is that their homosexuality is not something they have aside. I mean, it is central to their political ideology. I mean, obviously we have Greg Johnson.
Yeah.
But
because it dovetails with misogyny, and a lot of these trad people are like, oh yeah, women are trash, and you should just
I agree.
You should just connoiter with men.
Yeah, it is
I agree.
almost like a grooming
there's a
thing.
horrible alliance between like incels, homosexuals, and these trads, where it's like women are evil, blah blah blah. They all agree, but and again, are they right on some level about a lot of what they say? Sure, but the ultimate outcome of that seems to be the denigration of heterosexual behavior and ultimately like reproduction itself, taken to its ultimate conclusion. So yeah, it's just a bad thing. I mean, again, if someone who got interested in some of the things I'm interested in now, like Apolloism, and they said, oh, I'm gay, all right, well, I'm not, I don't know, I'm kind of a soft-hearted person. I'm not just out there to like witch hunt people or attack them, but I don't think someone like that should be leading anything or like setting the agenda. To be honest, it's not nothing personal. It's just, it seems like there's not an exception to my experience of these just backbiting, poisonous people.
I wonder how much of the incel issue is related to wealth disparity among the generations. Like all of this ideological poison It might just simply be people not having much money. And
no, it's a terminally online
hold on.
issue.
Let me finish. Shut the fuck up.
Let him finish.
A lot of like these ideological issues might just be related to a generation lacking a good amount of money, and that growing out of that. I mean, I'm not into the whole white nationalist thing, but I've been thinking about some of this stuff. So that's right.
I think the issue is clearly hypergamy.
I think.
I don't think the issue is.
I think it's mostly.
No, I don't think so. Because women they want a man to pay attention to them. Because you even have
they want a man that meets certain very increasingly high standards. That's.
Well, like you have like drug addicted, loser-ish type men who have girlfriends constantly.
Yeah, I know like engineers at Lockheed Martin who can't find normal women to date because they're not a 6 out of 10, or they're 6 out of 10 and they're not tall. Like there's a serious issue here that we don't discuss very often.
I can go into this, although you might not like what I have to say.
I personally think it's more that people are terminally online, and it creates, I think, unrealistic expectations on, I think, both sexes.
I agree. I think there's that. There's the hyper reality of you can experience the most insane sex act imaginable online, and in some ways, the real thing. I mean, sex is often kind of awkward, or it doesn't go as planned, etc. But when you watch it in this hyper real space, you experience it in almost like platonic form or some extreme insane form. And I think it's replacing the real thing. I mean, it's even better than the real thing. I mean, I think that's a big, strong aspect to it. I wouldn't totally discount the economic aspect of like, for instance, if you're like a 25-year-old guy and you're not making a lot of money, you're doing an internship, and there's a 25-year-old girl, and she's not making that much money, and she's doing an internship, she might very well want to go date the 50-year-old or whatever. Now, I think that's happening, but remember, that might frustrate a lot of young men, but at the same time, they'll be 50 someday, or it seems like that wouldn't affect like overall marriage rates and reproduction rates, but those are declining too. So I think it's like a much bigger thing.
You're definitely seeing harem culture develop as well.
And men have higher mortality rates than women at every stage of life. And I don't mean men, I mean like XY chromosome, like males, like genetic males have higher mortality rates at every stage of life.
Right.
One thing, I don't know if anyone here has watched Louis Theroux's documentary on alcoholism, but it was like an interesting scene there where, because he talks with us with a sort of like park bench alcoholic, I mean, who's like, and he has like a girlfriend, and he's like very mean to her and so forth. So obviously obviously you can be like a total loser and still have a girlfriend.
Yeah, and keep in mind the biker with the like cool jacket who's known for kicking people's asses. He's slaying a lot of pussy, and he earns $10,000 a year, I think. So it's a complicated story.
I have a bit of a different question.
You said,
yeah.
I'm curious on like.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was wondering like, I don't know if you really keep up with like modern like international politics, but if you do, I'm curious like, what world leaders do you like right now, or which ones like who are your favorite world leaders aside from Biden?
I would say Emmanuel Macron. I mean, I think he's the man with a plan. He's a man who actually has a vision for something much greater. Yeah. Putin's obviously an interesting figure and kind of impactful, almost impactful on like a psychological level in the West more than he is an actual leader. But I don't see Russia as really having a vision for being anything other than a kind of third-rate empire, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, Putin stepped in to stop like the neoliberal looting of Russia in the 90s. Like every like anti-communist Cold Warrior when Putin emerged on the scene in the late 90s, they all they kind of hated him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did. You can find examples of that. I'm forgetting the most famous man's name who he jailed. I mean, keep in mind, Putin has
Navalny.
Yeah, Putin has his own gaggle of oligarchs. I just when I say interesting leaders, I mean we're not on some level we're living in a kind of boring time. I mean we're not living in like 1914 or 1939 or something where it's like, oh my God, the world is about to just dramatically change, or we're not living in like the threat of nuclear annihilation throughout the Cold War. And so it's kind of like who out there is actually intelligent and has a vision that he's attempting to implement. And I would say Macron is the one who has a European vision. His kind of like recapturing or like asserting of Napoleon is something that I don't. Well, I mean, maybe you could say he had to do that in France. I'm not sure he had to do it with such gusto, and I think that just demonstrates something really powerful about him. And
Vive,
yeah,
vive l'empereur.
I would argue.
I'm sure he would appreciate that.
I would argue. Now, I don't agree with him, but someone I do have like, I guess, a weird like respect for would be Xi Jinping. I don't like what he's doing personally, but I mean, he totally rebuilt China, and he's got like a clear plan for his people. You know,
that might be the case. Yeah, I don't know enough about that to have a strong opinion, but obviously, but it's a question of like, China's obviously going to grow in importance. It has tremendously grown over the past few decades, and it's going to grow more. But like, what's the plan? What's does he? And I'm asking this non-rhetorically. Like, I don't know because I don't study this. But like, is there a vision for a Chinese world order that's idealistic but could be realistically implemented?
The word that they use is they say national rejuvenation, and so they use that all the time. And they also say creating moderate prosperity. Those are the two main focuses.
A Shao King society, like moderate prosperity for all. Shao King, right?
Interesting. I'll keep an eye on it. People ask me about this frequently, and I don't have a strong answer. I need to kind of like read a book on the subject or something. I just don't know a lot about China.
Yeah, one thing I think is interesting about France is that France is. I read somewhere. I forgot where I read it, but it was Germany could rule Europe, but they're too small, and France want to rule Europe, but they are too weak. And I think there is a lot of truth to that. I mean, France is they are like the sort of natural hegemony in continental Europe. I mean, after together or with Germany.
But I think a German-French, a Franco-German alliance in the EU is just the natural leader of Europe. I mean, that is what needs to happen. And, for all of his faults, Konrad Adenauer had a vision like this. He had a Catholic vision of Europe that was very interesting, was very pro-France, and was a kind of European Union idea, though integrated in NATO. And Konrad Adenauer was a very pro-American man as well. But I think someone like, again, I'm not saying I endorse Adenauer, but I think he was maybe underestimated as a kind of thinker. He's also a flawed person in the sense that he had this anti-Protestant and kind of anti-Prussian bias that might have related back to some of his rivals in the, among the Social Democratic Party or something. He was a Centrum member before becoming a Social Democrat. But so after Stalin's death, Beria made a good faith offer of giving back, basically having what's so-called Austrian solution to the East German question. And so he would have given back, he would have reunified Germany and under an assumption of like neutralization. And so the wall would have come down. This is a good faith offer. And Adenauer is just like, just said no, just walked away from it. And I think he almost said good riddance because his vision was basically a French vision. It was a Catholic Europe vision. Again, I don't in important ways, but the one thing you could say, I think he's underestimated as a thinker. Angela Merkel, what is her vision? What? Nothing. She's just some boring bureaucrat. Boris Johnson, he's just a kind of hilarious man baby. What is his actual vision? Who knows? But Macron, you occasionally will have these people who have a greater thing. I've always resonated with what I've read of Macron. I think he is a fascinating man.
Le Jupiter, right?
Exactly.
Jupiter.
I think this is all arranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
Election. Yeah, everyone, again, it was all the whole right wing, the alt-right was pro Marine Le Pen, National Front. They underperformed polling. He ran circles around her in debates. And then he announced himself early on. He was just like, yeah, I'm going to have a kind of Jupiterian a kind of pose towards the nation. I mean, you could just tell this. You could tell, A, that he has a huge ego, but then you could tell, B, that there's something behind, there's something behind it all.
Based.
Yeah. But I generally am pro. I have a lot of sympathy towards France and Germany.
I think they're all in such a bad demographic state that none of them are going to enact any grand plans anytime soon, if ever.
Well, hold on. If anybody,
so sure about that.
if anybody is going to enact a grand plan, if anybody's going to do that, it would be France or Germany, because they're the chief powers of Europe. And demographics be damned, like, who else is going to fill that role?
Somebody that has kids.
France has a higher birth rate. France has
yeah, they have a higher Muslim birth rate. It's bad, man. You got to look at it. It's rough.
Well, they don't. You have to look at it. France, due to its Republican sympathies, doesn't record race when it records these birth rates. So I don't know what it is, but it does have a higher birth rate than all these countries that like right wingers like Hungary or something.
Well, one time I had a rendezvous on my ship with the French Navy, and it was so bizarre that it seemed like every French sailor was white, and I'm an American, as you can tell, so I know what a white person looks like, and it's like every French sailor was white when I had this rendezvous. It was so weird. I don't know if that's representative or not, but that's just my interaction with the French.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to Paris in a while. This is back in 2014, I think, but and I got banned. My ban is now over. I can go back to France. Yeah, also in the city core, it's a white population, absolutely. And I don't know. It's like when you say demographics, well, it's not just about demographics. It's about vision and ideals and vis-a-vis who. It's like most of Europe is not having families with 8 kids. I mean, it's like the question is who actually wants something different and more and has the will and ability to enact it.
Yeah,
and when you ask that question, it's France and France alone.
Yeah, something like 30%. I got to look at the numbers again, but there are Eastern European countries, and I'm no offense to Eastern Europeans, I love them, but it's just something like 30% of an Eastern European country, they are emigres who live in the West. And so it's if given the choice, they would prefer to live even in the diverse West rather than their countries. And that's not their fault. It's just it's the way that the neoliberal order is structured. But they would still rather move to the West.
That's more so economic.
The neoliberals harvest Eastern Europe, and it's been that way since the fall of the Soviet Union.
That's more so economic. One of the things that Karl Marx predicted about globalization or just of transnational capitalism is that over time you would end up dissolving nationalities if you let it run amok. And I'm not against the European Union in principle. I think that it can, if properly applied, it could be a very good and healthy civilization state. But this is the consequence. One of the big consequences of free trade is that you have the movement of capital, and you also have the free movement of labor. And labor, of course, is people. And within Europe, that is dissolving nationalities in a way that I don't think is very healthy. Again, I'm pro EU. I take the De Gaulle pill. I don't think that Britain should have been in the EU to begin with. It's just not a continental country. It's not with the Europe. It's not with Europe. What we call the West is really
Airstrip 1.
It's more so the West is two civilizations. It's Europe, and then it's the Anglosphere. But nonetheless, I think that the Schengen area has problems because it's dissolving nationalities in a way that I don't think is very healthy. I think that someone.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche was talking about the dissolution of nationalities in the late 19th century, and he was talking about. He wasn't mentioning. I mean, he might have actually mentioned capital at some level, but I mean, he was mentioning trains and the telegraph, and there's even using a lingua franca of some kind. Now the lingua franca in continental Europe is business English, of all things, but it is what it is. I think the Erasmus program has done wonders towards creating a higher European type than anything. Just the German student who spends a summer in Spain and has a girlfriend and they have children. It's creating a European type, and I just don't think we should be clinging to this just kind of ethnicity is just kind of a nostalgia.
Well,
the issue.
I think with regards to Britain and Germany's place in Europe, it's kind of interesting because as much as I hate Thatcher, I'm willing to admit a broken clock is right twice a day. And when she talked about, if we allow Germany to reunify, Germany's going to take over Europe. And of course, in her mind, she was thinking some hyper-militarized, ethnocentric, Fourth Reich type thing. But in reality, what we got was this sort of civic nationalist Germany that was like, all right, instead of dominating the continent with tanks and guns, we're going to do it with economists and NGOs.
Well,
and so you had Germany
remember
implementing austerity measures on other countries.
Yeah, and remember that the Germans, for the longest time, the lingua franca, like literally the lingua franca means Frankish language. The longest time in Europe, the lingua franca was French. And when German philologists, although it should be, yes, vive la France, but
and Josh, Unfiltered Josh would like to speak if we want to let him.
Oh yeah, Josh, you finish your point.
Okay, yeah,
Josh.
But it's like they said, like the longest time it was French. That was the lingua franca. But some German philologists and like poets, they discovered Shakespeare, and they were said, there's a kinship between German and English. This is the first time that they encountered a text that was similar to German. And nowadays the lingua franca is it's English because of the huge success of the Anglo world in like expanding colonies and exporting their population. And so now we have a lingua franca. It's English, and it's like we can create this homogenized world. Like like a world, like the whole world is like homogenized, and it's like we've collapsed like cultural and border differences, and we have this many people that are just like being collapsed, like in the book God Emperor of Dune. Like they're just collapsed, like the cultural differences are being like smoothed over, and it's like it's oppressive. Everyone agrees it's oppressive. All the Euro Chads in this group chat, they agree. Like yeah, English is like too hegemonic, but like we have this great opportunity to have a world that's like like so many homogenized people, and there could be like we could step in to have like a homogenized tyrant too.
Imagine if
Yeah, this sounds very Richard Spencer in here. I'm hearing a lot of echoes.
Well, no, it is because I've been listening to you. Sorry, no offense. I've been listening. I really
no offense taken. But
I'm a huge admirer of your work, Richard. I'm glad you have the space.
in a perfect world, Napoleon would have conquered Britain, but that's just my historic take on this.
I mean, me as well. Like, I recently, got a VCR, and when I was at a thrift shop, just like picking up a bunch of video cassettes, one of them was Master and Commander, and the opening little like title card is like Napoleon rules Europe. Oceans are now battlefields. I was like, fuck yeah, Napoleon rules Europe. And then, like Russell Crowe says,
fuck yeah.
Point, like, oh, do you want to see a guillotine in Trafalgar Square? And I'm like, yes, I would, as a matter of fact.
Fuck yeah.
Well, you mustn't forget that with Napoleon dissolving, well, he defeats Austria-Hungary, and in the emperor, I think it was Joseph, of Austria-Hungary, basically ended the Holy Roman Empire, and that Napoleon, the Frenchman, started modern Germany. At least he set the stage for what is now modern Germany, to where, and I think you mentioned this process earlier, but on a European level, but on a German level, the idea of a German after that point started to become a very real thing in terms of a nationality, and the new argument is to kind of move it forward in your eyes to a greater European type.
Yes, I totally. Yeah, you're right. I mean, wasn't the Bavarian monarchy it's post-Napoleonic, although it has some roots, I believe. But yeah, it's this irony upon irony, where Beethoven writes a heroic symphony in honor of Napoleon, and then when he invades, he scratches it out. He's invading while Hegel is writing the phenomenology of spirit, and this other irony of like the resistance to Napoleon almost gave birth to German nationalism, but then Napoleon's ultimate achievement was to give birth to the German state. So it's this kind of Hegelian irony of history. But yeah, obviously Napoleon should have won everything. He's one of the greatest men who's ever lived, and I don't know. It's very difficult for me to find something to criticize about him.
Yeah,
Josh,
the invasion of Russia.
Well,
Sorry, is that my turn?
Every general loses.
You can't win them all.
You play enough games, you're going to lose one or two.
Yes, the invasion of
he would have done the
Russia
same
was
thing.
a mistake, but it did at least give us, War and Peace, which was,
War and Peace is one of the greatest novels of all time. Everyone in the space should read War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy.
The BBC has a
and you should also watch the miniseries that was done in the USSR based off of War and Peace. That was some fucking.
Oh, you were telling me about this amazing Soviet project. Would have been like a $300 million production in today's dollars, where they reproduce Waterloo and historical reenactment.
Oh, I think
that was myself. That was myself about a week ago.
Oh, yeah.
He was He did like $300 million on the Battle of Borodino, and then they spent another $200 million on Waterloo, and each time they had many tens of thousands of Soviet soldiers dressed up in Waterloo, dressed up as Prussian, English, and then French troops, and then during the Battle of Borodino that they had them dressed up as French. French, Prussian, other Germans, Saxons, and then of course the Russians. And it's just these scenes, no CGI, and it's surreal what they were able to pull off. It's ridiculous.
Fascinating stuff. So, Josh, do you want to jump in? Someone suggested you've been waiting.
Yeah, no, thanks, Richard. It's good to be speaking with you again. I was at the last Twitter space that you did, and I loved it. So thanks for having me back.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Sure. I had kind of a two-part question, actually. I was hoping to hook my question to the back of the Nietzsche discussion that took place a few minutes ago. I missed my shot. But I've been reading lately about Immanuel Kant and the ideal of radical evil. The ideal of evil that is so pernicious and so pervasive, it will collapse onto itself, right? We see this with totalitarian regimes, for instance. And, excuse me, it might just be my fevered mind playing tricks on me, but I feel like we're seeing something like that kind of collapse with liberalism and leftism in America. And I'm curious to know your thoughts, if you think I'm crazy or if you're seeing something like that on your side.
What are you referring? Are you referring to like wokeness gone mad, or like transsexual promotion among children, or are you talking about like?
Well, hold on. Hold on. I have totalitarian regime. That's a weasel word that like Western Atlanticist hegemonists use to delegitimize any state that opposes them. So, what do you mean by like totalitarian regime, like Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi or Bashar al-Assad? Like these, like they're not like they're not dictators. They're people who oppose the Atlantic order.
Okay, well that he's not saying he's using that term.
I'm using it loosely. We all know the way I'm referring it, right?
Yeah. So, what are you? Give me an example of what you're talking about, just so I know.
Absolutely. So you hit it on the nose a minute ago, Richard. The left basically eating itself. So I think of like Shane Gillis, the SNL writer who was fired after making a crack about Asian people, for instance. We're seeing more and more liberals fall to the black hole of wokeness, right? And I'm just curious if you think that is something that we're going to see more of, or just kind of what your general thoughts were there.
Well, yeah, I'm not as hysterical about it as you are exactly. There are certain things that I do agree. Like I think the promotion of puberty blockers among children, or in fact, gender reassignment surgery, is just absolutely grotesque. It's something out of a nightmare or something, and I agree that that's extremely terrible. Now, we shouldn't, confuse Twitter with real life. And you sometimes will see images like that, and you think that that's just happening everywhere. Granted, I'm kind of sequestered here in my neck of the woods, literally to some extent, where you just, my one of my children goes to public school. I just do not have any concerns like that there. It's totally normal, very down to earth people, so I don't think we should just assume that this is just going to every child will have his genitalia removed by age 5 or so. I mean, that's a bit much. I think that the wokeness stuff is kind of a strategy for stability on some level. And that's why it's adopted by elites. And I think it's kind of successfully working in that way. And a lot of right wingers, I've heard this for a long time, is that the left's going to eat their own, or they say that the Rainbow Coalition is going to come unraveled and the Hispanics are going to start attacking the blacks. And of course, can you find examples of that? Of course you can. But my general sense of it is that this kind of post-American wokeness, and even the guilt complex of telling someone that your country is inherently racist and you're a part of systemic racism, it's a kind of management strategy that is successfully used by upper level managers to maintain stability. And so I don't see it as Kantian, what is it, radix malorum or something. Yeah, I don't see it as something that bad. I mean, I think you can kind of fall into that tendency, but keep in mind, there's a certain temptation among right wingers to kind of overreact to things and think that, this is just a slippery slope towards whatever. Right. And I think we miss the fact that these are kind of management strategies.
It's worked.
Yeah, and it's worked, and it's successfully working. I mean, they're pulling this off. And I just remember that it was one of the opening scenes from that House of Cards remake that they did, back before what is it, Kevin Spacey was canceled for being a pervert. And he went there and he was like, he was like the manager for the new president or I don't know, House minority leader or majority leader, who knows. And he was saying like, we have this perfect woman. She's like, woman, check. Been in the military, check. Lesbian, checkmate. Like he saw wokeness. It wasn't about self-destruction. It was about like managing this new society in a way where he was still on top. And we shouldn't forget that he ultimately bemes president. So that's the way I see it. I don't see it as radical evil. And I see wokeness itself as a kind of post, I talked about this at length in an hour ago, but much like Christianity arose while the Roman Empire was self-conscious of its own decline, I think something like wokeism is going to arise, or maybe even something as goofy as like QAnon or something. It's going to arise at a moment when we're actually aware of our own decline. So it's a new unifying ideology.
Understood. Wow, that's fascinating. Thanks, man.
Sure.
There's enough of the pragmatic, moneyed, and structured corporate organization behind wokeism that it won't eat itself anytime soon.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I mean, maybe we should wish that it were just like radically insane.
Yeah.
It'd be easier to.
At the very best, it will at least eat itself and be gone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Is there an order to jump in?
You can jump in. You won the.
Yeah,
okay. The contest.
I was listening to this talk about incels earlier in the conversation. I feel like there's two types of things that can make someone attractive. You either have to inherit the standards for what is attractive in a society, or you have to actually win a fight. And my generation, the Zoomers, are kind of stuck in the middle. They haven't inherited what would make them attractive, but they also can't put together a fight anytime soon against our problems. And so I think it's normal for there to be a pause in reproduction or even talking to women. I think that has to happen. Some generations just have to take it, and it's normal. And another thing is, I think that high intelligence isn't sexually selective, it's naturally selective, which means that if you're a smart person born into a world that seems like idiocracy, you're not supposed to be able to find a woman that easily. You're supposed to be tested. You're supposed to try harder than everyone else. You're supposed to try to become successful to get the better woman. It's not supposed to be easy for that type of person.
You're supposed to be a badass enough to reproduce.
Right.
Well, this is all very Spencerian talk here. I'm glad I've influenced you guys. Yeah, I mean, the metaphor I've used, and pardon me if you guys have heard this before, because I'll sometimes go back to the well, but I was watching with my daughter a couple years ago this nature documentary that was narrated by what's that guy that he's like 90 at this point, but he's like he's a presenter, but he's a naturalist. He's also a eugenicist.
Attenborough?
That matters, but David Attenborough. And his brother or something was the guy in Jurassic Park. So an interesting family. But he was talking about these bees, and there was this, I'll have to go look this up. if I need to like put this into some kind of writing or something, but there's these bees somewhere. And he said, what you are looking at is a scene of mass slaughter. And so what happens is the female bees present themselves to the male population in a way that you could imagine, sticking their butts in the air and from the ground. And the men engage in a kind of murderous orgy in which literally none of them will survive. And so they all swarm down on these, available females, and they are fighting each other while trying to inseminate another bee, and they're just killing themselves. And in fact, they all die. But of course, even among the dead, 1 to 5% of them got through, literally and figuratively, and their genes will be reproduced. So it's this just horrifying battle. Granted, this is exaggerated, but it's basically a metaphor for reproduction. And in nature, maybe not to this extreme degree, but in nature, a very small percentage of the male population reproduces themselves. And if you don't do that, you are going to create a lot of problems. And I'm kind of channeling Edward Dutton here. So when you have a situation like mass middle class monogamy, which was promoted by America and is promoted by right wing Twitter, where everyone has a girlfriend or everyone has a wife and so on, you're going to just invariably promote a lot of mental problems particularly mental problems, also physical problems, but mental problems among the population. And I wonder if on some level the incel phenomenon is kind of nature's revenge or a kind of way of sorting this out. And that feminism is in this way a very natural thing. And it's almost in a weird way, a kind of like ultra natural, or if you wanted to metaphorically use it, say it's ultra traditionalist in the sense that only the strong can survive. And maybe this bottleneck that we're experiencing is actually extremely healthy because we're kind of sorting it out. And if you don't have a just passionate, indeed maniacal will to dominate and survive, you won't. And if you were born 75 years ago, you would, because there was all of the social pressure towards monogamy. And now now we're living in this crazy world, lots of different factors, economics, social pressure, the internet, crazy woke shit, etc. But there's all this social pressure pushing people away. So at the end of the day, if you reproduce, you've passed the test. And that does mean that a lot of people are going to fail this test.
Yeah, I counted this.
Nothing besides. And you are this will to power and nothing besides. I think that sums it up quite well.
Exactly.
I'd like to argue against this and supply some evidence.
But hold on, it's just one thing. Just like I have something to say, kind of in support of this. Again, I'm not really into the whole like racial question or anything like a lot of the people here, but I am into Western culture, and so what I think what is really important right now as people sort of regroup is developing like a social class of people who are sort of like storytellers and who promote sort of good archetypes and memes that society can really follow. And I think one of the really important books in our tradition is the Iliad. And I think that if people really focus focus on publicizing characters and archetypes from that, I think that can really be a good set of role models for both men and women. And but I would promote that for everybody across racial lines. But I do respect people's right to have a sense of racial identification, whatever their race is. So I'm not really opposed to white identity. I'm just not enthusiastic about it myself, but I respect people's right for that.
I guess the thing that I would say is that, there's ways of maybe ameliorating this. And I think this is what right-wing Twitter is attempting to do. It's like, let's put up 1 million Chad memes. Let's talk about how we read the Holy Bible and then deadlifted 500 pounds and then went back to our trad wife who's barefoot in the kitchen making sandwiches. That kind of stuff. There's maybe ways that you could ameliorate it, but I think those ways are ultimately kind of futile. I mean, you can't resist this. And this is a macro trend. Like, you can post all the Chad memes you want, and the Zoomers are still not only not reproducing, they're not even having sex.
Let's get some pussy.
Yeah. So it's just like there's a bigger phenomenon occurring, and you can't really resist it. And it's just, what is it going to lead to? What comes out of this is the question.
Yeah, I have
May I offer the defense?
First, we'll let Rowden talk, and then you can talk after him.
So, first of all, I would like to point out that, au contraire to the claim of hypergamy and the best male reproduces, whites have the most genetic diversity of any major racial group. We also have the most paternal lines of any larger racial group, which means more of our men have a tendency to reproduce and have throughout history. I'd also point out that we are the most.
Is that a problem?
No, it's not. It's countering what your support of hypergamy of one man fucking many women, etc. We've never done that historically. And I will also point out
we have done that to a large
less than any other race genetically. This is all genetic fact.
Is that a problem? I agree with you. Is that a problem in the sense that this is why we're so individualistic and there can't be a unification? I mean, like, you might very well be describing the problem that you yourself laments, which is, why don't the whites just wake up and work together? Maybe it's because of this.
I think that's a multifaceted issue.
Hold on. The whites, they could wake up and work together if it wasn't for the dominance of Wall Street and DC and Foggy Bottom. Like, the thing that's keeping like the white race divided, it is capitalism. It's the CIA. It's Wall Street. It's Exxon Mobil, JP Morgan. Like, it really is like geopolitics and finance, like global finance. That's what's keeping American troops stationed in Germany and Italy, and now they're moving them to the Baltics. Like, this, it's totally like a game of geopolitics.
I think that's a very strong component, but maybe there's some deeper type of component. I mean, when we talk about Afghanistan, you can't really talk about that country outside of the reality of cousin marriage, that they have a tribalist society. And, I don't know. I mean, what is it, Bowden or whatever, you were talking about genetic diversity. I mean, I have heard a lot of, Henry Harpending told me this just flatly. I mean, he said that basically there's much more genetic diversity among Africans than there is among Europeans. Now, we might be talking about two slightly different things. What you're saying is that both of these things could be true potentially, that there's more genetic diversity among Africans, but that there's more paternal lines among Europeans. This is a factual question. I don't.
It's the truth. They are technically more diverse. We have far more male lines that persist throughout history.
Yeah, that does.
Right.
There is.
Well, that could be an artifact of the Roman Catholic Church, and for most of Europe,
far preempts Catholicism or Christianity as a whole. This is a historical genetic thing. It's a long-term thing.
Yeah, I don't really believe that.
But
because,
do you think that this might have?
I don't really believe that, because for mathematical reasons, if you go back 1,000 years or so, and for mathematical reasons, everyone either is related to everyone living today or no one. So if someone was alive 1,000 years ago, they are related to everyone today or no one for purely mathematical reasons. So I don't really believe that some groups can have more paternal lines than others.
More men are having children than in most other races. That's subjective. It has nothing to do with how closely related we are to each other. We simply just have more fecundity than most other men in other races.
Well, you mean more other races? They practice.
They kill
multiple wives.
Yeah, they polygamy and they mass murder all of the men of a group and take their women. We've done that much less throughout history, relatively compared to the other major racial groups.
This is why the Europeans don't have like big leaders, like big authoritarian.
We do. We've had great men forever, and we have more of them than anyone else probably.
Maybe they're related. Think about it.
It's that we have fewer betas that are willing to fall into line.
Well, not really. Like, think about the organization of the Roman Empire. It was devolved
The betas are the ones who cause infighting.
Like, well, like
I
in
think
the
you're
Roman.
describing betas being very fecund. I mean, like,
No, we're not.
We've got a lot of betas.
We are the Chads of the races. We have a higher grip strength than anyone else. We have more bone density than anyone else. We're the tallest. We have more dense bones. We are just more masculine than any other.
Yeah.
Code. This is code.
This is not code. This is objective. Completely objective.
Is that true that whites have higher
I do feel.
I didn't know that.
I do feel like you're coping a bit in the sense it's a bit I won't say cope. I hate all this internet speak. I think it's a bit of a self-serving argument in the sense that you're basically it's a kind of wishful thought that like, oh, so this is why we should support traditionalism and strong families. It's objective fact.
Have you
and what I'm saying is that the objective fact of where we are right now is a libido absence. We are right now facing a bottleneck when it comes to reproduction.
We are still better off than everyone else.
A fact.
Everyone else is so much worse off than we. I mean, as far as base reproductive rates, everybody is worse off than us except like Africa. We're actually holding up relatively well in comparison.
Only Japan is worse than us.
I don't fully disagree with that. That's just pure reproductive rates. But again, don't use values like we're better off. It is what it is. Like, we're not necessarily better off if we produce a billion morons who are going to just fall in line with the way that the world goes.
We're better off than South Korea, who isn't going to exist in 60 years.
Don't say better off.
Like, they're just not existing. They're not having any kids.
I get it. But we're trying to. What I'm striving to do here is not just engage in a kind of wishful thinking, but basically say what is happening and then what might the results be. Now I can value that. I can say, well, I don't like that at all. Or I could say, like, let's look at the incel phenomenon and current nihilistic libido. What might there be a silver lining to that? In the sense that, yeah, I mean, I hear you in the sense of like, we're the Chad of the races, and like in Scandinavians, 10% of the men became Vikings and we're just complete maniacs. Awesome. I get that. That resonates with me. But when you look at whites today, I mean, is that really your feeling? Like if you walk through Costco or you're like, we're the Chads of the race, I mean, not my feeling exactly. We might need a little sifting going on here.
Yeah, and also North Korea, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, they have a higher fertility rate. They have a higher fertility rate than South Korea.
A slightly higher one. South Korea has the lowest in the world at the moment.
But what about North Korea?
Still not replacement, but they're one of the better off right now.
I think like one of the problems with the white people is sort of like the chauvinistic attitude towards Africa. I mean, if we stop being so chauvinistic in terms of our attitudes towards Africa, maybe we'd stop giving charity to them. Do you know what I mean? Because they should be. We should respect that these are sovereign, strong countries that can do well for themselves, and we shouldn't be intervening and being so charitable.
No, yeah,
to them,
no,
I'd say.
I Patrick Ganelon, I totally agree. Like, if you look at China's relationship with Africa, it's from a position of mutual respect. But if you see like Western powers, it's always very condescending. So there could be like this big problem in our attitude as Westernoids. Like we're just like, oh, we're looking down on them for being less developed.
That's a multifaceted issue.
Can I bring the discussion back to France and fertility? Because there is something interesting happening in basically the parts of Europe which industrialized first, because you have these sort of super breeders. In other words, people who have because when countries become industrialized, the fertility rate drops, and and those regions of the world who have been industrialized first, they have now produced genetically a sort of group of people who will have children no matter what, and I think and that will not happen in the Middle East and the Third World or even Asia outside of Japan for a long time. So I think much of this sort of whites are disappearing. I think they don't take this into consideration. I mean, I read that even in Germany, among white people, I mean, the fertility rate has gone up. And so I do think there is reason. Some people are too gloomy about these sort of things.
Well, I mean, it's only very slightly. Like, it's only just above replacement level. Like, it's not like there's like this core of white super breeders who are, you know, like trad cats or whatever, and like they're just like breeding like they're working out. I think that's just that's a statistical artifact because of how much the global South has been and the Eastern Bloc has been looted by Western banks and you know, like intelligence agencies, and just like interference from the Atlanticists.
When you look at our leadership in every, I guess, white country, you could say, the governments are all staffed by people who are really too old to have sex or too senile to even remember how to have sex. And I think that's just a reflection of the lack of libido from the top, from the leadership. The type of people that rule us are smart, but they're not sexually.
Look at the amount of leaders that have no children of their own. Macron, Merkel, multiple MPs or PMs.
No,
there's a ton of them. They're childless.
A lot of them don't have children because they don't have libido. I think that high intelligence has never really been smart enough to try to.
I don't know about that. If you don't think Macron's a kinky bastard with that teacher wife of his, you're on something else.
I'm not talking about being kinky, but like just actually liking.
No, guys, please stop praising Macron. I mean, we don't want this to be a fan poi.
No, fuck Macron, but he's definitely a freak.
Vive l'empereur.
No, high intelligence doesn't have the. It has failed to, over the last 3,000 years, it's failed to want to be maniacal and dominate, as Spencer has said. It has failed to secure its own libido against the masses that are obviously more connected to each other sexually. And without that,
yeah, I mean, the people who we hope to inherit the earth would be a kind of high IQ R strategist.
Yeah, without that type of person. We have this as a sexual selection of the masses, which takes over for a long period of time until they kill themselves alive. I have an article that I was going to quote from, or two of them. The first one is from scitechdaily.com, title Evolutionary Experiments Show Natural Selection Opposes Sexual Selection, by the University of Exeter, published in June this year.
Interesting.
And it says this,
what is the gist of it?
Well,
natural selection opposes sexual selection?
Yes, it opposes it.
That's kind of fascinating. Okay, what is the gist of it?
It's a very short article, but it says that the study examined broad-horned flower beetles, where males have exaggerated mandibles, females don't, and the males with the largest mandibles win more fights and mate with more females, which is called sexual selection. However, having the bigger mandibles requires a masculine body, which is a large head, large neck, and a smaller abdomen, which limits the number of eggs a female can carry. So a very masculine body is not good for females. And it says that the experimentally enhanced natural selection through predation, targets those same males favored by sexual selection, and this results in less masculine bodies and better quality females. So when the flower beetles males were exposed to an assassin bug, the assassin bug ate the males with the largest mandibles. And by removing those males, it reduced the benefits of sexual selection, increased natural selection, and then the females produced 20% more offspring after 8 generations of these types of strong males being eaten. And so it says, a quote from Professor David Huskin of that University of Exeter says, males and females of every species share genes, but in some cases, including broad-horned flower beetles, the genes good for one sex are not always ideal for the other. And this process, known as intra-locus sexual conflict, is across the natural world. For example, humans share the genes for hips. Males need it for walking. Females need it for childbirth. An optimal hips for women would be broad enough to allow childbirth, while men need narrow hips, and so they have to reach a compromise in which neither gets the body shape that would be optimal for them. So that's that article.
Well, yeah, but humans, we have like these huge brains, and we have all these personality traits. We have we have orders of magnitude more factors at play in being a badass who can reproduce.
And then one could make the argument that instead of an assassin bug, war was what killed off our most masculine men consistently.
Our masculine men killed each other off because a bunch of nerds who wrote some comic book series 2,000 years ago decided that they could brainwash us, and they did it very well. I don't think whites are very cognitively literate. They might know how to read books, but they don't know how to understand them or write them. So they're not very good with words, in my opinion.
Did you just say whites?
Yeah, there's not very cognitively.
Yeah, all right, you're an idiot. Opinion discarded.
No, it's a serious thing
No,
I'm
no, no,
saying. I'm not trying to be, I don't know, a Redditor here, but they don't have, the last time they wrote their own stories and believed in them, or at least built the society off of them, was a very long time ago. And even though they write and publish a lot of books, they seem to do it within a framework of somebody else's way of thinking. Even men in society don't want to invent their own morals. The kind of, the Time's Up movement is about female morals, so a man can never be a good because of his natural instincts always go against what a female thinks is right and wrong, so we're always trying to make someone else happy. And the problem is we don't know how to write or read our own stories or even other people's stories. And that's kind of something that's tied to a lack of high intelligence, not wanting to dominate, not wanting to have its own rules or own morals. And this has been happening for 3,000 years. We've been getting dumber as a human species for 3,000 years. I've got an article from usnews.com titled Dumb and Dumber Study Says.
Maybe we could just talk about some of the ideas instead of going on to
Wait,
the article.
this is what I'm talking about.
This is like a lot of
This is
lot to
what I'm
digest.
talking about, though. So it says, study says humans are slowly losing their smarts. Random mutations in genes related to human intellect might be making us dumber. By Jason Kobler, published 2012. And this is from usnews.com. In the last century, humans have landed on the moon, etc., done all these smart things, but we may be evolving to be less intelligent than our ancestors because of a series of mutations affecting the 5,000 genes controlling our intellect have clipped into our DNA, says Gerald Crabtree, a geneticist at Stanford University whose findings were published in the journal Trends in Genetics. He said, quote, I would wager that if an average citizen from Athens of 1000 BC were to appear among us, he would be among the brightest and most intellectually alive of our colleagues, with a good memory, a broad range of ideas, and a clear-sighted view of important issues. But because we have evolved to live in a society, as opposed to fending for ourselves, deficiencies in intellect haven't made it impossible to reproduce. We rarely die. And this important sentence right here, it says, humans no longer or rarely die because they were unable to outwit a predator. Humans were much more likely to die due to lack of judgment. Thousands of years ago, he says, So there's two things here. We have a lack of judgment in our ability to detect predators, especially rich billionaire nerds who can write our religions for us. That's a lack of judgment. We're unable to outwit predators because our cognitive thinking capacity, which in my opinion isn't captured by IQ tests, has completely died out. And he says intelligence doesn't play as significant a selection in our wonderful society. I don't think we should revert back to the terrible times of extreme selection where only the strongest survive, but Crabtree says simple math makes it likely that humans are getting dumber in the past 3,000 years, which is 120 generations, not a lot. Crabtree estimates that random, naturally occurring mutations have likely occurred in nearly every human. These are slow. You wouldn't see them affect in 20 or 100 years. It's why class of civilization catches you by surprise. It's happening so slowly that no one alive, well, he says no one should worry about it, but I kind of disagree. And it says, the article asks, why are modern humans light years ahead of our ancestors? Crabtree says, it comes down to education and the growing sum of human knowledge. Modern society allows people to focus on becoming an expert in one thing. People no longer need a wide breadth of knowledge or even cognitive ability in order to survive. So even though the IQ tests can average out to 95 to 105, no one has cognitive abilities anymore. We're all experts in one little area. We have a slave mind, but we have no wide breadth of knowledge between us, even though we know more as a species. The individual is dumber than previous individuals. So it's this illusion of being smarter. We know more, but we can't think as good, basically. It's what we're going through. This has been going on for 3 millennia.
Could there have been like an element of the people who wrote those articles projecting their own academic?
I don't think
projecting their own academic culture onto the rest of society.
No, I think this Crabtree person knows what he's talking about. He's one of the few who talks about it candidly, so he wouldn't be ostracized for it. He just kind of slipped through the cracks. But it would make sense that ever since civilization was created in that period of time, we haven't had a program to kind of protect or uplift smart people with cognitive abilities. We just kind of train people to get college degrees and become an expert in a certain job, but that's not the same thing as being.
Hold on, Brandon. If everybody was just dumber, like congenitally, how could we continue to interpret Plato or Socrates or Xenophon?
We don't do a very good job at interpreting things anymore, in my opinion.
Well, hold on, because like you can still get people to produce like a thesis of, hey, this is what Aristophanes wrote in his play. I don't think I'm like highly skeptical of this notion that we're just dumber, because we can read what the ancients wrote, and we like it's not beyond our capacity to understand.
I'm not skeptical of a lot. I mean, it perhaps overstated, but I'm really not skeptical of the general thrust of that article. I mean, when you think how many people lived in the age of Elizabeth, let's say the Elizabethan and then Jacobin age. I mean, you produced Shakespeare and Milton in a total. What is the population of the British Isles at that point? 3 million people. How many people?
Yeah, it was around that.
How many people are now living in New York City? Like 15 million. The boroughs and outer suburbs. Do we have a Milton or Shakespeare amongst them? I mean,
hold on. Hold on. Well, hold on, Mr. Spencer. Like, you really think like if you explained to the average Joe, because the Shakespeare plays, they were meant for like an audience of plebs.
They were to a degree. They were meant for a mixed audience to be. If we're talking about Shakespeare in general, but absolutely, working class people would go and they might not get every nuance, but they liked them and would talk about. It was like the Hollywood of its day.
Yeah, and I think if you explained like Henry V, I'm listening to that right now, and it's just entertaining, and it's not like intelligent. You have to be super intelligent to understand it. I think for me in the year 60, he could be entertained by it. I don't think it's on a different level.
Well, I mean, that might be true, but I think you're missing the point. I mean, I think the general conception of an intelligence intelligence decline is absolutely true. There's certainly been a decline in like the number of major innovations that are occurring as well, which is interesting. And that might be purely technical. We've run out of stuff to invent, but it's clearly happening. I mean, I agree. Also, I mean, what Brendan, if that's his name, what he was saying, Brendan Gomez was saying, which I think is very powerful. I mean, this resonates with the stuff that Mark has worked on and which I'm working on, is this power of logos. That is the word. That's what logos means. It means word. It's not some mystical concept, but the ability to create that and thus control the world just cannot be underestimated. And we've been living in other people's logoses for a long time now. And I think it's worthwhile at least suggesting that we might be deficient in these ways. It's not that we can't produce Shakespeare's, and it's not that we can't produce, particularly in the sciences, just crop up geniuses at will. I mean, I agree. But in terms of like the basic moral framework, which is a linguistic thing that's created through words, we've been living in other people's paradigms. I mean, it's kind of fascinating when you think about like, I mean, obviously I'm referring to Judaism and Christianity here, but you can take this in other directions. Like, what is a dominant paradigm in the social sciences? Marxism, et cetera. Like we're always living in the paradigms created by other peoples that aren't Aryans. And I think this is something that we should be kind of self-critical about and to think about seriously.
I've noticed that the Ice Age built strong people. When the ice covered most of the planet, blue eyes were all over the place, and then they receded along with the ice melting.
Well, the Ice Age was...
The thing is, when those strong people built civilization, the civilization bred weak people who attacked this very same builders, and the builders weren't maniacal enough or didn't have enough libido in later generations to want to continue dominating and protecting what they built. So they'll have to avenge themselves sooner or later.
I could offer two hypotheses as to why this has happened.
Okay.
One is, of course, your angle, the Semitic angle, that the people who control the publishing houses in academia have more of an impact than any potential lack of profundity that Europeans or whites would have. And the other is the Norman Borlaug effect, which is simply that due to vast improvements in agronomy, the underclasses have been breeding at an enormously accelerated rate, and that's pretty much overtaking our culture at this rate.
Yeah.
Well, over time, you had the upper classes. They would replace the lower classes because the more successful people would have more kids, and they couldn't support all their kids. So they would have to move down in profession.
This is totally reversed post-industrial revolution. This is very much Ed Dudden type stuff here. I agree with Ed. I mean, before the industrial age, there was downward mobility, and so basically there were overproduction of elites in this way, and so elites had to go downward in station. And the trend after the Industrial Revolution was basically upward mobility. So it's kind of like, my father was a coal miner, but, now I'm a CEO or whatever. And yeah, there's something heartwarming about stories like that. But I think there's something pretty terrifying about the notion of the peasantry, operating a nuclear facility or something like that. And everyone wants to talk about upward mobility. We should think about downward mobility that is replacing, weaker people. And the third son of an aristocrat becomes a yeoman farmer. That's a much more positive thing from my viewpoint. then, a former coal miner is now running the governor of West Virginia or something. I mean, it's kind of horrifying when you think about it seriously, to be honest.
The advantage.
Well,
Who the
Mormon
fuck
religion
cares
is,
about Richard Spencer in 2021? Imagine listening to this shit. Thanks for making me a speaker, by the way.
Who is that?
Who knows? But the Mormon religion has a lot of downward mobility, I would imagine. It produces like a lot of high quality people, almost in excess, that end up going other places.
We seem to have this idea
that might be true,
that the masses are somehow more moral, or they have a better idea of the world than, like, for example, rich white liberals. But I think the stronger, more moral people might be the rich liberals who protect their families and move into those neighborhoods that won't have crime, and they might actually be less willing to genocide people in this chat, like you guys, than the so-called lower classes of white people that they allegedly want to kill.
Yes, I think that is absolutely true. I mean,
but also one more thing is that, I mean, you're all more likely to be Benito Mussolini in the streets by your white neighbors than by any white liberal who has a blue check mark. It's the truth, and you have to think about, do you want to appeal to masses, or do you want to appeal to people who can control them?
Yeah.
What do you mean your white neighbors?
Not like your little neighbors, but I'm saying you cannot have, you guys cannot have street presentations without literal mobs of tens of thousands of people trying to kill you and some bikes standing around like they have something stuck up their ass. I mean, realistically, the masses are more bloodthirsty, and you want to get on the good side of whoever can control them. You don't actually want to speak to the average grug because they could rip you to pieces. I mean, it's just nature.
Yeah, there's like a lot of antisocial elements on sort of like the right. I mean, people who are, well, I mean, objectively, sort of like the white liberals are objectively better people. Like all surveys show this, everything from degree of empathy to intelligence and so forth. And I think they have a good instinct that they want to follow all the orders and sort of like follow into the society. Right now, they are liberals, but if they lived in the Soviet Union, they would have been good party card-carrying communists. And I think this is a very good instinct in people. I think the weird ones, they are the ones, the sort of like antisocial individualists on the right who are always trying to create some sort of abstract, always trying to fight people for some notion of absolute individual freedom, absolutely separate from any sort of body politic.
Yeah, even it's not even an ideal of freedom. It's maybe just this like unrelenting will to resist everything, and maybe there's something admirable about that. But I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but I mean, I think COVID has revealed a lot of these people who just refuse to put on a mask when you go into a grocery store. And, like, I get it. You guys, anyone can rationally criticize from a cost benefit analysis mask, but there's a dark side, a very strong dark side to people who just will just not get along and just can't go with the flow and just kind of refuse to see like where something's heading and just say no to it endlessly. No, while not really saying yes to anything else. Just no, I won't do this. You can't make me do this. Is that really a good person? We have this assumption.
I'd say that's an inherently European person.
It's selfishness.
Inherently European person?
Yeah.
Hold on. Is this? Do you think it's sublimated?
What does that mean?
You think it's like sublimated racial antipathy?
What, the anti-mask stuff?
Yeah. It could.
I don't think so.
I just think it's a reflection of Americanism and this hyper individuality. I just think, especially conservatism, I think it's selfism, just selfishness in its most simple sense.
It's by no means American. I've been traveling around constantly the last 2 years all over Europe, and nobody really likes masks. It's all a charade.
I get the I don't really like masks thing. What I'm talking about is this implacable an almost innate desire to just you won't go with the flow. Like I bend the knee to no man or whatever. At the end of the day, people are going to have to learn to bend their knee.
Yeah, and then we become a irrelevant third world shithole where everybody's,
wrong. That's when you become a powerful entity because there can be some level of cohesion. You just have to recognize that. I mean, it's just
cohesion in the West comes when it's deserved.
Rowden, what do you think the likes of Mussolini would do in this type of pandemic? Do you think he would allow you to walk into a merchant stand without a mask? He simply wouldn't.
I think Mussolini was a man of very many compromises. He had to because of the multi-casted and multi-ethnic nature of Italy as a peninsula.
Also,
what? I mean, I don't. That you're just kind of saying nothing there. The clear answer to the question is that all of these people, Mussolini and other controversial figures of that period, would have been COVID fascists. They would have been getting everyone in line. I mean, the National Socialist regime it banned public smoking. I mean, it's just this. They were about forcing people to be free. That is making them move forward in a pro-social direction. And all I'm saying is there might very well be something admirable to the I refuse to bend a knee to no man attitude, but at some point it becomes highly annoying and antisocial and just antithetical to any kind of social organization. Like, I'm not saying we should become an ant society, but it's just there has to be a kind of willingness to go with the flow and bend the knee for there to be leadership and for there to be any kind of progress and direction in any way. All of these people who are refusing to wear a mask in Target or whatever, they would probably be the types who would just kind of refuse anything and everything. And at some level, that just becomes really fucking annoying. And we're not able to get people in line in ways they need to be. And I just think we should recognize that and be a little bit more self-critical about the right, which I probably people who follow me know this. I mean, I've always viewed the right as a real problem. And the more I think about it, the more I'm generally convinced of that. And I do think it's a problem that it's also not a type of arrangement that's ultimately going to be victorious in this. I mean, who's going to ultimately manipulate and dominate, other people in this world? Is it Gavin Newsom types or is it Larry Elder types? The answer is pretty obvious.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom, obviously. Yeah. But what I wonder is these control mechanisms created by the COVID pandemic, I wonder if the mechanisms being put in place right now could be used somehow to address urban crime in the future, some of these things that they're establishing now, if they could be parlayed into that sort of thing.
I think they're addressing urban crime in the present in the sense of they've resegregated New York City restaurants. Remarkable.
Yeah, can I say a thing which I think is interesting about the Nazis and the vaccination? Because they had, Julia Streicher, who was sort of like a senior propaganda person in Nazi Germany, he actually opened a sort of like so-called health magazine, and the Nazis actually shut it down because they were like pushing basically anti-COVID stuff. They were saying that vaccines were made by the Jews and that you should avoid that. And the sort of the National Socialists actually shut that down because they no, you can't do this. I mean, you're endangering people's health. So it is also interesting with vaccination and the National Socialists because they had sort of both elements in it. You can see both sort of like anti-vax retards and the more sane people.
Well, the point being that if you refused a National Socialist vaccine mandate, they would have come down hard on you.
Yes.
The question is whether they would have mandated an experimental gene therapy, and I don't think they would have. I think they were rather anti-vaccine a lot of the time.
Well,
they believed in
I
natural health.
didn't know this aspect that they were anti-vaccine for almost.
I believe the Italian fascists were as well.
Crudely, well, they were wrong. You know, they were really wrong about that, and they allowed crude anti-Semitism to inflect their feelings on medicine. And just the way that you described it, an experimental gene therapy. It's not gene therapy. And
it's an mRNA modification. It's not a normal inoculation vaccine.
Well, there is an inoculation vaccine. That's Johnson & Johnson. But it's like, I don't know, to just oppose any kind of advancement, it seems like you would be opposing blood transfusions back in the day. I mean, we're going to do things that are going to strike people as very odd and strange, but this is how progress is made. I mean,
sometimes the health of a nation matters more than how many people survive.
What? I mean, people, look, I am looking at this realistically without any value judgment. The people who have been dying of COVID recently, not at the beginning, when it was a kind of New York City and other metropolises phenomenon, the people dying right now are Trump voters. That's also a fact. And that is what it is. But it seems like from your perspective, you would be lamenting this much more than even I would.
They happen to be much older, objectively.
Well, hold on.
It's not necessarily eugenic, I agree, because they're older people who probably aren't reproducing, but they're older people and obese people and unvaccinated people. Those are the people who are dying.
Well, hold on.
And yeah.
Well, hold on. The Nazis, they were imitating. It was like a reaction. It was a reaction. The Nazis. It was all a reaction to the Bolsheviks. They were paranoid about communist revolution, so they had to imitate.
You're cutting out.
Oh, sorry. So, but they had to imitate Bolshevik tactics. So, what would the OG, for lack of a better word, the OG totalitarians do in the face of a pandemic and
You're kind of cutting out a bit.
Yeah, but like vaccine, anti-vaxxers, what would the OG vax deniers do?
Would the fascists consider a supposed pandemic with so few deaths and so many of those being comorbidities? Would they consider that a pandemic?
Well, yeah,
it seems just like a bad flu to me.
Bro, did you see what happened in Italy and Spain? Are you just going to ignore
They have
that?
very old populations. It's subjective.
What about Iran? They were hardest.
We're going to hit a million deaths. I mean, it seems like you're...
Fuck out of here, bro.
Well, it seems like you're living in like May of 2020 when I was having these conversations with Ramsey Paul. Like, we're going to hit a million deaths, I don't know, by next March or so. Like, at what point is something...
We have over 300 million people. That's not many in the grand scheme of things.
No, it is.
Well,
it is,
yeah,
it is a
but
lot.
that's a huge amount in terms of your average mortality rate, like due to flu or something.
You don't think there's a lot of cross-contamination with numbers?
15 years.
You don't think that they're
I think
taking a
they're
lot of...
undercounted, if anything.
Looks like the flu numbers pretty much disappeared overnight in 2020.
Well,
yeah, they did because we were socially distancing. They did for clear reasons.
I live in suburban New Jersey, and nobody's social distancing here. We're very densely populated, and barely anybody has COVID. I mean, I'm just... it's a mixture of statistics and my objective,
You think
what I've
all of
witnessed.
these statistics, it's just a massive lie that all news agencies and health organizations are in on this just grander than grand scheme to suggest that 42 million people worldwide have died of COVID.
We're in a system where police departments routinely cook the books. and get caught and nobody cares. So absolutely, I think it's possible.
Well, that's kind of absurd, man.
Prove it, dude. Show us some.
Why is China and Iran in on this conspiracy? Because they hate the United States, and I mean, for instance, if you take Iran, like they were like very skeptical towards the Western vaccine because they had scandals with France donating AIDS-tainted blood to them in the 80s. So they were like very skeptical of Western medicine. Why are they in on this conspiracy?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a conspiracy if it involves China and Iran and the United States, so on. I am not like endorsing everything that Fauci has done. I think there could have been some better ways, and I think they're kind of caught in a bind. But at this point in 2021, to deny the reality of this is just beyond absurd. I mean, this is not Ramsey Paul in like May of 2020. Like, oh, it's gonna, I don't know, who knows? Maybe 20,000 people will die or whatever. Like that kind of stuff is just, it's just not realistic. And you can't say that people around me haven't died. The other thing, people were naturally socially distancing, even if you weren't doing it formally. I mean, the amount of people, the roads were empty. The amount of people just staying home and so on was tremendous throughout
Absolutely.
2020. Less so now.
I was completely gaslit by that. I stayed inside for 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, yet the excessive mortality is present throughout this period. I mean, I can't believe I am having to explain this. I mean, this is just right-wing nonsense.
No, it's not. I've been traveling internationally since May of last year, and I haven't gotten it. I don't know anybody who has. I've been in a dozen different countries and public places.
That's fucking meaningless.
Anecdotal.
It's beyond anecdotal, though, because it shows that there's an underlying direct lack of correlation between the things they're implementing and the reality on the ground.
Do you think the CDC is lying?
Would you be terribly surprised? Have they never lied before? I mean, I don't mean to do.
Wait, hold on.
Are we to believe that?
You think it's like some conspiracy, like the CDC is trying to implement like an Alex Jones type scenario?
No. I think it's a monkey see, monkey do type of deal, and when the top starts, the middle follows.
Well, then that means they're doing the most. They're being cautious. Like they're disease experts, they're epidemiologists. Like they're trying to save lives. That's their job.
COVID being a pandemic would require 195 sovereign states to shut down their borders and lock all of their people inside to get rid of the virus cooked up by Dr. Anthony Fauci in a basement somewhere. If he really did have that much influence, I would want to be his friend. I mean, the idea that he could be involved in this with China or Bill Gates or Soros or whoever is actually...
I don't know if I'd go that far. I think that's extreme.
Diagnosed as like extreme paranoia, mass hysteria or something. The unwillingness to admit...
It's not hysteria. We have almost 1 million deaths. Like that's not...
No, that's a bad flu year, dude. That's not much.
That's not a bad flu year.
That's 0.3% of the population.
A bad flu year is 50,000 deaths.
In the last 20 years, dude. It's been we had many more worse years.
Flu year. Sometimes some flus are 20,000 people, mostly old, mostly comorbidity. Again, you say the comorbidity thing. Most people dying literally of the Spanish flu, that influenza virus, was fairly rare. Most people died of pneumonia and other, effects of getting the Spanish flu. But like in terms of like a bad flu year, it's a bad flu year times 20 or 50. I mean, it's like 10 years of bad flu years.
Sure, it's a black swan event, but is it a horrible pandemic? I don't think that many people have died to call it that.
What is a pandemic then? I mean, for the God's sake, we live in a modern society with antibiotics. I mean, what if we did not have antibiotics in 2020, then we would be facing like really catastrophic deaths. All of those old people who luckily survived were through whatever treatment or ventilators or whatever, would have never survived or would have caught some other disease.
We don't really have
caught pneumonia.
antivirals. All we can do is buffer the immune system against viruses. Antibiotics work against bacteria.
They didn't have antibiotics during the Spanish flu pandemic. What is a pandemic if not this? This is just insane.
But antibiotics don't work against viruses. That's the point. It doesn't do anything against the flu.
So it's even worse.
Well, I just don't. We have modern medical treatment that they did not have 100 years ago, and we still have this level. I mean, if this type of thing happened,
due to this level of treatment, we have people that are now living and staying alive while unhealthier than ever.
Wait,
I don't disagree
really
with that, but that's not supporting your argument.
But why should all these other countries be involved in this conspiracy?
But is that it's wanting to spread it.
Also, viral infections can cause bacterial infections. So a lot of those Spanish flu casualties may have been from bacterial infections that were secondary to the viral infection.
Right.
Yeah, that's how people die of AIDS. They get bacterial pneumonia.
Yeah.
It's a domestic enemy. The coronavirus is a domestic enemy. The lack of national unity and cohesion to get rid of it is not a proof that it's a conspiracy. It's proof that people are divided over a freaking single-celled creature.
Yeah. Even the single-celled creature has been polarized and been made political. Nothing escapes this cultural divide that we're living in.
And of course, this is a normal thing. Pandemics happen every once in a while. We have airplanes, we have ships, we have more people living on the planet, more mutations, so it's easier to make a jump from an animal to a person. It just spreads it.
A pandemic is like a couple people per block dying. This is like a couple people per community. It's, in the grand scheme of things, it's not much.
But the quality of life and survival during like the Middle Ages of Europe was a lot less. We have hospitals, we have ICUs. Of course, not as many people are going to die, but they will get infected, and they will get other people infected. And this type of behavior being seen as acceptable, infecting people with a virus, is going to set a bad precedent for the future.
No question. Yeah, I mean, we can't underestimate the advances in like public health just over the last 100 years. It's certainly for the past 500 years. I mean, yeah, it's not the Black Death where 40% of the peasant population dies, and what are the number? I mean, I guess these are estimates, but like 10 to 20% of the population dies. I mean, no, we're not going to face something like that, but this is our version of that. But to say it's not even a pandemic, that's just beyond. I mean, we're just playing. First off, I don't even know. I want to argue against it because we're just playing word games.
It's a matter of extremity and percentage of the population that dies purely, and we're nowhere near what we would have called pandemics in prior ages.
Well, we agree with that. We're not living in the Middle Ages.
Not even the Middle Ages, the 1900s.
The term pandemic did not exist in the Middle Age.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're living right now.
Plague, if you will.
Well, it's clearly a plague.
It's not a plague. People are barely affected by it.
Oh, this is just
this millions of people, their jobs made billionaires even richer. I think it's not.
This discussion reminds me of the sticks debate you had, Spencer. You can't bridge this divide. Like someone like this, he doesn't want to recognize reality.
No, you have to show me statistics that prove that this is as large an effect as the Spanish flu, and it's not there. What comparatively? What are we looking at?
You're looking at someone 100 years ago.
What is the closest pandemic that you can take and compare to this directly in terms of
everyone with this? So, what has been a pandemic? Would have killed millions more people if we didn't get Biden. I mean, if people denying it would have gotten me sick with it. They would have met sooner or later. It would have been a pandemic. It would have met your definition of a pandemic if the denialism continued and Trump was president. It would have gotten worse than
when a quarter of our population is kept alive on pharmaceutical life support. and they happen to die off
Also,
due
pandemic of
to,
opioids
you
and
know,
diabetes. Yes,
a black swan. Is that a pandemic, or were they, you know?
Yes,
Yes, it
because
is.
we're living right now, man. We're not living in 1918, and we're not living in the Middle Ages. Like, we're living right now. And you're just like moving the goalpost here and there and everywhere. Like, we don't normally have 500,000 Americans die of a virus on a year-to-year basis. This is exceedingly rare. It is done by a contagious disease that has gone global in a remarkable way. Like, what? I just, what else do you call this thing? I mean, we're arguing over words. I'll even grant you your semantic debate just because I don't want to argue about
I
it.
don't
But
mean
it's
to be
just a
semantic. I
semantic
apologize
debate.
if it's coming across as that.
It's a global disaster. There's no other
I
way
think the governmental reaction to
describing
this
it.
was more of a disaster than the virus itself. I think that's scarier than the actual disease.
The lack of enforcement against it was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's so
Sweden didn't
terrifying.
enforce
You have to
anything,
wear
and
a
Sweden's
mask
done
in
pretty well.
Walmart.
The real virus.
I think a lot of countries that had very limited governmental response did just fine. I think the issue is more demographic in nature.
Yeah, like China. They had like 6,000 deaths, and they have a population of 1.3 billion.
I mean, China did
Because they took it
I think they just
seriously
lied.
as hell.
Yeah, I just think they completely lied about their statistics.
I think that's the cope.
But I mean, people like you, 1 year ago, you were like saying that the Chinese were covering up the other way, and were like, and there was like a genocide in China.
Absolutely.
They were, like, covering up.
I stayed in my house for 3 months.
genocide.
I'm not denying that at all.
And now, when it has been proven to be a thing, and because the Chamber of Commerce came out like when the lockdown started and said that this is fake, now you have taken the other conspiracy and are like, no, it's completely fake. It doesn't exist. I mean, it's so insane.
I'm
Well, I mean,
not
part-
saying it
part
doesn't
of the,
exist. It's taking my words out of context.
Well, what is the government response that's so horrifying? I mean, I don't know what to say. Public schools are open. People are going. You can go shop pretty much anywhere right now. Like, I don't understand this just like horrifying, like totalitarian crackdown that's occurred in the United States. At the very
I have a
least.
theory. I have a theory.
With the test of faith. I don't think people want to die with it.
Hold on.
You can say your theory.
Okay, yeah, it's that the pandemic response, it made Trump look bad and it cost him votes, and that's why these people are so committed to it. That's my hypothesis. I don't know if it's true.
Pandering to blacks who are burning down our cities probably did most of that.
I mean, when he stood in
He didn't pander to BLM. He did the opposite.
He offered
that's
like $100 billion.
That's reactionary, dude.
What happens on cable news is what reaches your average American. They did not view Trump as pandering to BLM. They viewed Trump they might have heard about that weird, I forgot what that program was. What was it, the gold card for Black America?
Yeah, it was like $200 billion. It was a significant.
Right. That might have crossed their consciousness, but the maybe for some of them, you can't underestimate, look at those like Jay Leno videos where people can't name the vice president of the United States and, so on. I mean, like, they certainly can't name like Supreme Court justices or anything like that. What crossed their consciousness through televisuals primarily was Trump holding a Bible in front of BLM. Like, what their read on the situation was Biden equals black crime riots, Trump equals good people fighting back. That's what they read. I mean, like, Trump benefited from BLM. I think Trump, in some hypothetical scenario where COVID never happened, I think Trump might very well have won 2020.
Trump won the popular
Possible.
vote
He certainly
in the
would have
swing
been
states.
better.
He won the popular vote in the swing states. If you look at the
Right.
political report, the top 15 swing states, Trump won the popular vote of those top 15 swing states. That was about 33 million compared to Biden. He had a little bit less, I believe.
Yeah.
Some of the people who are
But
most,
BLM helped Trump. I mean, just to get my point across real quick, I think the BLM riots even the protests when they got wacky, I think, but especially any kind of violence and looting, I think that helped Trump tremendously.
I would agree with that. Yeah, and some of the communities that were doing the most to protect themselves from BLM were actually Hispanic communities, which was noteworthy.
Yeah, and they were leaning towards Trump in a, I mean, not overall, of course, but in a way that is strikingly more pro-Trump than they were 4 years ago, 8 years ago.
They were trending towards him.
Trending towards Trump, yeah.
They had neighborhood patrols that were stopping people from destroying their towns, which is good.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I think that's a stretch to say that the Hispanics were were on the front lines defending against the evil blacks. I think that is pretty, just silly.
No, there were actually communities out there that were defending themselves against them and going on neighborhood patrols, and they were intimidating potential potential criminals. So
looters and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean,
had a
most
show
of the
of force,
looting
which was
was
good.
happening at billionaire-owned corporations, so I think that's completely chill.
What'd you say?
I mean, the far majority of the looting was happening at big businesses.
It's a symbol. It's the symbolic act of it. So on one level, yeah, sure. I mean, these were corrupt organizations, but as a symbolic act, it makes you seem weak if there's a bunch of people coming from out of town and just destroying your neighborhood. As a symbolic act, that's not good.
Well, for example, here in Washington State, there were thousands of white people looting alongside BLM, whatever.
They were white. They
and,
belonged.
All of these big billionaire-owned, businesses.
They were white.
Gucci,
they belonged to the community.
Target.
Well, those are white people. They belong to the community. It's not like a black invasion. It's
that's what I'm
trying to say. Live in those cities, though. They're not invading them. They kind of earned their right currently to live there, because when segregation was ended, whites would just take themselves to the suburbs and hand the city over to everyone else. So they kind of are defending their turf. When they protest, it's like they think they're protecting themselves from the invader. That's what BLM thinks. They're the ones who moved into the city and stayed there when all the racist whites took kids out to the state.
Good. I fully agree with BLM then in that regard.
It's a nuanced situation. Yeah. There's different standards of judgment for different particulars.
I stand with BLM. Back the fuck off, Asians and Hispanics, big time. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with some of the people.
I think the irony of it is that they spent the last 20 years de-gentrifying our cities and pushing the white working class out of them.
I think they chose to move. I think they chose to move. In one way or another, they had to have made that choice to move to the suburbs.
You only need to play gunshots or fireworks so many times before you make that decision.
But kind of that just goes to show that they cannot link up and protect themselves. It's every man for himself. So it's fight or flight, but always flight, no fight.
Whites, did you happen to see the neighborhood of Fishtown in Philadelphia? They formed a militia, more or less. They were wandering around with baseball bats and policing their entire part of the city.
Yeah, but that was a notable exception to the rule. I mean, white flight to the burbs is the dominant dynamic of the past 60 years.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but
so like Fishtown, okay, amusing anecdote, but
there's not so many white neighborhoods in major cities anymore.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Let's say that whites couldn't flee anymore. There couldn't be white flight, and they had their backs to the wall, so to speak. There would be a lot more fish counts. That would be like the median, and then there would be extremes on both ends. If the white working class had their backs to the wall, but they don't. We have real estate speculators selling land to developers and neutering the white working class.
Well, we called it blockbusting. I was present for that.
Gunfire and fireworks late at night. How the hell did we take over the West without gunfire and fireworks? I mean, you either fight or you flee. like, yeah, you might you might have to live a worse quality of life, but the suburbs aren't safe either. Gentrify the northern states, and eventually they'll turn into the place you left. You leave a place and you bring your problems with you. White people do that also.
What do we bring? Low crime and high tax
No, when you run
rates, or
away
what?
from one home to another, you just get followed. So you bring your problems, the thing you try to run away from, you just bring it because you get followed. That's called fight or flight, not fight. You run away and then you don't.
It seems like the issue in this case isn't white people; it's minorities who won't leave us alone because they like our tax bases.
No, this is just stupid, racist, liberal stuff. I mean,
would the minorities be bad if they followed you halfway across the galaxy and tried invading your neighborhood? I mean, at what point does someone decide that they want to hold on to their city? I mean, that's just the final question.
Yeah, if they
I'm
don't,
not advocating for white flight at all. I'm just saying that's the reality of it.
well, it's
White flight is not white. It's a right wing retardation. It's happening from Californians moving to Texas by the thousands, like every day. It's not
also
a white thing at all.
Texans moving to California.
Yeah, it's a right wing thing. I mean, look, the burbs are remarkably becoming liberal. I mean, I think this is something I've written about. This is a very strong trend. But in terms of the white flight dynamic, even that's occurring today, I think it's more of a kind of right wing thing. I mean, keep in mind, like Beto O'Rourke won Native Hispanics in his election loss in 2018. Ted Cruz was like appealing to the California refugees. It's a weird right wing sort that's going on, and there might be some good things about it. I think there are a lot of bad things about it. I mean, in where I live in Flathead Valley, there's like 35,000 new car registrations, and a lot of that I would imagine is kind of like. There's a lot of people from Texas. I see that all the time. I mean, I grew up in Texas, of course. There is a kind of right-wing flight somewhere. I think it's fine to kind of say, oh, they want to get away from the liberals. They want to get away from the minorities or whatever. But I think we also have to understand this is like a very bad trend on the whole, and it's a kind of useless trend. It just demonstrates that they're not actually creating like
it's also
long-term
to the environment, to the planet. You pave over all this healthy forest and build your suburbs that get burned down 20 years later. I saw Greta Thunberg was trying to protect these German towns that were being mowed down to build some solar panels or something. I mean, she could just be in charge of that country. But she understands.
I'd point out that North America and Europe are the only places in the world where the animal population has increased the last 50 years. Everywhere else it's halved.
Yeah, I think there's nature reserves that have done that for them, but
yeah, I mean, what are you trying to prove? I mean, you think there? I mean, like I grew up in Dallas, Texas. There is now a unending suburb connecting Dallas, Fort Worth, Denton, Arlington. It just never ends. It's one massive suburb. I mean, I mean, what are you? This is like Rush Limbaugh talk or something. Like I remember listening to him when I was a kid. It was like, oh, you know, these endangered owls are building nest in the signs of like strip malls. So actually, capitalism is saving nature or whatever. I mean, this is just utter, complete nonsense. I don't know what to say. It's just total nonsense.
At the end of the day, the people who aren't willing to fight, they don't want to fight because materialistically, they're still doing fine. They've got their house. They've got their house in the suburbs. Even if that suburb gets taken over, they'll fuck off to another suburb, to another state. So until that happens, until there is no place to go, there is no
facts to the wall. This is what sexual selection does. So people who are running away from their problems get to experience more kids and safer life, and then natural selection hits them in the face, and eventually they'll have to fight. So
yeah,
they were selected
when that is, who knows?
Live in the suburbs and enjoy their suburb lifestyle, but when it ends, that's the natural part that comes in. Then they can't run anymore.
Well, these population situations are the result of an ideology that works to justify mass immigration, and so it seems like the big problem is is that people have not articulated a reasonable way of opposing this mass immigration within. There must be something that people can say, like to stop this from happening. I mean, there must be some sort of.
I've got an alternative take here. I know a lot of people in the suburbs. My family come out of the country and moved into the cities. They see all these immigrants. I'm in Australia, so it's a different cultural context than you guys, and got a different immigration system. But there are a lot of high IQ non-whites, and our immigration system, they filter the high IQ ones to come into the country, and often they have a lot of money. And the boomer generation, they see a lot of these people as popping up the house prizes, basically furthering their consumerist materialistic society. So you have to, you can't think of Ulrichs as fucking low IQ, bloody low social demographic Mexicans. Like, that's not the case everywhere in the world.
That's happening everywhere. We all have an elite Asian class who's coming in and rocketing real estate costs.
You literally just described the whole of the Pacific Northwest. That is the
It's
definition.
Canada, it's the East Coast, it's everywhere.
And I think Census said this in the past. They're a more dangerous immigrant because they can actually think. Like the Asian immigrant, they're not blacks. They're not captive to the will of someone else.
Yeah, dude. Why do you think I stand with BLM?
You might quote the crime statistics and shit like that, but these people are smart.
Richard,
You cannot use logos. You cannot use.
You got to confront
You cannot use words or logos to convince people who have found success in running away from their problems to move back into the city. You would have to be a slumlord like Jared Kushner, buy a skyscraper condo with 200 units reaching up into the air and just put every Apollonian inside of it if you wanted to. But you can't just convince people to move into the city when their behavior has rewarded them for running away from it. Yeah, logos doesn't work for that. You just have to buy up stuff. You have to be like Jared Kushner. You have to buy Chelsea. You have to buy LA. You have to buy land in that area, and then just be the landlord. Put your own people in there.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think I saw someone on my timeline who said that sort of like individual people who choose to plan their life according to politics, in other words, that they move to red or blue states, plan their life accordingly. A country like that deserves something like Genghis Khan or something to more or less beat sense into people, because it's so incoherent and unnatural that people move according to a different state for stupid mask restriction laws and something like that. I mean, there needs to be a degree of coherence in a country. Even a diverse country must have a high degree of coherence. So I think that much of this is just toxic individualism of the worst kind.
You would also need worker protection so you don't get fired from your job every time someone doxes you, like that guy who led Identity Euro. But you would have to support someone who would not get you fired from your job, which the Democrats were more likely to protect you from that, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, if we had labor unions, could workers be fired, lose their job, and lose their means to support their family just for having an opinion? If we had labor unions, there'd be more protections for workers. So,
Dude, I'm a union mechanic. The unions are memes.
Yeah,
they don't do anything.
No, like if we had like a real workers' state, like if we had leaned into leftism, like in the 80s. Workers couldn't be fired for expressing their kind of chud opinions. This was the doing of like Reaganism and like right wing, like the rule of banks. Like it's ironic that we ended up screwing ourselves.
Unions are pretty powerful in the U.S., at least in the more blue states, and they pretty much exist to launder money for the DNC at this point.
The United States is a totally bourgeoisie electoral democracy. It's definitely not a workers' state by any stretch.
It's a plutocracy that kind of pretends to be a democracy, I'd say.
Yeah, it's top down. Of course, all the politicians are bought and sold by major corporations and oil banks, but it's definitely not a workers' state. It's top down entirely. And if we had actually had like workers' protections and like more powerful labor unions, I don't think people could get fired for resisting mask mandates.
Germany has very strong workers' unions, and they just rubber stamp everything the government does. It's always been that way.
Well, yeah, but that's because Australia is America's dog. No offense to the Aussies, but like if you're in the Western world, like you're just simping for Washington D.C. Like, no offense, but that's how it is.
Not simping for anybody. I mean,
it's not up to you. I mean, like, you know who's calling the shots.
Yeah, that's right. I think you have to see Australia as just a parallel society. It's not something different. Yeah.
I just think there's something to be said for the German model as well. I mean, again, it's all of this kind of right-wing talk about whether they go along with the mask mandate or something. I mean, the bigger factor of a German model is stronger unions, industrial engineering that is middle class and upper middle class, but still ultimately kind of I don't what's the right way, actual creation of stuff, production. I mean, it's been this is like Tony Jutt's idea in his book Post-War, which is kind of, he was a funny guy, anti-Zionist Jew among other things, but he kind of viewed this as like the offspring of fascism on some level, that the fascist model of corporatism kind of won, and it maintained at least something resembling a worker state, in the sense that corporate leaders and unions and the government would kind of get together in a room and do what's best for this community and company. We don't have those just like rapid financialization and kind of like drone economy that is created in the United States.
The Republican Party wants to make you a slave by giving you all these freedoms. I mean, if they give you the freedom to all the laws that they want to pass that they say are for freedom would get you kicked off the internet, it would cost you your job, it would kill you with a virus, it would force you to move out of your neighborhood, it would get you kicked out of college universities. All of these freedom laws that the right always tries to pass always ruins your guys' lives. And I've noticed it.
I think you're looking too much at the left-right dichotomy here.
It's toxic individualism. I mean, this is why the working class in the United States has not asserted its rights as well as elsewhere, because they have this toxic individualist attitude that prevents them from working together towards common interests.
Yeah. I don't think we know who we are. I don't think there's a concept of common interest, in that sense. I don't think we could name it if we were forced to.
I think it's near impossible for the white working class to have a common interest with the non-white working class. We're competing. They're essentially trying to outcompete us.
The non-white working class?
Yes, the new immigrant working class, yes.
Well, you guys are voting for the same politicians.
No,
there's a lot of commonality there. I mean, like, I don't know. The dynamic of immigration, which is increasingly so and would have been, taken to the next level with Trump, is basically promoting immigration from higher IQ, that is higher skills, English language knowledge countries. That's happening anyway, even under the current family reunification paradigm. But that's the direction where we're headed. That's where the arrow is pointing.
Oh, of course. The white-collar people are voting for their own replacement. It's been like this for a long time.
Yeah, but it's like that's the kind of dramatic thing. I mean, I don't know, the white working class, like, they hate the working class of the other color. Is that really the dominant dynamic?
No, it's that we're at odds.
Doubt it.
They typically vote for welfare and benefits, and we typically vote for lower taxes, and that's always been the way it is.
No, that's not true.
Well,
it's absolutely true. Welfare is a very racialized thing in the U.S.
you're internalizing liberalism as something to serve. It's yeah.
It's that's true in terms of right-wing electioneering in the South. I mean, that is the Southern strategy in a nutshell: is to racialize things like welfare.
Well,
And
I
to
mean,
basically say,
statistically,
we
it is
can't afford
racialized.
this. It's all.
We have a guilt culture where we look down on it, and they do not, and that's a huge difference.
Yeah, but it's like you wouldn't say that about like Ford factory workers in Detroit, a few decades ago, or even many people in the Midwest now. And you wouldn't say that about entitlement benefits or something like this, of Medicare or Social Security. And you wouldn't say that. I mean, Germans, they out-guilt the world. They don't have these problems. It's a very peculiar
You wouldn't have said Bismarck was a
American thing.
leftist.
Right, exactly. And it's a very peculiar American thing. It's a kind of Southern strategy that's been nationalized, where any government action is kind of subtly and implicitly racialized, where it's like, this is helping blacks on some level. And that is utterly toxic. It prevents us from doing anything. And
do you think
it
some
certainly
leftovers from the Civil War, Richard?
I don't think it's, well, I mean, look, the racial dynamic kind of ultimately has a background in, antebellum America, but I don't think so. I mean, I think it's a fairly new thing. I mean, I think it's fundamentally about realignment that occurred at the end of the desegregation struggle.
Trump was telling his supporters for 5 years straight at every single rally that he was going to replace them legally, and their response was to clap for the fence he was building that blew over in a rainstorm. I mean, people have to have more self-respect. They have to be prideful. They have to be a little narcissistic. And Trump can't tell people what to do. We tell him, or you tell him, or whoever tells him what to do, or he gets the hell out. I mean, there has to be the mindset of who is giving the orders here.
Yeah. But again, I think the Southern strategy thing is really fascinating to look at from our perspective. I don't know if you guys, I actually did a podcast, a kind of casual podcast with these girls. One of them I've worked with before on books and stuff, graphic design, but the mommy bloggers. But it's a good podcast, or at least mine was good. But we talked about the Southern strategy and race baiting. And again, I think there's this tendency in our movement to see any kind of racial baiting. Like, let's take Donald Trump's talk about Baltimore. Oh, it's a cesspool with these rats running around and whatever. We take that as, he's shifting the Overton window. So soon we're just going to be full-fledged Nazis. This is stage one. Stage two will be in 5 years when DeSantis runs, and then we'll just, the Overton window shifting. And Tucker is now talking about the Great Replacement, blah, blah, blah. All of this is not new. It has been the dynamic of Southern Republican electioneering strategy for decades upon decades. It has been a successful dynamic. It has not moved the Overton window in the sense of a culture war victory. I mean, I don't think anyone would disagree that on just basic trad, I mean, I'm talking really simple stuff here, conservatives have just been routed in the national culture war. It's been a wild failure. It's been a wild success when it comes to Republican electioneering, which is to racialize any form of government action as for the blacks and to basically touch people's buttons. And it's worked mostly with African Americans. I think it kind of, I'm skeptical of the way that it works with Hispanics, because all of that wall talk and they're sending their rapists and whatever, that's just kind of still there in the background, in the atmosphere. It's not the primary focus of Trump. It's just pure conspiracy theories and nonsense. So I'm skeptical about how it will work, but it has been the dynamic for decades. And what has happened to all of these white Southern Republican voters? Do they have better lives now? Do they have higher paying? Are they paid more? Do they have bigger, are they more successful? Do they have more kids? Do they, no, they've been fucked over by this endlessly. And they're now dying because they've unvaccinated.
Are you implying that white Democrats haven't been fucked over by the Democratic Party?
Less so. White Democrats are the managers of the current regime. I mean, if you are conservatives for decades, they've been like whining about, let's take academia as a notable example. Oh, academia, it's 90% liberal or 95% liberal. It must be some big conspiracy or what have you. It's not like they don't get, it's not like some conspiracy against conservatives. It's the fact that there is a certain type of higher IQ person who understands the moral impulse of the current order, goes with the flow, and is a successful higher level management of complex institutions. That's why there are all these liberals in academia. That's why if you go to government, it's going to be liberals. That's why if you go to, who's managing Amazon in Northern Virginia? I bet it's overwhelmingly Democrats, so certainly not entirely.
So you think it's natural and they're not selected specifically for ideological cleanliness?
I think it's both. I think that's a virtuous cycle that's self-reinforcing. But where do you want to be? Do you want to be I'm not saying this is the ultimate end game, but what would you rather be? Be a manager of the system or be someone who's endlessly yelling at the system and resisting it?
Don't know. I don't think either is really possible for us. I don't think they want us to exist.
Exactly. They don't want us to. You're answering the own question. None of this is possible. It is possible. It's very possible to be a good liberal, to say certain words, to adhere to political correctness, and be successful in an upper level management of government, academia, or corporations.
Yeah. You just have to give up everything that makes you, more or less.
A problem with far-right rhetoric.
Conservatism.
No, my family's not conservative. My grandfather was a Democratic town councilman in Philadelphia. And you know what? He died, and the last words he said to me were, "Never let the niggers waylay you." You can be a liberal and understand race. These things are not mutually exclusive.
Stop. Do not say the fucking N-word on my space.
I apologize. I was paraphrasing.
I'm going to let you slide on this one, okay?
Thank you.
But I'm not saying this because I'm a prude or something.
I understand you don't get Bill banned. I apologize deeply.
Yeah,
it's just one thing. One thing that I have about the language of the far right is the far right uses language in a way that's self-disempowering. They always say, "Oh, we're gonna lose all the power. Everything's gonna go away. We can never have." That's like you're doing psychological warfare against yourself, basically, and people should probably think about that.
I think the Great Replacement is a really devastatingly demoralizing notion.
Yeah, and it's a lie. Like I said earlier, this white birth rate is going up for purely biological and technical reasons in places like France and the places which industrialized first.
That's not true. The French IQ has dropped by 8 points in the last 10 years due to biological reasons. You just masked.
I know one population group with high birth rates. The Amish in America.
They're an anomaly. There's only 250,000 of them.
But they're growing.
The entire nation. Yeah, they actually grow exponentially every 20 years. They double.
Maybe Ted was right after all.
They're just protected by the bulwark of red counties. They'll be targeted as soon as the red counties peter out and we get more demographic replacement because they don't defend themselves.
Right.
Well, we're not really being replaced. I think this is kind of I need to formulate this better, but
I'm from Philadelphia, man. They replaced us. I mean, objectively, my neighborhood is now no longer my neighborhood.
I get it. Yeah,
they deliberately employed blockbusting tactics to destroy ethnic European Catholic neighborhoods. This absolutely happened.
This is like, all right. People aren't. How do I say this? I'm not good at articulating this at the moment, but when the French intellectual whose name is escaping me at this moment talked about the Great Replacement.
Gobineau?
He was, yeah. I have his book. It's probably actually here. I can find a selection of it. He titled his English language version book, which is here it is. Renaud Camus. You will not replace us! ! So he wrote this. He wrote an English language version of his books post Charlottesville. He actually titled it "You Will Not Replace Us." It's pretty bold. You can get it on Amazon. I'm sure other places. It's kind of hidden in there. It's not really selling a huge amount, but it's fairly good. It's kind of like a long stream of consciousness. But he's lamenting like true French atmospherics like leaving and being replaced by, say, Muslim atmosphere or so on. The way that it's articulated right now on the right is basically that the Democrats are involved in this dastardly scheme to never lose elections by bringing in Hispanics who make up most of immigration, and illegals, even that doesn't quite make sense, in order to kind of let the Democrats win. Now, this comes in the context of Donald Trump slowly but surely losing the white vote and slowly but surely gaining Hispanics. So Biden's coalition was whiter than Hillary Clinton's. And Donald Trump's coalition was blacker than Mitt Romney's. And Donald Trump in 22 was even blacker and more Hispanic. There's an interesting trend in that direction. So the idea that all of these people, like if it's just purely about electioneering, all of these people are, voting Democrats is just wrong. I think things might actually get very interesting in the future. I actually think Hispanics, due to intermarriage rates, which are very high, and other factors, I think Hispanics might very well vote 50-50 in the coming years and maybe even change. So what's happening is that people aren't being replaced, they're moving. And they are they're also, the middle is increasingly being cut out of institutions. So they're also being replaced on an elite level. So from Hollywood is even like mildly conservative in terms of diversity, but local news, television, elite academic institutions, public faces of corporations, etc. There is a replacement where these institutions are already in like 2050 America. Then they've actually been there for a few years. So they're being replaced there. I think what the Great Replacement is, what it's getting at least in the minds of conservatives, is this kind of like middleization of white conservatives. So white liberals in the burbs and in urban areas are able to manage this to some degree. They are able to stay in corporations. This is the attack on the elites or whatever that you hear from Trumpians. But the white conservatives are increasingly isolated as this middle population that doesn't really have a home. It doesn't have an institutional home outside of the Republicans. I mean, I think that's what's happening fundamentally.
This psychological defeatism, I think Patrick mentioned, is something to do with, I think, a test of faith to prove how good you are. I'll just read the headline of an article. I won't go through what it talks about. I'll just tell you the headline. Why do Republican elites keep talking about dying for Jesus? Fighting losing battles valiantly has always been at the core of conservatism, but as the losses keep piling up, the tragic sense is turning into Thanatos, and that's from Matthew Sheffield of Flux.community. But it seems like it's kind of a religious thing to want to lose, to want to die on a hill. It's sort of in the politics of a conservative to prove themselves by being horribly humiliated and just losing and not learning lessons.
It's some sort of weird masochism where they feel a sense of self-righteous at being destroyed or something like that. But just to address something Mr. Spencer was talking about, is talking about how the upper classes are sort of able to hold some of their ground. Now, I think that what can really help with that is sort of developing a coded language of which I think has already been, like, if you interact with people in certain social, like, they say the same things as other people, but they just have a more subtle way of saying it. And I think that's sort of a skill that has to be really developed and augmented, maybe in a more refined state going forward.
It's functionally what we've done post Charlottesville, is we formed smaller cliques and groups and isolated ourselves, changed our dialectic, you know.
It's been a disaster. Been an absolute disaster. The movement is entirely irrelevant. I mean, I think that's, I don't know, probably inevitable and maybe good, but yeah, that's been the dynamic, is the cliqueization, and there's no point to the alt-right anymore. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, no one writes about it, no one cares about it, and it's just a kind of like, the alt-right is like me tooing right-wing nutjobbery.
Hey,
And
just a question for you.
Sure.
How much do you think of the momentum in 2015, 2016 was external funding? Like, I know I was there, I was an external viewer, of course, on the channel and everything like that. But it just seems like there was a ball of energy and just got fucking pushed out into the stratosphere with media coverage and everything. But how much of it was Mercer money or whatever? What's your theory?
In terms of what created the alt-right?
Not so much created it, but perpetuated it. Like I was in America at the time, and next thing I know, I hear mainstream media talking about cuck, bloody. I was like, I just did a double take.
It was like a symbiosis of Breitbart and Bill Regnery's work, I believe, that created the
Yeah, true.
Yeah, not Bill Regnery so much. I mean, I wish that Bill was a billionaire mastermind, but he definitely was not. But yeah, there was. I think I think the symbiosis was happening with the liberal media. I mean, again, it's like all of these people in the alt-right, we've followed their strategy, or they followed their own strategy, and what have you, and we end up in total oblivion. I mean, I think the alt-right was largely organic, and it was a kind of twist of fate that the mainstream conservative movement was radically anti-Trump. And they just made a bet that they lost. And then after they lost the bet, I don't know, whatever thing you can do in blackjack, you like get insurance, you go back, you do a redo or something. And so there was this weird, I mean, the dynamic of Trump was basically doing an in run around institutions in general. So Trump was like reaching his base through Facebook and Twitter, and he was not reaching his base through, say, National Review or so on, which is what you had to do for decades. And there was this entity of the alt-right that basically was supporting Trump for, weird reasons or maybe some good reasons. And they needed to kind of have a vanguard. And so, I mean, with me, there was this like love affair with the liberal media where they were pumping me up, and because they wanted to, and it made it all the more fascinating and titillating, until they decided that they wanted to do the opposite. I mean, things change, but that was the dynamic of it all.
And I don't think like Mercer funding went into the alt-right. I mean, Mercer funding was all pro Ted Cruz until like very late in the game, like post Indiana primary. And Breitbart was not on behalf of Trump at the very beginning. Breitbart had to. You can find these articles from late 2015 and early 2016 where Breitbart is bashing Trump, and they all just flipped totally. And then the alt-right was kind of left on its own because the conservative establishment went behind Trump again. But again, after, say, Charlottesville, it was about optics and was about like returning to an anonymous strategy where we'd be cliques and groups and whatever. That has ended up in total oblivion. I mean, the alt-right is, I mean, I don't know. There's just no reason for anyone to even talk or think about the alt-right. And there's no massive funding coming in. I mean, it's just, yeah. I don't know what to say.
You were our focal point, man. You were our Dimension.
Well, yeah, but, you know, that's how things work. It kind of gets back to my lessons. Like, you guys got to learn to bend knees. And you're not like, there's no strategy involving decentralization or cliquishness that has ever been anything but internecine. And it's like all of these things keep failing. I think where the alt-right, if you want to use that in like quotation marks, is now is basically like jumping on the bandwagon of you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatever. I mean, what did Nick Fuentes I mean, we talked about this like 2 hours ago. This has been an epic space. It's like we're doing an anti-mask rally. Well, why? Like, you can find anti-vax rallies among conservatives. Like, what is the point of doing an anti-vax rally? You're just going along with that like conservative dynamic. There's no need to do that. You don't have to do that with America First or Nick Fuentes. You can find all of those sentiments in more or less every conservative publication and group. And so there's this, when you do that, you might think that that's smart, but it's ultimately like self-defeating. You know, like you can find people who haven't made Holocaust revisionist comments who can lead your anti-vax rally. And so there's just it's nothing. I mean, it's kind of sad. I find it kind of inevitable. It is what it is. I'm going to survive. I've moved on to different things, and I am focusing all of my energy in very different areas. But there is something about it that I lament. It's like, there's nothing ultimately came out of it. It was a kind of moment in time, much like the, Sam Francis Rothbard explosion in the mid 90s where they were all working together and something might happen. Nothing happened. No institution came out of it. Nothing.
It's like you're the only WASP, the only person I would call an American elite in a generation who selflessly stepped up to the plate. We don't have anybody else. Everybody's siphoning.
Yeah, but I mean, do you want the guy to be a martyr? Do you want the guy to be a martyr? I mean, come on.
The CEO of Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not going to martyr myself. I don't like martyrs.
Your greatest benefactor.
You risked enough. Nobody's asking you to be a martyr. You already put a lot on the plate.
Right. I risk a lot. I've paid a lot, but it's not like, I hope I'm not like, maybe I'm a little bit bitter, but I'm not overwhelmingly bitter because I realize that what we were doing can't work and it wasn't sustainable. And it wasn't sustainable for like social reasons and other reasons. Now, what you were suggesting in terms of big money, I would go like conspiratorial in terms of a lot of like dissident right influencers. Like I'm just saying this. I'll just say it publicly. I think that whether it's the Trump campaign or Mercer money or Teal money, if you believe it, I don't know. I think that there is some kind of funding mechanism
that is not huge. I'm not talking 7 figures. I'm probably talking like 4 figures for these people. But I think there is some mechanism that kind of keeps influencers on the plantation, because there's just a little too much groupthink that I see among those
I mean,
people.
this is a litmus test, I guess. You could say, how many billionaires on planet Earth identify as Aryan? Probably 0. So if you wanted a billionaire, you would have to make them believe that's what they are.
Mr. Spencer, people have been saying that you were controlled opposition for 5 years, even though you've never benefited from it.
I know. Well, they say it in a weird way, because they say I'm controlled opposition because I go and talk to liberals and I become a liberal monster, bête noire. Or I support liberals, like I vote for Biden or whatever. But that's not like a federal, like feds don't do that. Feds talk you into kidnapping the governor of Michigan. You know what I mean? Like that's what a Fed
Hitler actually was a Fed. He was sent in to listen to a meeting, and then he agreed with them and changed to their side. So
that's actually true. Yes, Hitler was literally a Fed that went in and to a early gathering, and that I think was almost like Bavarian nationalism or something at some level. But so you can call me a Fed. I mean, I don't think you do, but like other people can say that. It's just
I've always been an advocate of yours in these circles.
I appreciate it. I have 1 or 2 out there. But you know, it's I think I would say this, and I'm not trying to bad jacket anyone, you know, which is like accusing someone of being a Fed. I don't think they're actually Feds. I don't think the FBI is paying them. I am just saying I have a conspiracy theory that is unproven, but just seems to explain a lot, which is that I think among many influencers, there is money being tossed around in order to maintain groupthink. And look at something like Instagram. Like, if you go to like female Instagram, you have all of these people who are just individuals. They live in Iowa or whatever, and they're selling hand cream or makeup, and they're getting a kickback. Like whatever these companies, you know, Mary Claire or whatever, they throw them $500. It's not like huge money, but like, I don't know, if someone gave me $1,000, would I advertise moisturizer on a space? You're damn right I would. You know what I mean? It's just kind of easy money. It doesn't hurt anyone. But in terms of right-wing influencers, yeah, I think that there are money flows going to these people to maintain groupthink, which is like, if you're a Chad, you go, you know, you vote Trump, whatever.
Who's the guy behind Gavin McInnes?
It would be stupid not to do that.
Who's the Canadian Jew behind Gavin McInnes?
Ezra Levant.
Yeah, he's a big one.
Oh, Ezra Levant.
Loomer, she's another one.
Yeah, well, someone is putting money, and like the Home Depot guy put in a lot of money for Loomer's campaign, and I think it's out there, but I think it might very well be small money. I'm talking about someone sending someone like $500 in Bitcoin to say something on Twitter. It's really simple stuff. Like, you couldn't, if you pay me $500, I wouldn't have it change my political opinion. Now, would I sell your T-shirt for $500? Probably, because like, I'm not. No one gets hurt. I'm not like selling my soul. I'm not going to change my political. You would have to like either threaten me or give me a lot of money for me to be like, you know, I actually believe in this policy, which I don't. But in terms of these influencers, yeah, I think there's money flowing around. I think they're cliques that are of a different kind. I think these influencers are being paid. I'm just going to say it. And it's just to basically maintain a certain status quo. And again, I think the GOP would be stupid not to instrumentalize those things. Like, you know, QAnon, I think QAnon was organic when it started. But, you know, the Trump campaign, you have the QAnon movement dwarfed the alt-right. I mean, it was 100 times larger, if not more. Like, shouldn't you be kind of playing footsie with them a little bit if you're smart? You know, these guys are fanatical. Yeah, go ahead, Barnum.
Yeah, I'm going now, so I just wanted to say one thing, and I think it actually would be better if the Republican Party was either very marginalized or even banned, because then you would have something like if you have something like a hegemonic party, something like the ruling party in Japan or the Chinese Communist Party. Then all people would expect something to be given for them by the ruling party. I mean, now, when you have like a parliamentary system which has a big opposition, I mean, you have everyone. You have like half the all the sort of a big part of the population goes to the minor party, which are just becoming and they don't really demand anything from the ruling elite, and just they sort of isolate themselves, as we see with Cannon and Trump, and sort of like, no, we are not part of Biden's America. We want to drive to push our own agenda, and which never goes anywhere. So I think
don't be a reactionary.
So I definitely think
from the meritocratic white liberal, because they are secular. They are successful. They are secular Christians. A lot of them wear it like a cross around their neck, like even Billie Eilish does that. But don't separate yourself and be a reactionary from the opposite side, because honestly, they're just following a tradition that is secular to them. If there's someone who has a better idea, a better vision, they'll listen to that person. They just have to not be anti-science and saying lunatics, throwing around racial slurs and hating the government.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you're giving them too much credit.
No, I think they're actually open, and they just don't have a different vision for the future. But they would probably be more open to listening to it than anyone on the right.
Racial egalitarianism is not a logical position. It's just a faith. It's an enshrined faith.
Well, that's an enshrined faith among conservatives.
It's not enshrined among Hollywood. I don't think it is.
No, I mean, Hollywood produced Gone with the Wind. Hollywood produced all sorts of things. The people who are kind of implacable and won't listen to reason are conservatives. And I don't know, like their version of racial egalitarianism is literally a religious dogma. Whereas with liberals, it's a kind of it's either, adhering to political correctness or fear, or it's kind of like rationally conceived of. I mean, I have noticed this when you talk to liberals, like if a liberal has 2 drinks and they feel at home, a liberal will start to sound like Madison Grant, like with just a little bit of gentle prodding. Yeah, you can get that from like badass conservatives too. Yes. But for the most of the conservative base, they just don't have ears to hear
If you've listened to Alex Jones, all he does is complain about how racist Hollywood is behind closed doors. If any of you have heard him cry about it, you might want to go to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Go buy a house there, guys. If you can. I mean, if you can.
Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this has just been my tendency. I think people misunderstood it in the sense of like leftists I want to be an actual communist or something. I mean, I think if there's any, Antifa or just like gutter punk communism, that is almost as toxic to liberals as racism. I mean, I think it's a difficult path to tread, and it's going to be difficult for me because like not all of the people, but a lot of them want to peg me. It's like, oh, Spencer, he's a Trump tard, he's a racist, he uses slurs, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I mean, we have to start appealing to people who can make some kind of difference. And it's like just going back to these, like the conservative base and stuff like that. I just feel like nothing happened when we were flying high. Like there's no reason to believe that they're now going to take to our
that
ideas.
was Icarus. You're all trying to pretend Trump was some sort of sun god, and you guys got knocked down.
Yeah.
I think you were doing very well before you marched us to go die on a hill in Northern Virginia.
Well, again, I marched you guys there. I was invited to go to Charlottesville, and I agreed in mid-June or something. The Charlottesville was the biggest movement gathering ever. The idea that I did that is really absurd.
How so? You were our leader.
Well, the issue is it was chosen at a really bad place because Charlottesville is a left wing stronghold. So that was a
was
major
the complaint.
strategic thing right
We
there.
were in enemy territory, and that was the primary complaint that I remember.
If I had said I'm not going to Charlottesville or you don't go to Charlottesville, I mean, I don't know what would have happened if I had said that at that point.
IE wouldn't have gone. I know that for a fact.
Well, I don't know if it's a good idea.
Well, who cares about IE? I mean, but the whole movement, do you think the Charlottesville would not have happened?
Not to the extent. I think you were the crowning jewel for that success on behalf of the left.
I think
that might have happened, but again, I think this whole myth of Charlottesville is very immature because it's like, yeah, like Charlottesville, like there was a ton of bad things about Charlottesville. Charlottesville was also a really remarkable instance of people coming together and standing up and kind of like announcing themselves. Now, whether that was the best idea can be debated, but it was a absolutely remarkable event that was, you know, terrifying to many people in a good way. I'm not talking about violence or something. I'm talking about just like, holy shit, they're marching on Charlottesville. And what happened after that, I think, was the big disaster. And the other thing about it is that, like, you know, I've heard all this stuff before. You're putting it in a rather reasonable guise, so I'll answer it. I've heard it in like other, you know, just spiteful, bad faith articulations. But it's like, you know, there are going to be some fuck ups along the way, man. You know, there was a guy in Germany called Adolf Hitler who engaged in a utterly buffoonish coup that went nowhere, and they all ended up arrested and had to serve some time after that. And I'm not directly comparing the alt-right to National Socialism, and I'm not doing that, but like, we're gonna lose some games along the way. And I think what's remarkable is that the movement was just totally unprepared for that. And it is one thing for the liberal media to say that, like, this was a total disaster, we hate you, blah, blah, blah. It's another thing when the movement is telling itself that. And the power of demoralization is more powerful than money. And so I'm not just saying this to be self-serving, like trying to get me off the hook. I'm just saying
Nobody
this
holds
in a
you
kind
personally
of...
responsible. It's not like that.
Well, I get that,
do,
but well, I think probably most do, to be honest. I don't think you do. But I'm nevertheless, I'm not saying this in a self-serving manner. I'm just saying that, like, you know, what was it? The 72 Dolphins went undefeated. No political movement's going to be the 72 Dolphins. We're going to have some losses, and you can't just like
the argument that I've heard
leave the team
makes the
when
most
you
sense
get blown out.
Is that if we were going to do a move like that, it should have been with a local government that was slightly more affable towards us.
I agree, but all of that is like post hoc, like retroactive thinking.
No.
Remember,
there was a significant portion of people in our circles that were saying these things in the lead up.
Okay,
well, perhaps you can do another.
That's fine, but like,
yeah, things fucking happen.
If you march into Martha's Vineyard doing it, they would have to send out the police and they would have to do their job because even the white libs would not want their lawns being overrun by protesters. So you have to pick a place where the police will be forced to do their job.
Yeah, I don't want to do Charlottesville again, believe me. But I have learned lessons. But I don't want to do, I am not doing any kind of activism. And it some of it has to do with, you know, media fallout, frivolous lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of it is that, like, I've come to certain realizations about the nature of the world that I did not have in 2016 or 2017. But a lot of this stuff, like just this kind of "I told you so" stuff, I get it. I don't think you're lying. Actually, I think there probably were some people who could see this, but that was in the context of this like overwhelming enthusiasm about it. And I would also stress that if the movement did not just engage in the total hysteria afterwards, that maybe Charlottesville couldn't be like, rescued, but there could have been something else and there could have been an evolution. And instead, where we are is total irrelevancy. Because look, I can never escape the shadow of like the alt-right 2016 and 2017. I probably never will. Maybe in, I don't know, 20 years, but and I'll be 60. But it's just like, I am tied into it. But you just, this way of thinking where it's like, oh, we were about to win and then we did this. Like, I don't know what to say. You lose some fucking games.
Well, there's a such thing as being like a good lawyer. There's such thing as being a good lawyer because a lot of how past events sometimes affect the present is how they're interpreted in the dialogue. And so when I saw the Charlottesville thing, what I saw was just basically a bunch of, let's be frank, white guys who just felt like they didn't want to get walked all over by society anymore. And that seems kind of like reasonable to me, even though I'm not into like the whole movement.
Sure.
You know? And like, so what I wonder is like, what's the way forward? Well, I notice in France that they sort of forbid collecting racial statistics from citizens. Now, I wonder, is this a way forward where there's sort of like a racial privacy and then people form their own groups and clubs to promote their own interests, but you know the government just kind of stays out of how people do things? Is that a good way forward? I don't know.
Well, I mean, you have to understand what's realistic. I mean, one of the realizations that that's come to me is a lot of these kind of social dynamics that we've been talking about, and that even Brendan has been talking about. Another realization is that I just think there needs to be a much, like, the alt-right cannot present itself to the world as like effectively we're racist. It's like, well, yeah, it's all about demographics and immigration, whatever. That just is a non-starter. And it's a non-starter on multiple levels. Not only is it, politically incorrect, but it's not really solving the big issues. And like, there needs to be serious, like, spiritual growth among leadership in order for us to do anything. And so I just think our task is very different. I also think that, like, we've seen what Trump did. I genuinely thought that he was just going to shake everything up. And it was just this whole new, like, the chess pieces were just like knocked off the table. New ones are put on. I was wrong.
I think you both made similar failures, underestimating our opponents.
You think we both did?
You and Trump, yeah.
See, I overestimated Trump. I don't think I exactly underestimated the opponent. I kind of maybe I did, but I overestimated Trump. But the thing is, there's going to be another Trump. Like, I don't know who it is. There's going to be some wild right-wing character who comes out of the woodwork and says racist stuff. And I will never fall for it again.
ultimately, Richard, the people who succeeded in the 1920s and the 30s, they were of a stock that went through World War One. They had solidarity, they had ethnic cohesion. Still, we don't have that anymore. Like, can you imagine linking arms with 50 other people and walking in front of rifles? It's just amazing what they actually able to achieve. And then there's the background of the Depression as well. They actually brought it to power. So it's like we're in a different situation. I know that we're all. It's history doesn't repeat, of course, but we don't have that collective will that that they used to have, like determination. It was like it was born out of World War One. I mean, you go through World War One with a whole bunch of people. Of course, you're going to be brothers in arms. Even more so if you lose.
Right. Well, and like the leadership from Hitler, Mussolini, etc. These are veterans who came out of that environment. Yeah.
And something else, Ludendorff was marching with them as well. It's like having General Mattis walking with you in Charlottesville. Like they had elite support. Like,
but keep in mind, it ended up the same way.
True. But ultimately, how long did he spend in prison for? What did he get charged with? Treason? Treason? Or
it was a huge charge. It wasn't a civil lawsuit. Yeah,
that's right.
So it was a huge charge that he spent, some time and wrote a book in the process, as we know. But keep in mind, I don't think we should also underestimate, the alt-right. 2 months after Charlottesville was freaking out and disintegrating and just devolving into all this nonsense. Donald Trump, I don't think we should underestimate there were good people on both sides line. Donald Trump was we didn't have exactly, to make this analogy with the 1920s aspect of the National Socialists, we didn't have Ludendorff, an actual general, on our side, but the level of tacit, passive support that Donald Trump lent Charlottesville was remarkable. It just cannot be underestimated, and we squandered that.
Do you think it was cynical though? Do you think he just supported you because you put him in place in the primaries?
I think Donald Trump has a real difficult problem counter signaling anyone who's a fan of his. And you saw this with the Proud Boys stuff and QAnon. So the liberals are right when they say that he's kind of equivocating or giving them support. When he says stand back and stand down, he didn't denounce the Proud Boys. He said stand back and stand down. When he said to QAnon, he's like, I don't know who they are, but they're against child abuse, so that's not too bad.
He was aware to avoid offending what he considered to be his anchor white vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't forget
who's
about
David Duke? I have no idea. He knows who David Duke is, for God's sake. It's absurd. Even his denunciation after the Hail Trump fiasco was forgotten immediately and basically irrelevant. It wasn't even a denunciation. It was these vague, we don't like white supremacy. Donald Trump was on our side on some level that I don't, and again, what was the response by vast majority of the alt-right? It was we're offending conservatives. We need to be conservatives. We need to be American nationalists, whatever. This was the absolute wrong response. And I'm not sure it would have ultimately changed anything. I don't think the alt-right would have succeeded otherwise. And I think the alt-right was based on false assumptions. And I hope that I have been able to learn from things. But regardless, that was not the time to denounce the movement and scapegoat people and just claim that it was all a disaster and second guess. It just wasn't the time. It's I don't know. I'm sorry for the sports metaphors, but you're gonna get blown out in some games.
I think
even the best team. What happened this weekend? So these very
you're gonna
good
get your
teams,
second win too.
Yeah, what was the? I remember just looking at some scores. Was the Cardinals beat the Rams? Rams are a really good team. They have the best defense, really good offense. They got blown out by 20 points. It fucking happens.
But Richard,
You know?
how much
You don't
was it?
fold up the tent. I mean,
How much of a gay app was it really? Because like, if you, I don't know if you watched Patrick Casey's video, but he basically said after Charlottesville, like all of AF were like in a group chat that was just basically telling everyone to call you a fed, disagree with everything you said, no matter if it was true. I don't know if you've seen that video after he split with AF.
no. Could you send that in the chat? It's not surprising.
Oh, do you know the video when he came out against Nick Fuentes and AF?
I don't know it. I mean, I'm not surprised by this at all.
All right. I mean, I don't know what chat you're talking about, but I'm sure you can find it on YouTube.
You get it even on this space. You get some just weird lunatic who comes in and is like, "You're irrelevant." Like it's all the same. You know, it's a weird, it's an ironic thing to keep yelling you're irrelevant to someone. It's like, I don't care about you. I don't care about you.
If you were relevant,
all the things.
Do it.
Yeah, like Patrick literally said that even if what you said was completely correct, like just to counter signal you, just so they
Patrick is Patrick Casey is
he was
fucking
admitting
disgusting. I don't even know how to describe him. He is. I'm not even. I don't want to just throw around the sociopathic label, but that guy is. I don't know what to say. There is nothing behind his eyes. You don't like. I don't even know what to say. I do not like him on a level that is difficult to describe. He did it again to Fuentes. He is a. So like the frog taking the scorpion across the river. Again, I never was friends with Patrick Casey. I find him like he's short and dumb. And so I'm just like, what is of value to you? Like you have to be like smart or cool. Like, and then I like you. But for some reason, if you're uncool but really smart, I like you. If you're cool, not so smart, still like you. You're dumb and like a dork. Like, fuck off. I don't have time. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit of an asshole. But it's just like, no. I give so much leeway to people who are smart, but then like have personality problems. Because someone who's intelligent can help you in many ways. And if you're totally cool, I'm going to give you a ton of leeway. But yeah, like the fucking nerds, like just... they all should just fuck them. They don't offer anything to the world. Or I shouldn't say nerds. Nerds are dorks. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. And it just shows a kind of like, I mean, what kind of serious movement is that what it is? Even if he says something that's correct, you need to counter signal him. I mean, what?
You were kind of surrounded with sociopaths, man. That was tough. Like, I was in Eli's crowd, and he was a fucking nut job.
Well, he is... I don't even know what the world happened. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, again, I have a much smaller circle. It's a different circle, and everyone is... we're not... I don't know. We're trying to do very different things. And... I'm very confident with the people that I talk to on a, twice a week basis. I'm not talking about this stream. I mean, I'm like confident with these guys. And it was the whole alt-right experience was just these strange people coming and they all do some weird thing to me. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like victimization, but it's just like, when I get accused of all this shit and like scapegoated, at some point you're just like, guys, find, like, are you going to take responsibility for anything?
You were like the first normal waspy figurehead that any of these guys had for most of their life.
Yeah.
Stuck to you.
Well, I think they developed an Oedipal complex very early.
It's like moths to it.
I remember hearing about this, and this isn't even a big deal, but I think it's so telling. But like, I think it was early 2018, and there was some IE rally in Nashville. And so what I heard reported back to me from someone who doesn't have any motivation to lie was that they were all like talking afterwards, like, what is Spencer going to think of this? Like, we're doing things without Spencer. We don't need Spencer. Like, what is Spencer going to think of this? It was very, very, very edible. It's like, guys, it's not about me. Like you're doing you're doing a public demonstration. Like, it's not for me. You're, I don't know. It was a very weird thing. I don't think I'm being either a victim here or obsessing. There was a lot of weird shit going on with those people. And I don't know. It's kind of like all played out in a way. And I don't think things could go a different direction, but I would just stress, 3 years ago, there was or 4 years, still 3 years ago, there was like the concept of the alt-right was relevant. The alt-right was seen as this cool, interesting, maybe dangerous, maybe something you should hate, but it was seen as something. And I think we haven't fully recognized the degree to which that is just over. I don't think there's anything there anymore. There's no alt-right to talk about. There's nothing. And it is what it is, but it's sad on some level.
Well, there's a reason they ended up on the lower strata of society. If people behave like clowns, they're just going to lose any sort of any political influence. People got to behave in a serious manner, or there's certain procedures that people have to follow in order to gain any sort of influence, and they're not doing it.
Yeah,
Mr. Spencer was unique in that he brought white collar people to the table, actual professionals, lawyers, educated men, and the like. Not too many of them, but more than I think any sort of American, you could say European nationalist movement had up until that point. 4 generations or so, probably. Maybe since Francis Parker Yockey, that kind of.
Oh yeah, well, I mean the Grant and Stoddards. I mean those people were like Madison, Grant, and Stoddard were talking to a WASP elite. They were not populist by any stretch, and I think that was. I mean, you can see a little bit of that in like 1950s conservatism with like William F. Buckley, where there was a certain kind of thoughtful, philosophical discourse and so on. But that gave way to the religious right and populism, conservatism, the Southern strategy pretty quickly. But I think it was Grant. It was the last time that there was a WASP elite that was talking to other WASP that was dynamic and forward-looking, racialist, eugenicist, and kind of scary, you could say, from a certain point of view.
The whole Western world was eugenicist until after World War II.
Yeah, it actually eugenicists, at least in America, not necessarily in Europe, but it wasn't even quite World War II. It was a lot of the 1930s when Grant started to lose influence, and I think the plates were melted down for a lot of his books, and it wasn't the conquest of the continent that came kind of into when he was losing power. But some of these early works were used as almost quasi textbooks in universities, and we again underestimate this like power that they had for a time, and it has not been recovered, and it's gone. And that's why again I just think there has to be like a foundation of something that can't be erased.
Like a myth with Manifest Destiny, but the 21st century version.
Exactly. There has to be something so foundational and powerful that says something so unique about the world that it just can't be washed away when you lose games. I mean, sorry for the football metaphors. We're going to lose some games here, guys. I'm your coach. Get ready. You're going to get blown out next week. It's okay. Keep going. The team continues.
Hey, Richard, you got interviewed by The Daily Show, is that right?
Oh, that was back in 2016. They never published that.
Yeah, I remember you saying, did you ever see the finished interview from him?
No, I mean, I thought that interview was great.
Right.
It was
What
really
did it touch on?
fun. He did all this stuff. I remember some things from that. It was really crazy. So it was this Asian reporter, and a couple of things. It was at a. Granted, I mean, obviously, it's in the polarized time, but it was at a lighter time. It wasn't just like post Charlottesville where you have to talk about the death of Heather Heyer or something. It was at more of a fun version of the alt-right. And so there was a lot of, it reminded me a lot of my interview with the Nick Cannon guy, which again has never been published. It's like whenever I do a really good one, they just don't publish it. And it was fun, jokes, some kind of racial banter, but it was all very friendly and a bit silly. And the one thing I do remember is that, so he was asking me questions from an iPad, and his producer was on his MacBook connected to the internet on like the internet looking up questions and answers to questions that he was putting on a note that was being shared. So there was, it was like I was fighting this battle against like a guy, mano a mano with me, but then his producer with like a computer set up, like giving him like looking at Wikipedia articles trying to undermine me.
Wow.
And I was still able to win, but it was kind of like cheating.
Did Louis Theroux reach out to you?
Who?
Louis Theroux, the documentary, the prop.
Yes. One more example of this. So I don't think I'm like, I can't mention this. So Louis Theroux came to Montana and we spent a full day together. And we like went to restaurants. We had a lot of fun. We hung out here at the house. And all of that has been cut. So the producer called me and he was like, I mean, I'm fine with that, but he was like, you're not in the documentary, whatever. It was like, we can't tell the right story because, I mean, I don't know if he was being polite or something, but he said, we can't tell the story we want to tell because you're just over all this stuff. He was like, we tried to make it where you were like the I don't know, like the bad conscience of America First or whatever. But he was like, it just didn't work. So there's going to be a documentary of America First. I have been on the cutting room floor. So again, the discussions I had with Louis Theroux were great. Louis Theroux and I got along really well. And again, Nick Cannon, Louis Theroux, Daily Show, me at my best. When I'm confident, laid back, having fun, saying smart stuff, whatever, all get cut. But, life in the big city.
I don't know if you've seen any of this streaming when he was with Baked Alaska. I hate to say that name because that guy's fucking cringe. But I really think that gave you a bird's eye view into how Thoreau operates, and he seemed very dishonest, very, very much a partisan hack.
That was not my impression. Look, Louis Theroux and I am not saying, I also had a great relationship with that like Pakistani woman named Khan from the BBC, and they did a total hack job on me. I felt kind of raped by that one because what is her name? Khan is her last name. She's very attractive, and I'll actually just tell you this between you and me and the internet. So when the cameras were off, she told me, she said, my parents always told me, you're not an Arab, you're not a Muslim, you're not a Pakistani, you're an Aryan. And I don't know if she was lying, trying to reach out to me, trying to manipulate me, whatever. I think she might. I did not get those vibes. I think she was telling me the truth.
So that's
and
been posting ever since.
Yeah, and that the BBC thing was a real hack job. I mean, it is what it is, but she and I got along very well. Now, maybe I'm a sucker for beautiful women, and sure, but there was no animosity. It wasn't like I've had some times when I've talked to reporters, and I felt like I did when I was doing that interview with that fucking idiot Zen Shapiro or whatever. I'm just like, listen, if you want to if you just want to attack me and not engage in bad faith, then why are you even talking to me? Like, why don't you just write an article in which you make me into a whatever Nazi loser, dumbass, whatever. Just do it. I can't. Why are you talking to me?
What about that black guy who was from the UK? You were saying you were more British than he was. Was he
well, I
BBC?
just that was like a kind of bullying, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
that's hilarious. I really like that one.
I like that one as well. Yeah, you'll never be an Englishman. Who says Richard Spencer? No, that was kind of me at my most arrogant, but whatever.
I saw a good documentary. You might be interested in it. Since we're touching on the UK, the Dukes in the UK. It's a hereditary title, and a bit like the rest of the aristocracy, just in absolute disarray at the moment.
Wow.
They got huge estates, of course, but they don't have the income to upkeep them. So they've actually had to revert to doing really petty commercial stuff like tours and stuff like that. It's completely demeaning. It was a very interesting little insight into the what was the British aristocracy. Yeah.
Well, that's been happening for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the power of capital, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, exactly. But but anyway, I do think, I mean, again, it is, I'm not really complaining, I'm just observing, but my impression of Louis Theroux, he and I are very similar. And when we talked, I think we got along very well and we had an interesting discussion. I think that a lot of it is the vibe that you give someone. If you give someone a hostile vibe or something like that, they're going to return the favor. If you give someone a friendly vibe, they can return the favor. Not always. But I thought Louis Theroux and I had a great convo. Again, it's all on the cutting room floor because I don't fit into what they're trying to do, which led me to believe that it was a very good thing. I mean, they're doing that they've done fair documentaries in the past. Louis Theroux has, but I don't think they're going to be fair to America first. And I think they're going to make them look like jackasses. So maybe I should be happy about this. But
the one thing about Louis Theroux is he kind of has to play mind games sometimes with some of the nationalist people he interviews in order to avert suspicion. So he has to give them a little bit of a hard time so that people don't suspect that he has sympathy towards them.
That's what I told him. I was joking about that because he was here. I can remember this exactly because he was here and he was like, oh, well, he was like, I need to hit you on this. I need to hit you on that or whatever. And I was like, all right. And I actually was joking. I was like, this is going to look really bad for you because you're palling around with the next Hitler. He had a kind of funny look on his face.
He's been around for a long time, though. He interviewed Tom Metzger in the 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he acts aloof, but that's just a play for the camera. That's how he invites people in to share their ideology or their thoughts, and that's how he gets the snippets. It's a good tactic.
Yeah. But we went out to Casey's after, and we were hanging out. We were joking because he brought up the whole Swiss, burger with caramelized onions thing, And so we actually ate a Swiss burger with caramelized onions together. So it was pretty funny. I mean, I don't know. I thought it went well. I was happy. And then I got a call like 3 weeks ago and they're like, yeah, about that, interview. So who knows? I think what it was, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm blowing myself up. I think what it was is that it was actually kind of cool. Like we had a good talk.
You're some well-spoken white guy, and they have a lot of trouble lampooning you, I think.
Yeah, but they can do it.
You don't fit the narrative.
Right. And I think it's very important to not fit the narrative. And, where the movement is going right now is fitting the narrative. And not that they're being, goons in clan robes. They're not doing that. But they are fitting the narrative in the sense that they're saying something that's like just leaning in to polarization. Like Nick Fuentes, what is, at the end of the day, if you don't know anything about like the alt-right or Charlottesville or whatever, you just look at Nick Fuentes right now. He's kind of a well-spoken Marjorie Taylor Greene. There effectively is no separation between them.
Right, he wants to be a Joker character. That's his idea of being successful.
Right. But like what's the point? Because it's like the alt-right, it was saying something. And it wasn't as formulated as it should have been. Lots of omissions there, but it was saying something. At this point, what is the movement saying? It's saying, masks are evil, vaccines kill people. Like, you can get that literally, you can get that at Newsmax. You can get that at the OWN network. You can even get a like hoity-toity version of that at like the Federalist or the Daily Wire. There is no differentiation whatsoever. And so it's like Nick has his audience, true, and I don't think that audience will entirely go away, but what's the fucking point?
Yeah, it's just cartoonish retrograde nostalgia for a time period that they never lived in. And I guess
that's the other irony, is that they're all born in like the year 2000 when America was already gone.
Right.
Nostalgia. Yeah. It's like we're living in the post 20th century, but we can't stop thinking about the 20th century.
Is there a German word for nostalgia for something you've never experienced?
I think Edward Dutton said something about
maybe Nils can come in on.
They were going down.
We could maybe invent there's a German word. It would be like, it would be like Nostalgie or something like that. Like just nostalgia for something that never existed.
Well, you know how the decades of this century are kind of matched together. The nostalgia is for the 20th century decades. It might have something to do with the decline in IQ since 1998. I think Dutton mentioned it once. When IQ goes down, nostalgia for the period of time when it was going up remains. But since it's been going down since 1998, all the decades and time periods been mashed together, and no one really has a personality for the decade they're in. So it's the 90s and beyond, but before that, but nothing afterwards, because that's when the IQ peaked and went down.
This is fascinating, and this is something that I've said before. Like, have you ever seen? I'm sorry to go to James Bond references here, but if you watch like On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which was produced in 1969, and then you watch Diamonds Are Forever, which is produced in 1971. It's kind of incredible. Those movies were produced 2 years apart, yet the decades are just so clear. Like the ties change, the looks change. It's almost like the film grain change. It might actually very well have, but you look at Diamonds Are Forever and you're like, oh, that's the 1970s, total 70s.
Yeah, the last
you
time
look at
that happened was with the HD video, kind of changed everything. Smartphones came out, and everyone's memory is from there onwards.
Right. And but I guess, well, that's something slightly different. But what I was suggesting is that, like, obviously when you see, I don't know, a movie like E.T. or something, you're like, oh, this is so 80s. It's so it captures the decade. I don't know what it is. It's the clothes. maybe even the way of talking, the music. You know, I watched with my kids The Never-Ending Story, and it has that synth pop soundtrack, you know, like turn around, boo doo 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 doo. The Never-Ending Story. Yeah, but it's real synthy. And I remember when it was on, my mom and I were, because when my mom and I were the kids, we were like, oh my God, this is like so 80s. It's almost a parody. But great movie, by the way. But in the 90s, I think was kind of a post-80s style. But I would say that over the past, it's longer than 20 years.
23, probably 23, 24.
Yeah, it's like maybe a quarter century where there hasn't been a style that's inflected a decade.
And all these remakes in our popular culture in this century are just remaking the 20th century. There's just endless remakes.
Yeah,
just what happens when we run out of decades to recreate? That's my obviously we're in the 80s now. Like there's 90s and maybe early 2000s if we really want to classify that as fashion, the fashion era. But we're going to go back to the 1910s again. We're running out of steam here, cultural.
We're totally run out. We've already run out of steam because I can remember even living in New York City in 2008 and 2009 when I was at Talkies Magazine. There was a kind of 80s vibe. Like if you walked into like a hipster coffee shop in Brooklyn, they were like playing New Order or something. There was a certain kind of retro 80s vibe that was cool going on. I think that's played out. I think now there's a bit of a 90s nostalgia going on. You can see that in like, I don't even have a TV, but when I see like a clip of a television, they'll do like a 90s show. But I just think it's all played out and there's no actual style.
It's a great opportunity.
Music
to make your own style, right? Become the new celebrity.
Yeah. I mean, and even Trump came out of an 80s nostalgia wave.
Yeah,
to such a large degree.
Recently, the 1984 Wonder Woman. So everyone misses the music, right?
Yeah, Wonder Woman 1984. That was definitely
and that was about
leaning into that.
To make too many wishes and not being nostalgic for the past because Wonder Woman missed your boyfriend. Kind of interesting, actually.
It is very interesting. Yeah, I actually liked that movie, but it was about you can't have it all, and you can't engage in wish fulfillment. It will destroy you. It was be careful what you wish for kind of theme. Pretty obvious. I thought it was actually rather heartwarming in the sense of like Maxwell Lord. He kind of he realizes that he doesn't even. He's a weird supervillain because he's almost like redeemed at the end, even though he's like killed people or whatever. But he's like, I don't want it all. I just want to take care of my son. And then his son is kind of like, it's okay if you're a loser. You're my dad. It's very heartwarming. Maybe by a female director. But the overwhelming message was don't want something. Like you can't capture the power of the gods.
Yeah, I think the Black Widow movie was very pro-family too, and that's kind of a throwback.
Interesting. I didn't see the Black Widow one, but yeah. I mean, but I think it's interesting because we need to be about wish fulfillment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go watch it. Yeah, these movies have important messages, and they do talk about family themes, uniting even across oceans with feuding governments, not wanting to wish too much. They do have a lot of good messages.
Interesting. Well, I think we should wish too much.
I found that phrase you were looking for.
Oh, for sure. I mean nostalgia, not being too nostalgic.
I think nostalgia can be poison.
Mal du sick is the term. Sickness of the century.
Oh, interesting. Say that again.
Mal du sick. Of course, the French guy left. That's horrible, but.
Is that a relatively recent term?
Mal du siècle. So you found a French phrase. Yeah. Mal du siècle. Yeah. Interesting.
Is that a recent term, or was that 100 years old or something like that?
It's from the turn of the 19th century, it looks like.
Yeah, right. Right. Okay.
It's a good term. One thing I was thinking about recently is
hold on. Here's Nils. Is there a German word for nostalgia for something that never existed? Oh, he's you're muted, Nils. Nils, it's your time to shine.
Yeah, it just occurred to me when they gave out the information that Babylon 5 was going to be rebooted, that prima facie this whole 90s nostalgia thing might actually been some longing for the end of history that obviously did not occur, but they are desperately trying to bring it back. And regarding the term you were searching for, I just thought that since nostalgia is composed of the Greek words for coming home and pain, so it's the longing for a return from being far away and stuff like that. But nowadays, our perception of the past, especially the 50s and in the US, this white garden fence reality that probably only ever went down in commercials, could be formulated into something like oiko-stalgia, because all of this is commercialized. This is also something Adam Curtis brought up in probably most of his documentaries. I mean, that's a lot of stuff to watch, but he's also always harping on how our perception of reality is warped by commercials and the economy. So this probably ties into the 7-Eleven nationalism, as Richard Haug, I believe, phrased it. This belief in the ability of returning to a glorified American past that probably never existed, not even in the 50s, as books like Putnam's Bowling Alone has shown us.
What is Ostalgie still a thing in Germany?
I don't believe that people actually want to go back to the GDR, but
they want to kind of go back and say, what was that film with like Daniel Bruhl? Is that his name?
It's called Goodbye Lenin.
Yeah, Goodbye Lenin. I remember watching when this is a while ago. It must have been like 15 or 20 years ago, but I remember everyone was talking about that. They just loved that film. I thought it was a pretty heartwarming, comedy, but it's like his communist mother gets sick and then the Berlin Walls fall.
The grandma kind of falls into a coma before the Berlin Wall comes down, and she only wakes up like 10 years after. And not to not upset her because she is so frail, they all have to pretend like the GDR still does exist, and they put photographs of the Berlin Wall in front of her windows, so she looks out, everything looks the same, and they.
What is it? At one point, they like convince her that Coca-Cola is like a communist.
There has been a hostile takeover of Coca-Cola by a communist state-owned property. It's kind of a German/communist version of the Truman Show, I guess, because there's this whole simulated reality, and everyone's going out of his way to recreate even like television shows from 15 years ago. Just like people are recreating television shows from 15 years ago now, or more like 35 years ago.
Yeah, it might be a kind of funny movie to revisit at this point. I remember seeing it and again, just kind of liking it for what it was. But I'm wondering if there's something more going on there. It's a kind of commentary on hyperreality and so on. But yeah.
I think most German filmmakers are not that deep, to be honest.
Maybe. All right, guys. This was a massively epic space. How many hours did we go? And we maintained the audience. So we had like 185 at one point, then Just fell below 100 now. All right, guys. I will talk to everyone soon. I'll do some more of these, maybe once a week, and I'll just do an epic one. How does that sound?
Before you go, whereabouts are these being hosted? If you can ask that.
Oh, I need see. So I bought this recorder that I think can do this, but it's not quite. See, what I want to do is have a use a dynamic mic, so my voice on this space will actually be a lot better. I'm just using I'm actually just using like a basic Apple mic, like a headphone mic. So my voice will be better, and I can just directly record it. I can get all of these by requesting my data from Twitter. So, but it's kind of a pain to upload them. But I don't know. I'll do it. But I thought I cracked this nut, but apparently I didn't. And setting up this whole thing is more cumbersome. To be frank, I was so pissed by this stupid debate that I had, which I guess was some Groyper idiot, that I just wanted to like talk to people with IQs above 110 just to like, so I knew that like life is worth living and all of humanity shouldn't be.
No,
destroyed.
I've really enjoyed the conversations here. It's a conversational thing. I think it really suits you, so it'd be good if you could get it up. Cheers.
Yeah, I think it does. I feel like you ultimately have to write stuff down, but I do feel like there's I only think while I'm walking. Like you we're able to develop ideas, I think, in a way that's really productive when you're talking. And in a conversation where I'm kind of leading the conversation, but people add in, and I think we actually like develop something and go in interesting directions that I don't plan. So yeah, I think it is. I think it actually is really good. But yeah, I'm glad to talk. I mean, seriously, I was so pissed by this fucking idiot. He pissed me off so much that I was just like in a raging bad mood. And when you talk to people who are, adding a lot to the conversation and we're going somewhere, then I'm like, all right, now life is worth living again. It wasn't that bad, but all right.
No worries, mate. Thanks.
Talk to you guys soon. All right.